Loser mocked by ex-wife gained most powerful money system. Room 2205, Building D4, Zhou Ming, you are a loser. You have been laid off for half a month and you still can't find a job. I spend 5,000 yuan every month on cosmetics, clothes, and bags. How can you support me? What a worthless man. I want to divorce you. In the residence room, his wife Li Lu stood in the middle of the room, with her hands on her hips, constantly mocking and insulting her husband Zhou Ming. Although she had exquisite makeup, she could not hide the coldness and meanness in her eyes. Although she was wearing a designer dress and her figure was clearly visible, there was an arrogance that could not be ignored. At this moment, her brightly painted nail polish was pointing at Zhou Ming, as if she wanted to pierce him. You loser, you can't find a job. I'm really blind to marry a man like you. Look at Lao Wang next door, he is a real man. He has a successful career, money, a car, and a house. How different is it like you? You can't even afford a house, you still have to rent a house, and now you have lost your job, and you have lost half of your job. I can't find a job for months, I'm just a waste among wastes. Divorce. Divorce is necessary. I'm really going to lose myself by marrying you in this life. Yes, Lao Wang next door has come out. This time it was completely out of the question. Zhou Ming looked at the mean and indifferent wife in front of him, and the last emotion in his heart completely dissipated. They got married 6 years ago. At that time, Zhou Ming was tall and handsome, with a monthly salary of nearly 20,000 yuan, a deposit of more than 600,000 yuan, and a car. At that time, Li Lu took a fancy to Zhou Ming's ability to make money and his sweet words, so the two got married soon. Soon, Zhou Ming discovered that Li Lu spent a lot of money on bags, cosmetics, clothes, and jewelry. He had a monthly salary of nearly 20,000 yuan and a deposit of 600,000 yuan, but he couldn't bear to spend it on her. Originally, I wanted to buy a house, but every time, Li Lu spent all the money. What makes Zhou Ming even more uncomfortable is that Li Lu has a mean character and curses constantly, which is very annoying. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. I'm going to stay in a hotel tonight. After Zhou Ming finished speaking, he took his ID card and left the house. He didn't want to see this sarcastic face again. He was afraid that he couldn't help but slap her. You know what's going on. Li Lu sneered, still cursing the trash man in her heart. If she couldn't find a job, she would be destined to be a trash man in the future. She thought for a moment and began to rummage through the house, collecting all bank cards, gold and silver jewelry, and all valuables, and packed them up so as not to leave anything valuable to Zhou Ming. Then she took her bag and left, leaving the house empty. 7 Days Hotel. This hotel is less than 500 meters away from the Jinyuan community where Zhou Ming rents. Zhou Ming, who didn't have much money at this time, could only choose this cheapest hotel. Get a room, take a shower, and lie on the bed. His eyes penetrated the glass and cast towards the bright city night view outside the window. Neon lights intertwined into a sea of light, tall buildings continued, traffic flowed, and people came and went. Everything seemed so lively and vibrant. However, all this prosperity seemed to have nothing to do with him. He felt like an orphan abandoned by the city, standing alone outside this window. He recalled the first half of his life, and felt an unspeakable sadness in his heart. When people reach middle age, they end up with nothing left and nothing left. Even a woman can't control herself. This first half of my life has been such a failure. At this time, the second and hour hands on the clock overlapped and reached 2400 hours. Ding, bind the daily information system. Sudden, subtitles flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. Then soon lines of text appeared in front of him. 1. According to internal news, the big banker of Zinfin Technology is preparing to double the stock price before shipping. 2. Someone accidentally lost a USB flash drive containing 1 Bitcoin at number 34 Dongfang Road at 1300 hours tomorrow. There is no surveillance around. 3. A new night market has been added near the south gate of People's Park. The stalls are currently attracting investment. It will become the most popular night market in the future. 4. The local gym Powerhouse holds a grand opening discount, offering personal training experience at 10% off for the first month. 5. MOU accidentally lost his bag containing 50,000 yuan in cash at number 3 Zhongshan First Road. 6. A fire will break out at the coconut chicken shop on Dongfang Road tomorrow night, killing 3 people and injuring 1. Looking at the bright subtitles in front of him, Zhou Ming sat up suddenly and rubbed his eyes, but the words were still there. Etc. This is a golden finger? System. Zhou Ming usually reads novels online, and the one he has seen the most is naturally the system, but now he actually has a golden finger. Zhou Ming suddenly realized that he had been hit by a golden pie in the sky. Surprise! Zhou Ming pinched his thigh hard and took a breath of pain, but there was a smile on his face that was harder to suppress than AK. It's really another village where everything is bright and clear. Happiness comes too suddenly. It just solves my current dilemma of middle-aged unemployment, pennilessness, and failure in life. Now, except for the few thousand yuan in change on WeChat, I am completely penniless. He is still unemployed, so making money is the first priority for him. In Guangfu, the little money in my pocket can't last long, and now, the system is here. Zhou Ming was extremely happy. Then he began to read these pieces of information seriously. 1. According to internal news, the big banker of Xinfan Technology is preparing to double the stock price before shipping. Xinfan Technology? Stock trading? When Zhou Ming saw the first message, he couldn't help but frown. He picked up his phone and quickly browsed through the information from Xinfan Technology. He is almost 30 years old. Although Zhou Ming doesn't pay much attention to stocks, he still knows a little bit about them. But this is of no use to him at the moment. Just the few $1,000s in my pocket, what a waste of money. And even if you invest everything, how much can you earn? I'm afraid he's not even a retail investor. Forget it, let's wait until we have money. Anyway, the system only said that I still have time in the near future. Zhou Ming ignored this piece of information and focused on the next piece of information. 2. A new night market has been added near the south gate of People's Park. The stalls are recruiting for investment and it will become the most popular night market in the future. It's useless again. Of course it is useless to the current Zhou Ming. Renting a stall in a night market is not cheap, and when you sell goods, the cost of setting up a stall is also there. How can he have money? If you don't understand what the market needs, you may lose all your money. Zhou Ming doesn't have time to understand these things at the moment, but this is also an idea to make money, so you have to pay attention to it. Next piece of information. 3. Someone accidentally lost a USB flash drive at number 34 Dongfang Road at 1300 hours tomorrow, containing 1 Bitcoin. There is no surveillance around. 1 Bitcoin. When he saw this, Zhou Ming's eyes widened instantly. Bitcoin, he paid attention. According to the current market situation, 1 Bitcoin is worth more than 60,000 US dollars, about 400,000 RMB. If you pick it up and sell it, wouldn't your own capital come back? This is definitely the best chance to turn around. I must pick up this Bitcoin. Zhou Ming suppressed his excitement and continued to check the next item. 4. The local gym Powerhouse holds a grand opening discount, offering personal training experience at 10% off for the first month. You have to exercise. Zhou Ming touched his face, which was fatter than before, and his slightly protruding belly, and sighed helplessly. You have to know that I used to be a 185-inch handsome guy, and he needed to have a good figure and good looks. But since getting married, I have to go to work every day, socialize and drink, and have to deal with Li Lu when I get home. I have really gained a lot of weight. There is no time to exercise at all. Now when I look in the mirror, I see that my complexion is sallow, plump and fat, and I have lost a lot of hair. Soon, Zhou Ming's eyes became determined. He must change his current situation. When he has money, he will immediately go to the Powerhouse to apply for a card. After getting back into a healthy and strong body, coupled with the financial information given by Golden Finger, you will definitely become a mature and charming handsome man. He wanted to make that old woman Li Lu regret her life. Keep reading. 5. Yu accidentally lost his bag containing 50,000 yuan in cash at number 3 Zhongshan First Road. MOU? Who is this? When Zhou Ming saw this unfamiliar name, he racked his brains and couldn't figure out who this person was. After looking through the phone's address book, WeChat, and QQ for a long time, I still found nothing. We'll find out tomorrow if we go and have a look. It's not that Zhou Ming coveted the 50,000 yuan in her bag, because this system does not indicate that there is no surveillance around. If you pick this up and keep it for yourself, the police will come to your door in minutes. He didn't want to cause trouble, but since the system has given the information, there must be a reason for it. Maybe it's an old classmate I forgot or a company leader or something, so it's better to figure it out. The last one. 6. A fire will break out at the coconut chicken shop on Dongfang Road tomorrow night, killing 3 people and injuring 1. When he saw this, Zhou Ming took a deep breath and subconsciously picked up his phone to call the police, but his fingers froze. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't. If he called so rashly, how should he explain to the police? It's easy to find an excuse, but I've never been to Dongfang Road recently. Say you cheated? Stop making trouble. It would be really painful if he regarded himself as a suspect. But after all, 3 lives mattered, and even if Zhou Ming was cold-blooded, he would not leave it alone. Call. After shaking his head and digesting the messy information in his mind, Zhou Ming stopped thinking about it, put down his phone and quickly lay down. At this time, he was still very excited, and it was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that he fell asleep. A new day, morning. Let's go. Why are you still standing there whining? Don't you want a divorce? Zhou Ming, let me tell you, it's a dream. At the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, as soon as Zhou Minggang arrived, Li Lu scolded him impatiently, with a hint of disgust on his face. Haha, whoever doesn't leave is a dog. Zhou Ming glanced at Li Lu, who was good-looking in a white dress, said expressionlessly, then turned around and walked inside without any hesitation. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a look at Xiang Mani, who was standing next to Li Lu, with disgust in his eyes. This woman is Li Lu's best friend. Zhou Ming dares to vouch for the fact that Xiang Mani played a big role in Li Lu's determination to divorce him. This little fairy often spoke ill of herself in Li Lu's ears. No matter 100%, but 80% of marriages fail, these so-called best friends are indispensable behind them. TCH, do you think you are very chic? Seong Mani crossed her hands and glanced at Zhou Ming's back, as if I had seen through you, and said, I think he just can't let you go and is playing hard to get. Lulu, don't be fooled. Yes, Li Lu nodded, stretched out her hand to hold the long flowing hair behind her and said, don't worry, I'm divorced. Just wait for me outside. Good. The Civil Affairs Bureau was very lively. But at first glance, there were only a dozen people getting married, but there were 100 or 200 people queuing up for divorce. Zhou Ming is naturally one of them. Ignoring the staff's words to persuade them to stay, the two quickly completed the divorce procedures. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, breathing the fresh air. Zhou Ming looked at the divorce certificate in his hand, the corners of his mouth raised, and he suddenly relaxed. The burden on him immediately disappeared without a trace, and he felt comfortable. Is this what freedom tastes like? So good. The wife Li Lu on the side, no, it was the ex-wife who saw Zhou Ming's happy face, became more and more unhappy, with a gloomy face. Are you so happy just after a divorce? Shouldn't we regret it? Before she came here, she had already thought that Zhou Ming might stalk him, and she worked with her best friends to discuss several plans for him, but the direction of development was beyond her expectation. But she was so angry. Pooh, stinky man. Sure enough, I got the right divorce. Is it done so quickly? At this time, Seong Mani came over, with a hint of surprise on her face, and then congratulated, congratulations, you are finally divorced. I've told you a long time ago that this guy Zhou Ming has no ability at all. It's really a waste of your great youth. It's already reached this point, and Seong Mani still doesn't forget to ridicule Zhou Ming. Even though she is tall, curvy, beautiful and charming, even sexier and more beautiful than Li Lu, she is a pretty fairy who worships money. The only thing she looks down on are poor men with little money. Zhou Ming didn't look angry. He glanced at her and then looked at his ex-wife Li Lu and said, I hope you won't regret today's decision. Hearing this, Li Lu chuckled, Zhou Ming, are you kidding? It should be you who should regret it, right? Don't think it's enough to pretend you don't care. I know you can't live without me. I advise you to give up on this idea. Li Lu looked proud. It's no longer possible between the two of us, haha. Zhou Ming didn't say anything more, just sneered twice before turning around and taking a taxi and leaving. Master, Dongfeng Road. He has no time to pay attention to this female bitch. His place is not close to Dongfeng Road. If you go late, you may not be able to catch it. Nini, look at him, he makes me so angry. Li Lu pointed at Zhou Ming who was leaving and said angrily. Seong Mani quickly consoled her, forget it, we're divorced anyway. Let's go shopping and go to the spa. When Zhou Ming rushed to Dongfeng Road without stopping, it was already 12:30 noon. It's a good chance. No time was wasted. After Zhou Ming paid the taxi driver, he got out of the car and began to look at his surroundings. There are old shops on both sides of the street, and an old restaurant will appear a few doors apart. Some of these shops have passed down the craftsmanship of several generations, and some are delicacies passed down by neighbors. Is this where it is? After a while, Zhou Ming found store number 34 in the Bitcoin information, with a smile on his face, and the time had already reached 50 minutes. He had already observed it, and it was indeed as the system said. He did not see any surveillance signs around him. This made Zhou Ming feel relieved. Wear a mask and a hat. The main reason is that he is an ordinary person now, and he feels a little guilty doing this kind of thing. Even if there is no surveillance, he is afraid that others will remember his face. Wearing a mask and a hat greatly improves his sense of security. In front of the door of number 34 is an old herbal tea shop. An old man over 50 years old is sitting at the door wearing a white coat and shaking the cattail leaf fan in his hand, looking cheerful. Zhou Ming lowered his head and glanced at the time. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards the herbal tea shop and said with a smile, Uncle, would you like a bottle of herbal tea that reduces the heat? Okay, the uncle answered, then stood up and went back inside to start busy. He soon handed the herbal tea packed on the side to Zhou Ming, while holding a piece of candy in his hand. Want some candy? No, I've been drinking since I was a kid, so I'm used to it. Zhou Ming smiled and said, Uncle, can I sit here with you for a while? Sure, whatever. Zhou Ming didn't talk nonsense. After giving the money, he picked up the stool and sat next to the door. It's obvious that the drunkard's intention is not to drink. At this time, Zhou Ming was constantly observing every passerby around him with his eyes, while watching the time. Squeak! After a while, a brake sound sounded. In Zhou Ming's eyes, he saw a Mercedes-Benz E300 parked on the side of the road, and then a slightly fat middle-aged man got out of the car and walked towards the side in a hurry. Chen Wei passed Zhou Ming, opened a door not far away and walked in. Zhou Ming didn't pay too much attention to this. He picked up the herbal tea in his hand and took a sip. Bitter, so bitter. You're so handsome. When I get rich, I will definitely buy a luxury car. Zhou Ming looked at the Mercedes-Benz on the roadside and said enviously, "Man, who doesn't want a luxury car?" But Zhou Ming quickly focused his attention on his surroundings. It's already 13 o'clock, where is the person? Tap tap tap. While Zhou Ming was thinking, Chen Wei, who had just entered the building, walked out with a big belly again, a black handbag in his hand, and walked straight to the roadside. Ouch. Perhaps because he was not looking at the road, Chen Wei, who was in a hurry, ran directly into the garbage truck being pushed by the cleaner who was cleaning the street. He sat down on the ground, throbbing in pain, and the handbag in his hand also fell to the ground. Garbage was strewn all over the floor. "Are you okay, you damn old thing? Don't you have eyes when you walk? Can you afford to pay for staining my clothes? Obviously you bumped into me yourself. What does it have to do with me? Hey, I have such a bad temper." Chen Wei reached out to pick up the handbag that had fallen aside, stood up in a flash, and immediately started a heated argument with the cleaner. Soon people passing by to watch the fun gathered around. However, Zhou Ming had no time to watch the excitement at this time, and stared at the crowd not far away with his bright eyes. Just when Chen Wei fell down, he could clearly see a black thing flying out of his handbag and falling on the roots of a tree nearby, and Zhou Ming was very sure that the thing was exactly a USB flash drive. This immediately reminded him of the information given by the system. Could this fat guy be the unlucky guy who lost the USB flash drive? Thinking of this, Zhou Ming drank the herbal tea in his hand without hesitation, and then walked over quickly and calmly. Knew it. Zhou Ming squatted next to the root of the tree, pretending to watch the excitement, and used his feet to pull the dead leaves near the root of the tree. He immediately saw the USB drive lying quietly on the ground. Really? Zhou Ming suppressed his inner excitement and quickly bent down to pick up the USB flash drive and stuffed it into his pocket. Although the mouth is bitter, the heart is very sweet. A USB flash drive is worth 400,000. In the past, how could an embarrassed middle-aged man like Zhou Ming dare to think of this? This is worth his salary for several years. As for things like pie in the sky, he only dared to think about it. If it weren't for Li Lu in the past few years, the money Zhou Ming had saved would actually be considered a small savings. But the money she earned was simply not enough for Li Lu to spend. I learned a few days ago that she had spent almost all her savings. Do you know how angry he felt at that time? The reason why he seemed so calm about Li Lu's divorce was not that Zhou Ming didn't care, but that he had figured it out. Anyway, after being married for so long, the two of them didn't have a child, so it didn't matter. Of course, I explained in advance that it was not Zhou Ming who was not good at it, but Li Lu who said she wanted to stay young and beautiful, and even wanted Dink. No longer paying attention to the quarrel on the side, Zhou Ming silently withdrew from the crowd with excitement and left here. Coconut chicken stew, long established, shop. It should be here. Zhou Ming did not leave Dongfang Road immediately to verify whether there was a Bitcoin in the USB flash drive. Instead, he came to this century-old store after making inquiries. He did not forget that the sixth message warned that a fire would break out at a coconut chicken restaurant on Dongfang Road. Life is far more important than money. It is indeed an old shop that is very famous in the whole old street. The business is very booming. The 7 or 8 tables and chairs placed in the shop have already been filled with diners who come here. Everyone can't wait to eat. Taste the legendary soup. Coconut chicken soup, as a classic soup in Guangzhou, its stewing method is very unique. The top cover of the old coconut is cleverly opened, and the sweet coconut milk is the best base for the soup. Fresh chicken and various after the medicinal materials are carefully selected, they are put into the coconut milk and then simmered together with the coconut shell. The soup stewed in this way not only has the sweetness of coconut, but also incorporates the deliciousness of chicken and the aroma of herbs. Every bite is the ultimate enjoyment for the taste buds. Now that he has arrived at this old restaurant, how could Zhou Ming not try the signature coconut chicken soup? Boy, what do you want to eat? After only about 10 minutes, a spot finally became available. Zhou Ming sat down and looked up at his aunt, smiled and said, "Just have the signature coconut chicken soup." "No problem. 1 serving of coconut chicken soup." The aunt wrote Zhou Ming's seat number and what he wanted to eat in the book, turned around and left the place quickly and shouted to the kitchen, "Hey, I heard that Lao Chen's son is getting married." "No, there are people who want his son's thing that can't be held up by mud." "Sister-in-law, where should we go to play later?" "Hey, what do you think?" There was a burst of noisy discussion all around. However, Zhou Ming looked at the man and woman sitting next to him, with a look of sweat on his face. Tisk tisk, the drama of the aunt taking over? I'm so envious. No, it's really hateful. Zhou Ming shook his head and ignored it. Instead, he began to observe the environment in the store. He did not forget the purpose of his visit. The mottled walls are full of traces of time. Soon, Zhou Ming frowned. He discovered that the circuits in the store were all exposed, and they seemed to be quite aged. There are a few connection points that are not solid and the threads are loose. They are all wrapped together with black insulating tape. "Boss, your coconut chicken soup." "Okay." Zhou Ming came to his senses and nodded, took the coconut chicken soup that his aunt brought to the table and drank it. It tastes sweet, refreshing and delicate, and the rich coconut aroma hits your face. The chicken is tender, and the sauce has a rich texture that is endlessly memorable. It's really good. After quickly solving the problem, Zhou Ming nodded with satisfaction, then paid and left. But he did not stay away. Instead, he stopped on the roadside not far away, took out his mobile phone and called the fire brigade. "Hey, this is 119. Do you need any help? Hello, I want to report a coconut chicken shop with aging circuits and the risk of catching fire at any time. Okay, please provide your detailed address. Dongfang Road." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming turned his head and glanced at the coconut chicken shop, which was still crowded, and muttered, "Boss, don't blame me. This really can't be blamed on him. Although this will bring certain losses to the boss, it is better than waiting until a fire breaks out at night and is burned to death, right? It can only be said that the boss is destined to meet a noble person like him for help." What's next? That's right, Bitcoin. Hurry up and sell your Bitcoins, enter the stock market, and buy that pioneer technology stock. Wait a minute, there are also bags from number 3, Zhongshan First Road. Since the information has been given out, it may have something to do with me. Why should I go and have a look? Zhou Ming took a taxi without stopping and headed to number 3 Zhongshan First Road. At most, it just takes a little more time, no big deal. And it happens that Dongfeng Road is not very far from here, so it's just along the way. Half an hour later, number 3 Zhongshan First Road, under the trees on the sidewalk next to the street, found it. Looking at the purple bag in his hand, Zhou Ming smiled. There is a GG trademark on the bag. It is obviously a Gucci bag, which is considered one of the luxury goods. Zhou Ming only knew about these luxury goods because of his ex-wife Li Lu, a gold digger. I simply opened the bag and rummaged around. In addition to the 50,000 yuan mentioned in the intelligence, there were also some female cosmetics, business cards, bank cards, etc. Zhou Ming didn't think about pocketing the 50,000 yuan. After all, he already had more than 400,000 worth of bitcoins in his hands, so he didn't care about it. I looked at the business card, Youku Clothing, MOU, contact number 153. Youku Clothing. Oh, I didn't expect that she is actually a rich woman. Did the system know that he was poor and specially sent a rich woman to support him? I bother. Are you kidding me? I have a cheat now and need others to take care of me? Wealth Blossoms requests to add friends? Who wants a waist thicker than a bucket? The flower language of the steel ball, tolerance, wealth? When Zhou Ming thought of that astonishing scene, he couldn't help but trembled all over. Can't afford it. Zhou Ming took out his mobile phone and dialed the number on the business card. Dudu, hello? Who is this? The next second, a charming sister's voice came from the other end of the phone, which rekindled Zhou Ming's hope. Is this Miss MOU? Zhou Ming asked calmly. I am, MOU said doubtfully. Who are you? What do you want from me? It's like this. I just picked up your bag here. Are you free to come and get it? Zhou Ming explained. Ah, thank you. MOU's tone immediately became excited. Yes, where are you now? Zhou Ming didn't even think about it. Number 3 Zhongshan Road. I'll wait for you here. Okay, just wait for me for a moment, I'll be right over. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Zhou Ming didn't pay attention. He went to the canteen nearby and bought a bottle of mineral water and drank it. Squeak! In less than 10 minutes, a white BMW X5 came quickly and stopped on the side of the road. Then a mature beauty got out of the car. This made Zhou Ming's eyes widen suddenly and he was stunned. This is definitely a top-notch young woman. A long yellow dress tightly hugged her plump and amazing figure, and she walked swaying, making people sway. As expected of the boss of a clothing company, his temperament is just different. Zhou Ming felt something in his mind. The young woman quickly came to him, and a nice smell of perfume hit her face. It was a light fragrance, a very high-end perfume, fragrant but not greasy. The young woman showed a mature and charming smile. Sir, you found my bag. She looked at Zhou Ming with her beautiful eyes. Although Zhou Ming had gained a lot of weight, he was still very handsome. And when he went out this morning, he specially dressed up, and he vaguely looked like he was when he was young. Coupled with his moral character of returning the wallet he found, MOU still had a very good impression of him. She knows that she has 50,000 yuan in her bag, and Gucci bags can also be bought secondhand for 20,000 yuan. This is nothing to her, but it is different for most people. Even if someone picked up her bag, they might not return it to her. So she saw something different in Zhou Ming. Are you Miss MOU? Zhou Ming smiled slightly and handed over the bag in his hand. Look at the contents for yourself. Don't come to me if you lose something. There was a USB flash drive containing company information in the bag. I lost it and it made me very anxious. MOU took the bag, and their fingers accidentally touched. Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment. The other party's full, soft and smooth fingers reminded him of a certain scene. The young woman was too touching, and the mere touch of her fingers actually made Zhou Ming, who had always been in a calm mood, feel feel a little out of sorts. Of course, he was quickly suppressed by Zhou Ming. At this time, Mou opened his bag and found the USB flash drive. His face suddenly relaxed and he thanked Zhou Ming. "Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done. No wonder I was so anxious on the phone just now. It turns out that's the case." Zhou Ming didn't say much about this. He glanced at the young woman and said, "Okay, I'll return the things to you and I'll leave." Wait a moment. Just as Zhou Mingyang was about to turn around and leave, the young woman Mou stopped him, reached out to open her bag and took out a stack of money. "It should be 10,000. I don't know how to thank you. This money is not much, so I can treat it as your hard work." Zhou Ming did not refuse, but he also did not accept the money. "Haha, I don't need the money anymore. Why don't you treat me to a meal when you have time?" "Okay, well." Just saying this casually, Zhou Ming did not expect that this beautiful young woman would actually agree. Mo Yu thought for a moment and said, "But it won't work in these 2 days. The company has something to deal with. Then add WeChat first." Zhou Ming said with a smile, but in fact his attitude was relatively free and easy. "It is not really necessary to add it. It doesn't matter whether you add it or not." Okay. Soon, the two of them joined in, and Mo Yu hurriedly got in the car and drove away because he had something to do next. Zhou Ming did not leave, but opened her circle of friends immediately. It's a pity that the other party only displayed it for nearly 3 days and was blank. Diddy at this moment, a message pop-up window appeared on the screen, which was sent by the landlord. "Lao Zhou, you want to check out? Why do you want to check out suddenly? You didn't even tell me when you moved. Your wife has taken away all the valuables, leaving only clothes, some daily necessities, and a bunch of waste. She just told me to return the 10,000 yuan deposit to her. I felt something was wrong, so I ask you what's going on." Zhou Ming clicked it and his brows suddenly knitted together. "Ma da, that woman Li Lu is so cruel. Checked out without even saying hello? And took away my valuables? But I don't seem to have any valuables, and all the money was spent on Li Lu. Now Li Lu not only took those things, but now she also wants the 10,000 yuan deposit? Of course Zhou Ming will not let her get what she wants. Zhou Ming WeChat landlord, we are getting divorced today. Ah, what's going on? Didn't I think you and your wife were doing well before? Don't mention it. This prodigal woman has ruined all my money just to buy bags and clothes. Now she thinks I'm unemployed and thinks I can't support her, so she wants a divorce." I simply agreed. I really didn't realize that Li Lu is such a material woman. She is just trash. How dare you come to me to ask for money? Bah, bro, I support you. Transfer 10,000 yuan. The deposit has been transferred to you, but what about the remaining items in your room? Let's do this. I'll give you 500, and you can help me find someone to help clean it up. Forget about the money, you have been renting it for many years. The things in the house that the cleaners will ask for will be treated as the cost of collecting garbage. The landlord refused to accept 500 yuan. "Thanks then. I'll treat you to dinner another day when I'm free." Zhou Ming felt that this landlord was good, and as a wealthy man, he might be able to get in touch and help each other in the future. I exited the chat box and saw that the time was already past 17 o'clock. There is no going back to the house in Jinyuan community. The computers have been taken away, so there is no point in going back. And there was nothing special in that old computer. It had been used for nearly 5 years and it was stuck even when playing LOL. It was not a pity at all. The most important thing now is to cash out the bitcoins in your hands, and then see if you can follow the position into Zinfin Technology stock and make a small profit. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming turned on his mobile phone and checked and found that there was a computer city not far away. He opened the navigation and walked quickly. Ring ring ring. At this time, a phone rang. Zhou Ming frowned and glanced at Li Lu's call. "Zhou Ming, you bastard, are you talking to the dog landlord?" The next second, Li Lu's fierce yelling came from the phone, "Hurry up and give me the 10,000 yuan deposit." Just now she received a message from her landlord, saying that the money had been given to Zhou Ming. This time she was really angry. You must know that she only found more than 1,000 yuan after searching carefully at home last night. Moreover, the broken computer was sold for less than 500 yuan. How could this make her not angry? In her mind, the money should be hers. Why should Zhou Ming take it? "Are you out of your mind or flooded?" Zhou Ming said with disdain. "I gave you the deposit, why should I give it to you? If you pay me back all the money I've given you over the years, I can consider it." "You're dreaming," Li Lu said angrily. "The little money you have is not even enough to buy a bag. Over the years, I have only dared to buy bags worth less than 10,000 yuan. Isn't it because you, a useless man, can't make money? If you try your best, I won't divorce you." Zhou Ming's face darkened when he heard Li Lu's matter-of-fact tone, and he said coldly, "Li Lu, don't be so shameless. Why didn't I realize before that you were actually a shrew?" Before the divorce, he was blindly tolerant to Li Lu, and his status in the family was extremely humble. Not to mention drinking, even smoking a cigarette requires a few curse words. Now that you are divorced, you still want me to give you a good look? Dream. Li Lu couldn't believe that Zhou Ming dared to talk to her like this, let alone scold her. Okay, are you already impatient with me? Tell me, are you seeing a woman outside? I'm too lazy to care about you. After saying that, Zhou Ming ignored her and hung up the phone directly. But it was obvious that Li Lu didn't want to let him go just like that, and started calling him frantically. Zhou Ming directly blocked him. My ears immediately became quiet. Soon, Zhou Ming came to the computer city and took a stroll. After several comparisons, he finally bought a Huawei laptop for 10,000 yuan, and then took a taxi back to the hotel. Not to mention, if the landlord hadn't refunded the 10,000 yuan deposit to me, I wouldn't be able to afford a computer now. Embarrassed. Of course, there are computers in internet cafes, but I want to buy and sell bitcoins. It's strange that those broken computers in internet cafes are safe. If something happened, I wouldn't have anywhere to cry. At this time, it was already 2000 hours in the evening. Zhou Ming did not stop after returning to the hotel, but quickly set up the computer on the desktop, and then began to look up relevant information about Bitcoin transactions. He knew about Bitcoin, but he didn't know how it was bought and sold. About half an hour later, after careful investigation, Zhou Ming also roughly understood the operation process and immediately started to implement it. He inserted the USB flash drive he found into the computer, and then transferred the Bitcoin inside to the computer. In fact, it is quite unsafe to put Bitcoins in a USB flash drive. In addition to accidentally losing it like Chen Wei, if the USB flash drive is damaged or attacked by hackers, the contents inside will be lost. And there is no way to trade in the USB flash drive. At the same time, Zhou Ming also downloaded a relatively safe and highly reputable trading platform. Register, login. The next step is simple, you just need to follow the platform's operating instructions to sell the Bitcoin. Of course, you can also trade privately or find other ways. But Zhou Ming didn't have the time to find someone to do business with, and he was easily deceived. He just tried it, and as soon as he entered those chat software, someone came to his door, and the purchase price was a little higher than what was on the market. He is not a young man just starting out. How can he be deceived so easily? But this was the first time he had done this. He was extremely nervous, his palms were sweaty, and he was cautious for fear of making mistakes. Ding, the postal savings bank card has received 430,000 yuan. After seeing the text message from the bank, Zhou Ming felt relieved, his face flushed with excitement, and his breathing became much faster. In the past, even winning a scratch-off ticket could make me excited for a long time, let alone now? This feeling of being knocked unconscious by a sudden windfall is so wonderful. Ha 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 ha, it's so cool. Now I finally have some funds. Steady, don't get excited, this is just the beginning. Humph, Li Lu, I hope you can be ambitious and don't kneel down and lick me. Phew. Zhou Ming took a deep breath, calmed himself down slowly, and then continued to download a stock software that he often used before on his computer. He did not forget that the first piece of information mentioned about Xinfan technology. This matter must be done quickly, who knows when the big banker behind it will take action. He didn't want to miss such a good thing. Zhou Ming still knows a little bit about stock trading. He is not as good as those veteran investors, but he is not a newbie either. Soon, Zhou Ming found the stock of Xinfan technology. After some observation, he found that the stock price has been falling recently, and it is very likely that the big bookmakers behind it are already operating. The purpose is simple, just to smash the market. First, the price of the stock is brought down, then the stock is purchased aggressively, and then the stock is sold at a higher price. And it fell by 3.32% today. No, enter the market immediately when the market opens tomorrow morning. According to Zhou Ming's estimate, this is already the limit. Even if it falls again tomorrow, it won't fall much. The big bookmakers may want to take action, so he must hurry up. Moreover, the total shares of Xinfan Technology are 300 million. If I invest 430,000, there will be no splash, so it is absolutely safe. When other investors see the stock falling again and again, they will definitely not dare to buy it at this time. Those who are timid and afraid of losing more have already sold their holdings. Zhou Ming has to hurry up. If all the big dealers eat it up, how can he still play? The stock market opens at 9:30 a.m. Monday to Friday. Zhou Ming directly picked up his phone and set an alarm for 9 o'clock. Next, Zhou Ming carefully thought about what he did today, and then created a new note document to record some important things. For example, the young woman MOU who appeared in the information inexplicably, Xinfan Technology, the night market, the fitness powerhouse. Lock the password. These are all passwords to wealth, but they need to be sorted out carefully. The future is promising. Well, soon after doing this, Zhou Ming felt a deep sense of fatigue and couldn't help but stretch. He was really exhausted from running outside all day. My back hurts. But today is a new beginning for Zhou Ming, and he has made a lot of money without any effort. How about treating yourself well? It's been a long time since I've been there. It's time to relax. An hour later, it is a large and high-end foot bath center in Guangzhou. Sir, welcome. As soon as Zhou Ming came to the door, he was immediately greeted warmly by four beauties in hip-hugging skirts. Is it one? Yes. This is not the first time Zhou Ming has come here, so he is naturally familiar with the roads. But the last time I came here was a long time ago. Ever since I got married to Li Lu, how dare I come to a place like this? Sir, is there a technician you want? After Zhou Ming finished taking a shower and changed clothes, the beauty took him to a private room on the second floor. As he spoke, he handed over a tablet. The above are some information about technicians, you can choose from them. After careful auditions, Zhou Ming pointed to one of them and said, okay, let's just use this technician number 8. Okay, please wait a moment, I will arrange for her to come over right away. The beauty nodded, then turned, and left the private room. Tap tap tap. After a while, there was a sound of high heels in the corridor outside, and then in Zhou Ming's eyes, a young and beautiful beauty walked in and closed the door thoughtfully. Yes, not bad. She is much bigger than she looks in the photos, and her figure is nothing to say. Mini skirt, black stockings. Hello sir, what kind of set meal do you want? Zhou Ming looked at the pleasing beauty standing in front of him, smiled slightly and said, let's get a full body massage. Okay. Technician number 8 came to Zhou Ming, who was already lying down. First, his head and his soft hands began to move skillfully. I have to say, this method is really good. What's your name? Zhou Ming closed his eyes and enjoyed it, then spoke first to break the quiet environment. Chen Yating. Chen Yating responded with a smile. Yating? What a good name. Zhou Ming looked familiar and continued chatting, making the atmosphere in the room less dull. And Chen Yating was also very cooperative, telling almost everything she knew. Of course, all kinds of misery at home are inevitable. Soon, after the head was pressed, it was the hands' turn. But after Chen Yating finished pressing her palms, she put Zhou Ming's hands on her white thighs intentionally or unintentionally, and then began to lean over and press her arms. At this time her 36D came into play. Zhou Ming's big hand could just touch her. Even if he didn't understand, Chen Yating's massage was very impressive. Enjoy. It was no wonder that Zhou Ming fell in love with technician number 8. I already had a plan. The D of her 36 is playing a very good role. Zhou Ming's big hand could just touch him. Even if he didn't move, Chen Yating's massages were very satisfying. Enjoy. No wonder Zhou Ming fell in love with this technician number 8. It's been planned. Chen Yating didn't seem to feel anything about it, and she was still chatting with a sweet smile on her face. Of course, Zhou Ming is not the kind of old BT pervert. His big hands are not messy, he is just enjoying with his eyes closed. And you spend your money to relax and enjoy yourself. As long as she is moving, why should I move? But at this level, as a person who has been through it, I can still suppress the gun. Soon, it was the thigh's turn. Just when Zhou Ming was still unfinished, Chen Yating's smooth little hands would touch his faucet stick inadvertently every time. Is this okay? I can't hold it anymore. Xiao Nizai is not afraid of misfires. No, you're getting angry. After taking a quick look, Chen Yating's eyes widened significantly and she became nervous. Wow, so big? Fortunately, Zhou Ming is not an ordinary person, and he can still control this small move. Mr. Zhou, please lie down. Okay. After pressing the legs, it was the back's turn. Under Chen Yating's superb skills, Zhou Ming completely relaxed and fell asleep unknowingly. About 2 hours later, Zhou Ming was woken up. Mr. Zhou, your service has been completed. Do you need to add more time? Chen Yating stared at Zhou Ming with her big watery eyes, looking cute and full of expectation. As long as the customer's massage lasts longer, the commission will be greater. Of course Chen Yating has to argue with reason, otherwise she just betrayed her lust. Do you think it was for nothing? I just want to use some tricks to make you feel itchy. But Zhou Ming is not something that can be easily handled. How can they still want to deal with him with their small tricks as technicians? A bit tender. What? I can take you out with just 1 extra hour. Zhou Ming sat up straight, spoke frivolously, and said with a smile, you have such a good figure and are still young, you must be very expensive, right? Hearing this, Chen Yating's face turned red and she said with a smile, Mr. Zhou is joking. This is a regular place and we don't have those services. Spit. Another scumbag who wipes his mouth after eating. A waste of your thoughts. That's right. Zhou Ming took a deep look at Chen Yating, waved his hand and said, there's no need to add another clock, I have something else to do next. Okay. Chen Yating didn't bother too much, turned around and left here. It's really comfortable, we will help these poor women more in the future. After sleeping, Zhou Ming felt that the fatigue of the day was gone and his whole body felt much more relaxed. Comfortable. Gyelu. As soon as Zhou Ming stood up, his stomach growled dissatisfiedly. But this is normal. I didn't eat much as I was running around today, except for that meal of coconut chicken soup. After thinking for a while, Zhou Ming did not rush back to the hotel, but went straight to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor of Music City. The general category is quite rich, and there is also self-service fruit. Zhou Ming randomly took some things he wanted to eat, and left here after eating and drinking. A total of 888 was spent tonight. 7 days hotel. Well, that's not bad. The legs are really long. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. I'll go, there's new melons. Is the Certain Fish live streaming platform going to be in trouble? It was already past 11 o'clock when Zhou Ming came back, and he lay on the bed and played Douyin. When he reached middle age, Zhou Ming only had this interest. This is also the current situation of all young people. They can't fall asleep without playing Douyin before going to bed. But the more you brush, the more energetic you become, who knows? However, Zhou Ming was a bit miserable before the divorce. His ex-wife, that idiot Li Lu, wouldn't let him do anything, not even play games. Now he is much freer and feels better. Of course, Zhou Ming is also waiting for the arrival of 2400 hours. He wanted to verify whether his intelligence system was updated every night. Zhou Ming suddenly saw a piece of local news. The content was talking about the fire at the Coconut Chicken restaurant on Dongfeng Road. Fortunately, it was sealed off by the fire department in the afternoon, otherwise there would have been heavy casualties. The boss was also cursing at first, scolding the guy who reported his store bloody. But after hearing the news, I felt frightened and immediately changed my face. Tears of gratitude. And he sent a video of gratitude through his Douyin account, hoping to find me to thank him in person. Zhou Ming just smiled and didn't pay too much attention to this, and continued to the next article to see the beautiful young lady. Although he, Zhou Ming, was not a great saint, saving a life was better than building a 7-level pagoda. He just felt that he had done what he should do. If he wanted to demand something in return, he wouldn't just report it secretly behind his back. When the store caught fire, he immediately appeared with a fire extinguisher to save everyone. Wouldn't this make you look famous and become a celebrity at the same time? But Zhou Ming doesn't need it, he just wants a clear conscience. At this time, as the clock hands continued to cross, it was already 2400 hours midnight unknowingly. Ding, the daily information system will be updated soon. When this changing subtitle appeared in Zhou Ming's eyes, one piece of information after another began to emerge. 1. Lu Dong, the finance manager of Fenmei Advertising Company, will embezzle 1 million public funds tomorrow to reward female anchor Qiao Biluo, becoming the top brother on the list. 2. Because Chen Wei lost a Bitcoin USB flash drive, he went to the mistress's house angrily, while the beautiful wife Mou stayed alone in the empty boudoir. 3. Song Manny's boss changed and she was fired. 4. Your elementary school classmate Lin Hai is going to pick up a second-hand Audi A3 tomorrow. He has a mortgage and will show it off to you. 5. The pet dog raised by landlord Zhang Daidon's wife is lost and she is looking for it anxiously. The pet dog is driving in a van with another female dog. Video 6. A couple of men and women next door to the hotel are having a heated affair. Within 10 minutes, the man's wife will bring someone to catch the mistress. Knew it. The corners of Zhou Ming's mouth rose, and a smile appeared on his face. Daily information system is updated at 2400 hours in the evening. As for the rules of the intelligence information inside, he didn't know. This needs to be checked several times to verify. After all, this is the key to making a fortune in the future, so you can't be careless. 1. Lu Dong, the finance manager of Fenmei Advertising Company, will embezzle 1 million public funds tomorrow to reward female anchor Qiao Biluo, becoming the top brother on the list. Zhou Ming worked at Fenmei Advertising Company before he was fired. His status was lower than average, and he was fired just because he offended Lu Dong. Otherwise it wouldn't be so miserable. But it was a blessing in disguise. It made him see Li Lu's ugly face clearly. After the divorce, the world was brighter, which was great. Lu Dong is so brave. He dares to embezzle public funds. Just for this, she called female anchor Qiao Biluo, "Thank you boss, is the boss so generous?" No, Lu Dong must have fallen in love with her, just for one night. Zhou Ming took out his mobile phone and searched for Qiao Biluo. She did look pretty and was a voice actress. But in this era where beauty is popular, he can't guarantee what it will be like in reality. After thinking about it, Zhou Ming had no plans to report and retaliate against Lu Dong for the time being. Let's wait and see the show, maybe there will be a follow-up? 2. Because Chen Wei lost a Bitcoin USB flash drive, he went to the mistress's house angrily, while the beautiful wife Mou stayed alone in the empty boudoir. Mou, isn't she that beautiful young woman during the day? Zhou Ming's eyes suddenly widened and his jaw dropped in shock. Mou, isn't she that beautiful young woman during the day? Zhou Ming's eyes suddenly widened and his jaw dropped in shock. Is Chen Wei's wife Mou? What's the situation? How could a fat guy like Chen Wei be so lucky? But why did the system give me such unfair information? I'm not a plumbing or air conditioning repairman. This is too much, system. 3. Song Manny's boss was replaced by a female boss. On the first day, she offended her and fired her. Ha 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 ha, you really deserve it. After seeing this piece of information, Zhou Ming immediately showed a gloating smile and his mood became even better. 4. Your elementary school classmate Lin Hai is going to pick up a second-hand Audi A3 tomorrow. He has a mortgage and will show it off to you. Lin Hai? The one who always bullied me in elementary school? Zhou Ming shook his head and smiled disdainfully. That broken A3 just wants to show off in front of him, and he is still a second-hand mortgager. What is he thinking? If you stab him directly, how should you respond? 5. The pet dog raised by landlord John Dayton's wife is lost and she is looking for it anxiously. The pet dog is driving in a van with another female dog video? Is the system playing tricks on me? Another useless piece of information? Although he has a good relationship with his landlord John Dayton, there is no need to waste a piece of information like this. It's not that my brother won't help you, but the information is incomplete. How do I know where your dog is? Really good at playing. 6. A couple of men and women next door to the hotel are having a heated affair. Within 10 minutes, the man's wife will bring someone to catch the mistress. Boom. Damn stinky man, am I caught now? Ah, old wife, listen to my explanation. Just when Zhou Ming saw the 6th piece of information, there was already a fierce noise and fighting in the corridor outside the door. In response, Zhou Ming just smiled helplessly and did not think about going to watch the fun. After finishing playing Duyan, get ready to go to bed. After turning over. After thinking about it, Zhou Ming silently opened his circle of friends and edited an article, Divorced, the world is wide. Picture, 36D beauty washing feet, send. Ding dong. Soon, WeChat kept ringing. Brother, what's going on? Divorced. Congratulations, I've advised you a long time ago, that bitch Li Lu is not a good thing. Welcome back to the world of freedom. Come out for a drink. Zhou Ming picked up his phone and took a look. Many people sent messages, but he ignored them. It's been a tiring day, let's go to bed. Before Zhou's mother could reply, Zhou Ming had already turned off the mute, put down his phone, and quickly fell asleep. The other side, apartment. In the living room, Li Lu was sitting in his sexy white lace suspender pajamas with a very ugly face. What are you crazy about? At the door of the bathroom, Xiang Mani, who had just taken a shower, walked out in loose clothes, with her big white legs exposed to the air. It trembled and trembled when I walked, and 2 points were clearly visible. It's so dangerous, it seems like it will fall at any time. He sat down next to Li Lu. What happened? Li Lu angrily said, it's all because of that bastard Zhou Ming. The 10,000 yuan deposit that was originally with the landlord belonged to me. It was just enough to buy a bag that I had my eye on when I visited the LV store today. It turns out that damn landlord gave my money to Zhou Ming. I was so angry. After hearing this, Xiang Mani shook her head helplessly. Forget it, Zhou Ming originally rented the house, so don't worry about it. When you catch the golden turtle, won't it be easy to get a bag? I was even more miserable today. A new female leader came in and fired me without saying a word. Li Lu said with a nonchalant look, Tisk, what's the point? As a woman, why do you have to go to work? Otherwise, what is the purpose of having a man? I told you to quit your job a long time ago. This is great. Xiang Mani shook her head and said nothing. She stood up and walked to the room. Sleep. Do you think she doesn't want a rich man on the list? As long as she hooks up with her now, there will definitely be a bunch of men for him to choose from. But her standards are not low. She doesn't look down on ordinary men, and none of these men are rich, and the attitude of those rich people towards her is just for fun, not to find a wife, which makes her very sad. I'm actually still a pure girl, I'm not as slutty as you think. Sleep. Li Lu also went back to her room and lay down, and opened her WeChat moments to post. But the first time she saw Zhou Mingfa's circle of friends and accompanying pictures, she instantly became furious. His face turned red with anger. Why do you live so freely once you get divorced? Li Lu immediately called Zhou Ming on WeChat, but no one answered again and again. This made her even more angry, and she felt inexplicably irritable. The next day, 7 Days Hotel. Ring. As a noisy bell rang, Zhou Ming, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes, stretched out while looking at the already high sun outside. After relaxing last night, I slept comfortably, but he quickly got into fighting mode. Stock. Zhou Ming got dressed, brushed his teeth and washed his face quickly, then turned on his computer and changed his stock software password, and then transferred the 400,000 yuan in his bank card. As for the remaining 30,000 yuan, he did not touch it and kept it for emergencies. If I spend all this money to buy stocks later, I don't know when I will be able to make a profit. If you need money urgently, it will be embarrassing if you are penniless. It has been 10 minutes since I finished all this. Zhou Ming took a look at the fact that there was still some time before the stock market opened, so he called the hotel and asked the hotel to send a breakfast. Tuck, coming. Soon, after hearing the knock on the door, Zhou Ming stood up and came to the door. He took the breakfast from the hotel waiter and said with a smile, Thank you, you're welcome, please take your time. The waiter responded politely, turned around and left. Zhou Ming also went back inside and stared at the computer while eating breakfast, waiting for the stock market to open. 9:30. When the time came, Zhou Ming immediately began to refresh the stock price of Zinfin Technology. Green. It's down. However, Zhou Ming did not wait any longer, but quickly bought 400,000 yuan, 1.25 yuan per share, 3,200 lots in total. Get it all in less than 5 minutes. Done. Looking at the stocks in his hands, Zhou Ming had a smile on his face, and his tense nerves relaxed a lot. Next, just wait for the price to rise. 10 o'clock, a smile appeared on Zhou Ming's lips. At this time, the stock of Zinfin Technology finally stopped its downward trend and began to rise. It's just a tiny bit, but it's a good sign. Ding dong ding dong. At this time, the WeChat text message ringtone kept ringing. Zhou Ming opened it and saw that it was several stock groups he had joined last night. Most of them are newcomers or low-end investors, and only a few are senior investors and big guys. They are the best informed. Good news, Zinfin Technology and Rice Technology have reached an internal strategic cooperation. Then there will be a surge. Brothers, hurry up and rush. Let me go. Is the boss really fake? Don't lie to me. TCH, believe it or not, I'll get it right away. Bye. Several WeChat groups are the same, with people sending similar related messages one after another. It is obvious that the bankers have finished buying low and started to encourage retail investors to enter the market. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled slightly. Haha, leaks have begun to enter the scene. Zhou Ming did not make any comments in the group. For now, he just needs to keep silent and make a fortune. The opportunity to be a saint should be left to others. What are you going to do next? Zhou Ming muttered and then closed the computer. He didn't need to do anything else about the stock, he just waited to receive the money. With systematic help, he doesn't need to worry about making money, because it won't take long for him to be rich, and it's only a matter of time before he becomes a billionaire. Now he should focus on other aspects, such as investing in himself. It must be decorated. Although he is 185 and has very regular facial features, with his current slightly overweight body, it is still a bit difficult to attract beautiful women and young women. Moreover, he often worked overtime and socialized in the past few years, which caused his physical strength to continue to decline. For the sake of my future happiness, I have to train myself well no matter what. The body is important. After thinking about it, Zhou Ming first changed into a set of sportswear, picked up his mobile phone, and then went out and went straight to the gym. Half an hour later, Powerhouse. It is known as the largest gym in the local area. It has a majestic appearance and a high-end atmosphere at first glance. Going up to the second floor, you can see at a glance that there are all kinds of fitness facilities, and they are all top brands and models. Treadmills, spinning bikes, strength training machines and other equipment are neatly arranged in various areas, and each one has been carefully selected and debugged to ensure the best exercise effect. In addition, the gym is also equipped with advanced air purification systems and constant temperature equipment to ensure that members can enjoy a comfortable environment when exercising. There are also bathrooms, locker rooms, saunas. In a corner of the gym, there is also a professional personal training area. The environment here is more private and quiet, providing members with personalized exercise guidance. Although it is almost noon, there are still many people exercising inside, beauties wearing sexy tights, muscular men with well-developed chest muscles, all sweating. In this regard, Zhou Ming nodded with satisfaction. This kind of place is in line with his personality. This is a membership system and ordinary people cannot enter. Moreover, most of the people who come to exercise in places like this are beautiful women, rich women, and young women. Not only can you feast your eyes on it, there are many things to do. Of course, Zhou Ming's current goal is very clear: exercise. Roll the iron. Hello, would you like to apply for a card? Zhou Ming made a rough observation, went directly to the front desk, glanced at the sweet young lady, nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, get me a membership card." "Okay." The beautiful lady responded quickly. "By the way, I don't know much about fitness. Could you please help me arrange a personal trainer?" Zhou Ming continued. Personal trainer. The beautiful young lady's eyes lit up, and her heart was filled with joy. She likes this kind of customers very much, without any sloppiness, and she can also get a commission. This outfit doesn't look like a rich person. Is it a hidden rich man? Successful people? Thinking of this, the beautiful young lady became even more enthusiastic. "Yes, if you want a girl, you must have a good figure and be beautiful," Zhou Ming said bluntly. He is not afraid of being expensive, but he is afraid that it is not beautiful enough. Not to mention anything else, at least I feel comfortable looking at it. Hearing this, the beautiful lady smiled even more. "Okay, Mr. Zhou, I will make arrangements for you immediately. Hold on." Tap tap tap. After a while, Zhou Ming saw his beautiful personal trainer, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The face is very delicate, the fair skin is breakable, and the flat belly without any fat is exposed. There's nothing to say about the figure. It's curved forward and backward, and it's very big. Although it's not as good as 36D, at least it can't be held by one hand. He is only half a head shorter than Zhou Ming, and his lower body is wearing a pair of purple yoga pants that are looming, making people think. Satisfied? Zhou Ming was of course quite satisfied. With a beautiful personal trainer, he has the motivation to exercise. Hello, my name is Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner showed a sweet smile on her face and extended her hand generously. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming held her hand calmly, smiled and nodded. Very soft and slippery. Lin Weiner looked at Zhou Ming, and her eyes became a lot brighter. Such a tall and handsome guy was rarely seen. It's just a little bit fatter, which is a pity. So she joked, with Mr. Zhou's good looks and weight loss through exercise, he is definitely a killer of young women. Haha, Miss Lin is really good at joking. Zhou Ming shook his head and said with a smile, but I have indeed gained a lot of weight recently, otherwise I wouldn't come to the gym. Please take good care of me from now on. No problem. Just call me Warner. Lin Warner asked, has Mr. Zhou been exposed to this before? No. Then let's go to the private school over there and I'll teach you slowly. Okay. Following Lin Warner, Zhou Ming came to the relatively quiet private area inside. Because it was noon, there weren't many people there at the moment. Lin Warner first taught him some basic warm-up exercises, then squats, push UPS, pull UPS and so on. Mr. Zhou, your posture is wrong. Your legs should be lowered a little and your chest should be straight. As soon as Zhou Ming finished doing a squat, Lin Warner, who was watching from the side, immediately began to correct her. How about Warner show me a standard? Zhou Ming stood up and said with a slight smile. Lin Warner pondered for a while and did not refuse. Okay, you have to be optimistic. After saying that, he started doing it in front of Zhou Ming. Place your hands, spread your legs slightly, lift your chest and hips, and then slowly squat down. Zhou Ming looked sideways, and with his height advantage, he could get a clear view. Very dark and white. And as Lin Warner slowly squatted down, her peach buttocks under her yoga pants continued to shrink. Beautiful, so beautiful. Yeah, so elegant. This figure is not inferior to ordinary dancers. Warner, have you learned dancing before? Zhou Ming said this out of nowhere. Yes, how do you know? Lin Weiner stood up and responded. Haha, just asking. Zhou Mingxiao said, as beautiful as you are, with such a good figure, your boyfriend must be very happy. Lin Warner's face turned red, she rolled her eyes at Zhou Ming and said, I don't have a boyfriend, so don't talk nonsense. Oh? Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. No boyfriend? That's such a shame. Young poor man, did you see clearly just now? That's too clear. Then shall we continue? Okay. Half an hour later. Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with me? Satisfied, satisfied. Then my class. No problem, I bought it. Zhou Ming makes money now like printing money, and spending money is a pleasure. He directly bought 68 fitness classes from this personal trainer, totaling 30,000 yuan, and directly became a senior member of the gym. However, Zhou Ming did not give the money directly, but only gave a deposit of 2,000 yuan, and the remaining 3 days were to be paid. He said he wanted to try it first to see if he was satisfied with it. The personal trainer Lei Mei did not refuse, but said that this is what she should do. An hour later, Zhou Ming, who was already sweating profusely, ended today's fitness exercise. Very tired, but in a good mood, very comfortable. After bidding farewell to Lin Warner, Zhou Ming went directly to the shower room in the gym to briefly rinse the sweat off his body, and then left. I took out my phone to check it, found the nearest high-end restaurant and walked over quickly. Only a short hour was enough to make him faint from hunger. Bring me a steak, roast leg of lamb, and a salad. The restaurant was on the second floor, near the window. Zhou Ming put down the menu in his hand and handed it to the waiter. Okay, please wait a moment. Now Zhou Ming feels like he can eat a cow. Just after a workout, it's time to get some protein. If you eat more and exercise more diligently, your metabolism will speed up and your body will naturally become stronger. As for those protein powders, muscle-building powders, etc., they are all clouds. Anyway, Zhou Ming is doing them for physical strength, not for good-looking muscles. I picked up my phone and opened the stock software and took a look. It rose to 5% so quickly. I made 20,000 yuan in a blink of an eye. It's so fast. Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and at the same time there was a strange color in his expression. If you had a few million or 10 million, wouldn't you earn more? And this is just the beginning. As a human being, you should not be too greedy. Zhou Ming shook his head and put aside this idea. Anyway, he had a system and it would be easy to make money in the future. Why should he care about this little bit? Then I exited the stock software, opened WeChat and took a look, but there was no special information, and then clicked on Moments. The first thing that caught my eye was the action of the beautiful young woman Mo Yufa. There is no copy, just a photo of a green potted plant, placed alone on the balcony, with the setting sun in the background. Seeing this, Zhou Ming thought for a moment, then opened MOU's chat box and entered, in a bad mood, Sir, your steak, leg of lamb, and vegetable salad. At this time, the waiter came over with the dishes. Zhou Ming nodded slightly and said, "Okay, just put it on the table." "Okay, sir, do you need anything else?" "No need, thank you." "You're welcome. Call me if you need anything." Soon, the waiter walked away. Zhou Ming put down the phone in his hand and started enjoying it. The other side, Mou, who was in a bad mood, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he saw Zhou Ming's message on WeChat. My heart seemed to be hit. At this time, Mou was lying on the bed, wearing a silk nightgown. The silk skirt clung to her body, highlighting her plump peaches. A pair of white calves and white feet were waving and kicking in the air. Looking at Zhou Ming's message on WeChat, I felt very puzzled. I was really in a bad mood because of my husband's problems. It could be said that it was very bad, but how did he know? Since adding WeChat yesterday, the two of them haven't chatted yet. After thinking briefly, Mou replied with a message. "Yeah, I'm in a bad mood, but how do you know?" Zhou Ming, who was eating steak, heard his cell phone ringing, and a smile appeared on his lips when he saw the message. "Because I can tell fortunes. I just made a calculation on a whim and knew you were unhappy, so I wanted to help you solve your problems." "I believe it," rolls eyes. "Why don't you tell me why I'm unhappy?" "It must be my husband's business." "Wrong, now it's exposed. He also said he could tell fortunes." Sure enough, men's mouths are all lies. Although he said that, Mou was actually surprised that Zhou Ming guessed it right. "Are you so free?" Zhou Ming sent a photo of him sweating during a workout. "I just finished my workout and it's time to eat." "So hard work. Alone, what else?" "I'm still looking forward to Miss Mo's feast." Covering his mouth and laughing, "That's a good idea." "Okay, I still have work to do. I'll talk about it when I have time." "Okay." Soon, the two ended their chat. At this time, Mou was zooming in on Zhou Ming's photo and looked at it a few more times. At the same time, she became a little more interested in this man she met by chance, and then clicked on his circle of friends. Divorced? When she saw Zhou Ming's latest update, Mou's face showed a clear expression of surprise, which ignited her desire for gossip. She just couldn't help but want to ask. Then she shook her head with a wry smile and said, "So why not myself?" There was also a relationship problem between her and her husband Chen Wei, and the two of them had already slept in separate rooms, and even took her savings to run his mining company. It was the same this time. He even teamed up with his company's financial cousin to misappropriate his own money to fill the loopholes of his mining company, which caused problems in the operation of her clothing company. Mou suspected that the two of them were having an affair, but there was no evidence. But what puzzled her was that Chen Wei was obviously not good at that, and the two of them had only lived together as a couple since they got married. How did he manage his company's finances? In short, she is very anxious now. She has to deal with matters between her husband and wife, and at the same time, she has to find ways to fill the company's financial gap. Very distressed, Mou reached out and rubbed his swollen temples. At the same time, dining room. Zhou Ming, who was sitting in the seat, wiped his mouth with a napkin, with a look of satisfaction on his face. He was finally alive and almost didn't starve to death. Waiter. After looking down at his phone and seeing no special message, Zhou Ming waved the waiter over. "Sir, what can I do?" "Yes, pay the bill." Zhou Ming nodded and said, "And pack a cup of coffee for me." "Okay, your total consumption this time is 432. After Zhou Ming opened WeChat and scanned the QR code to pay, he left with the packaged coffee. He stood on the side of the road and looked around before walking towards a barber shop not far away. Now that you have decided to start changing yourself, you must implement it to the end, and you must start from top to bottom. Having a handsome face is not enough, your hairstyle must also be in place. My hair hasn't been trimmed for a while, so it's time to cut it. Hello, welcome. As soon as he entered the store, a beautiful lady came over with a smile on her face. "Would you like a haircut?" The store is very large, with 2 floors. The minimalist decoration looks very clean under the lighting, which is eye-catching and very comfortable. "Find a skilled Tony to give me a new hairstyle." Zhou Ming looked around and said in a calm tone, "It must be the best. If you are not satisfied, I will compensate you." He didn't want some rookie Tony doing his hair. The beautiful lady smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely arrange for you the best teacher Tony in our store." "Then let's go up to the 2nd floor and wash your hair first." "Good." Zhou Ming nodded and followed the young lady upstairs. It took more than an hour to do the hair, and a complete set of washing, cutting and blow-drying cost a total of 588 yuan. Zhou Ming was quite satisfied with the final result. Zhou Ming looked at the pompadour's hairstyle in front of the mirror. The hair was matched with hair wax and hair gel, with a neat dividing line. It was side-parted and combed to one side. Under the styling, the pompadour had a little more styling like a back hair, and more. A sense of loose and casual mediocrity. Paired with his beard, he looked so mature and charming. His appearance suddenly rose from an ordinary uncle to a slightly handsome one. I took the time to look at the stocks. Wow, you don't know this by looking at it, you're shocked when you look at it. Currently, the stock of Zinfin Technology has reached its daily limit, reaching an astonishing 9.99%. For Zhou Ming, it was equivalent to earning 40,000 yuan effortlessly in less than a day. If this could continue, wouldn't 40,000 yuan a day take off? Of course, this is unrealistic. Zhou Ming knows that this phenomenon will not last long, but it is enough to make a fortune. Some people are happy and some are worried. I guess those retail investors who sold their stocks because of the sharp decline of Zinfin Technology are now hiding in bed and crying, right? Next, let's go buy a few sets of clothes. As the saying goes, a man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. You must dress yourself up from top to bottom, inside and out. Men must be kind to themselves and love themselves. If you don't cherish yourself, let alone others? In the past few years of marriage, I rarely bought clothes because of my ex-wife Li Lu. If I did buy them, they would be from roadside stalls. Unlike Li Lu, who would buy hundreds or even thousands of clothes every few days and fill the wardrobe. He often said that he had no clothes to wear. Moreover, he was frugal, not for Li Lu, but for this family, but in the end it wasn't. Forget it, let him let the bad things go. The man who was wiped out by life, the tall and handsome male god he once was, is coming back. Soon, Zhou Ming arrived at a nearby large shopping mall. After shopping around, he chose the high-end men's suit brand Single Bird. Those that are too low-end are not suitable for me, and those that are too high-end are currently unaffordable for me. In the end, I decided on the brand Single Bird that is more suitable for me at the moment. Moreover, theirs can be regarded as a benchmark in the industry, leading a generation of trends, not to mention quality. Sir, do you want to buy some clothes? When a sharp-eyed shopping guide saw the tall Zhou Ming standing at the door, her eyes lit up and she came over. Sir, do you want to buy some clothes? When a sharp-eyed shopping guide saw the tall Zhou Ming standing at the door, her eyes lit up and she came over. I want to buy some of the latest suits. Zhou Ming looked at the shopping guide in front of him who was wearing a hip-hugging skirt and black stockings. He nodded and said, I want leather shoes, ties, and everything. Hearing this, the shopping guide's eyes lit up. Oh, here comes the big employer again. Without saying anything, she enthusiastically led Zhou Ming inside, and took out several sets of beautiful suits and explained them one by one. Sir, what do you think of these sets? What color do you like? If you don't like it, there are some over here. Let me try them all. These colors are all good. Okay, the fitting room is over there. If you need anything, ask. Zhou Ming stopped by to pick out leather shoes and a tie, and then tried on each of these suits. Looking at himself in a brand new suit in the full-length mirror, Zhou Ming's lips raised. Although I have a belly, I cannot return to the youthful, sunny, and handsome look of my youth. But to match this mature charm, there is another kind of mature handsomeness. With a height of 185 centimeters, he is like a walking clothes hanger. Putting on this suit, the whole person's temperament has been improved by more than one level. Not only is he more handsome, but he is also much calmer, killing all the little talents in an instant. Okay, just these two suits, and the one I'm wearing, wrap them up for me, and don't need the others. Zhou Ming pointed to the two suits that suit him best. Help me with the clothes inside. Throw it away? The shopping guide smiled broadly and said, okay, how much is the total? In front of the checkout counter, Zhou Ming, who was wearing a black suit, had a gentle smile on his face, which made the cashier slightly stunned. Exactly 10,000 yuan. The cashier came to his senses and responded quickly. Zhou Ming took out the WeChat QR code with a nonchalant look, paid the 10,000 yuan readily, then picked up the other two already packaged suits and left them all. Ding, at this time, WeChat sent messages continuously. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Ming heard that you are divorced. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Let me tell you how lucky you are to marry such a beautiful wife like Li Lu. It turns out to be a little fairy? Sarcastic expression. Don't be sad, let me tell you some good news. My buddy recently bought an Audi with full payment. Come out for a drink. Zhou Ming looked at the message sent by his elementary school classmate Lin Hai on WeChat. This kid really dares to show off. Direct reply, it's just an Audi A3. What's there to show off? It's still a mortgage, and you have the nerve to ask for the full payment? Where's your face? Sarcastic expression. The next second, Lin Hai said, I'm the clown myself. How did you know? Don't embarrass yourself by coming out and go to bed quickly. Zhou Ming put down his phone and ignored Lin Hai, the clown. But Lin Hai had a dark face at this time and was picking at his feet in embarrassment. He originally planned to show off in front of Zhou Ming, but the result was disastrous. Who is it? Was it the turtle son who secretly told that guy Zhou Ming his information? Evening, 2000 hours, on the Waterside Spa Club. This is a more luxurious and top-notch foot massage center than the previous foot massage club. Zhou Ming stood at the door of the splendid club, smiled slightly, and walked in. I gave myself a sore back today when I was in the gym. I definitely need to relax in the evening. As soon as you step into the club, you feel like you have entered another world. The soft music and exquisite decoration are all eye-catching. At the same time, the warm lights create a warm and peaceful atmosphere for the entire space. The spa area is the essence of this place, making people forget to leave. As soon as you enter the door, there are 2 rows of long-legged beauties in mini skirts lined up neatly and loudly welcoming you. Who wouldn't be confused after hearing this? Let alone men. Absolutely love it. It's not that Zhou Ming doesn't want to go to Shui Linglong, it's that there is no comparison with this place. Although Chen Yiting is good, he deserves better. Sir, we are having an event here today. If you recharge 10,000 yuan, you will get 10,000 yuan, and you can directly become our senior VIP. Do you want it? When Zhou Ming came to his senses, a tall and beautiful woman came over and spoke softly. Zhou Ming thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay. There are not only massages, spas, and saunas, but also cafeterias, game rooms, entertainment halls, movie rooms, etc. You can find them all. And it's open 24 hours a day, so you can sleep here and even stay there without any problems. So Zhou Ming planned to stay here for a few more days, and after making a lot of money to buy a house, he said that since he was alone, there was no need to rent a house. Okay sir, let's go to the front desk to handle it. Zhou Ming followed the girl in the long-legged short skirt and twerking to the front desk. After completing the check-in, he was taken directly to the area specially prepared for VIPs, and there was also a private room. Do you think that is Zhou Ming? How is it possible that he, a loser like him, can dress so well? Is he worthy? At the door of the club, 2 young and beautiful women walked in arm. One of them happened to catch a glimpse of Zhou Ming's back walking upstairs, with a look of confusion on his face. These 2 people are Zhou Ming's ex-wife Li Lu and best friend Xiang Mani. This is a high-end place. Even if he wants to, he has to be rich, Li Lu said with disdain. But, it really looks like it, Xiang Mani whispered as she looked at the figure disappearing at the top of the stairs. Okay, can I still not recognize Zhou Ming when he looks so bad? Li Lu pulled Xiang Mani and walked quickly inside, urging, hurry up, I bought 2 massage and skincare discounts on Douyin. The package cost only 699 yuan, it has a time limit, and it also comes with a free spa treatment. Alright, Xiang Mani didn't worry too much about this, and followed Li Lu to the front desk, and then explained her purpose before being perfunctorily and reluctantly taken upstairs by the waiter, which was in sharp contrast to the respectful and enthusiastic attitude towards Zhou Ming. After Zhou Ming changed into the club's special bathrobe in the VIP room, he went straight to the spa area with a sign in his hand, and comfortably enjoyed a spa service arranged in advance. Before Zhou Ming's arrival, a dedicated person had conducted detailed consultation and assessment for him, and then the technician would help him formulate an exclusive spa treatment plan. Of course, for customers in the VIP room, the technicians are the best and most beautiful, especially the looming mini skirt and stockings, which makes people want to stop and enjoy double enjoyment. I'm hungry, let's go have a meal. After a spa treatment, Zhou Ming's stomach was already growling with hunger and he went straight to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Yes, the shrimp meat is so fresh. These oysters are also very fat. There were 2 large lobsters, abalone, some oysters, and salmon on the table. Zhou Ming couldn't wait to taste them and couldn't help but admire them. High-end places are different. Even the food inside is no worse than those in high-end restaurants outside. Bang bang, hey, are you blind? Who is this? Call your manager over. At this moment, a noisy female voice came to Zhou Ming's ears, breaking the original silence of the restaurant. Turning around, I saw 2 beautiful beauties in yukata on the aisle nearby who were stained. There was a waiter next to them who was constantly apologizing. It's really a narrow road between enemies. It was Li Lu and Xiang Mani who were scolding the waiter. Zhou Ming sneered, as expected of a shrew. He stood up and walked over, grabbing Li Lu's hand that wanted to slap the waiter. Li Lu, others didn't mean it, so don't make trouble here unreasonably. As he spoke, he turned to the waiter beside him and showed a gentle smile. You have nothing to do with me here. Let someone come and clean it up. Thank you, thank you. The waiter seemed to have received an amnesty, apologized again and left the place quickly. Li Lu and Li Lu were obviously stunned for a moment when they saw Zhou Ming, and they didn't react for a while. But soon the 2 came back to their senses, looked at each other and immediately realized that the person they just saw at the door was Zhou Ming. Although Zhou Ming was not wearing a suit at this time, he still couldn't hide his calm temperament, and he was in high spirits. He was completely different from before the divorce. It seems that he has become more handsome, but the more Li Lu thought about it, the angrier she became. She just couldn't bear to see Zhou Ming living so well and comfortably now. Why? Xiang Mani on the side also had a strange look in her eyes when she saw Zhou Ming. She didn't expect that he would look handsome after tidying up. Zhou Ming, do the things here have anything to do with you? Li Lu glared at Zhou Ming fiercely and said with disgust, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. We are all divorced, and you are still shameless. Follow me here? Shameless. The voice was very loud, for fear that others would not be able to hear it. Others who smelled the melon turned their heads and looked over, their faces full of curiosity. As for Xiang Mani, she didn't say anything and just stood aside silently. As a first-generation little fairy, it is absolutely impossible for her to engage in a fight with others in such a situation. She must maintain her elegance. It can be seen that she is very thoughtful. What if an acquaintance sees it and publicizes it? Does she want to catch rich people again? Li Lu, a second-generation little fairy, is different. She can't care about so much, just ignore him and scold him. Compared with Xiang Mani, she is far behind. Li Lu, you are so narcissistic. Zhou Ming almost laughed in anger. Would he follow her to get back together? Unless his brain was filled with water, it would be impossible for him to do such a thing. Li Lu folded her hands, raised her head proudly and said, "Isn't it? It was because I was blind that I married a piece of trash like you. I advise you not to be a toad and want to eat swan meat. That is impossible." Zhou Ming shook his head and said with a look of disdain, "Are you the one giving back the swan? Isn't it because the pheasant puts on the feathers of the peacock and thinks he has become a phoenix?" Puffed. As soon as these words came out, the people around me couldn't help laughing. "You," Li Lu pointed at Zhou Ming's nose, looking furious. "Okay, don't embarrass yourself here, okay?" Zhou Ming looked at her and said coldly, "Do you have to make it so clear for me? Since we got married, I want the two of us to have a family as soon as possible, work hard to make money, and give all the money to you. What happened? You just used my money to buy cosmetics, bags, and clothes, spending all my savings. Then you kicked me out because you thought I couldn't support you." Originally, Zhou Ming didn't want to do something so extreme, but he couldn't stand the aggressive Li Lu. "I'll give you a little face, so you can step on me so unscrupulously? How ridiculous." Tisk, 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 it turns out to be a little fairy. "You prodigal woman, whoever marries her will be unlucky for the rest of her life. Brother, we support you. She is very beautiful, but it's a pity that she is mentally retarded. She is a typical big-breasted and brainless person. Who would think of remarrying her like this? She's a real money-worshipping girl. She can probably be a wealthy man. Ha 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 ha." Before Li Lu could explode, there was a burst of sarcastic sounds from around her, and everyone looked at her with contempt. In an instant, she went from being a high-ranking fairy to being the target of public criticism. "Forget it, Lulu, let's go." Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiang Mani quickly turned around and left the place with the unconvinced Li Lu, not daring to stay. Very embarrassed. Now it is obvious that the wind is going in the wrong direction. If the trouble continues, it will definitely be the two of them who suffer. Zhou Ming looked at the backs of the two people leaving, his face was quite calm, and he looked at everyone and said apologetically, "I've disturbed everyone, please continue." Several middle-aged men congratulated Zhou Ming, welcome brothers to be single again and get out of prison. "Yes, it's great to be divorced. It's free and refreshing." Zhou Ming smiled and thanked. At this time, he had almost eaten, so Zhou Ming did not stay here too much. He returned to the VIP room and lay on the bed, and then hired a beautiful technician to wash his feet and massage his feet. The technician was dressed very sexy, especially when he bent down to wash his feet. The beautiful scenery was unobstructed. Ding! Just when Zhou Ming was feeling comfortable and about to fall asleep, his phone rang again. It was from Lin Wanner's personal trainer. Zhou Ming only added WeChat after he finished exercising at noon, so that it would be easier for the two of them to communicate. In a sexy photo, she is lying on the bed wearing a black lace suspender pajamas, her long white legs intertwined, revealing half of her beautiful face. "Get ready for bed." Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhou Ming's lips, and his heart was like a mirror. The two of them were not that familiar. The reason why Lin Wanner posted such photos was simply because she was afraid that she would run away after a few classes, and she wanted to use this to tie herself up. But he is not so easily manipulated. "Coach, do you go to bed so early? Go to bed early and get up early to have a good body. Have you followed my instructions to do stretching exercises?" "Yes, how dare I not do what the coach tells me to do? But coach, I always feel like something is missing when you are not with me." "You talkative. You go to bed early and get up early tomorrow to exercise. I'll wait for you in the gym." "Okay, I'll try my best." It's not that you try your best, but that you must go to bed immediately. Also, remember to have breakfast, eggs, after you get up. You are the coach, you have the final say. Proud expression, remember to come on time tomorrow, I have prepared a surprise for you. Surprise? What surprise? Hee hee, sleep, good night. Zhou Ming watched the two of them finish their chat, not to mention that he was still looking forward to this so-called surprise. As expected of a senior coach who hangs out in the gym, he is very scheming. Zhou Ming smiled, ignored it, closed his eyes and enjoyed the beauty's touch, massage, and prostate care. Early in the morning, 2400 hours. In a VIP guest room in the club, Zhou Ming lay on the bed refreshed, all the fatigue in his body had long since disappeared, and he was humming a little tune. Although there was a little episode tonight, the mood was still very beautiful. Li Lu has become history to him, and he is a stranger. Why should he be angry with a stranger? It won't be long before he wants to see if Li Lu dares to be so tough in front of him, ha. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming turned to look out the window. The sky was full of stars, and the full moon hung high, emitting soft moonlight. Ding, the daily information system will be updated soon. However, at this moment, Zhou Ming heard a familiar sound in his ears. Then, while he was still dazed, pieces of information emerged one after another. 1. Chen Wei and his mistress Su Hui checked into room 1201 of Hilton Hotel on Renmin Road at noon. 2. After Lu Dong offered a reward of 1 million, he asked to make an appointment with internet celebrity female anchor Xiao Biluo, but Xiao Biluo refused. 3. Recently my old classmate Huang Ye made a foreign boyfriend who loves airshow photography. 4. A prize of 100,000 yuan will appear in a lottery shop near the club tomorrow. 5. Lin Hai drove a second-hand Audi back to the village to show off, but the car fell into a fish pond. 6. Due to special circumstances, the newly launched flagship graphics card RTX 4090 will experience large-scale fluctuations. Zhou Ming looked at the first piece of information. I can't laugh or cry, isn't it? Does Chen Wei have to report to himself every time he checks in with his mistress? Brother system, a piece of information is hard to come by. Do you dare to give me some information that can make me rich? What's going on? Do you want him to be a paparazzi and then blackmail him? Zhou Ming looked at the first intelligence message and couldn't laugh or cry. What's going on? Do you want him to be a paparazzi and then blackmail him? Then why don't you get a big star or a big cotter? What's the point of getting a fat guy? Tell MOU this news? This is definitely not possible. First of all, he can't explain the source of his information. He only met her once and already knew who her husband was and that he had cheated on her? Don't make trouble. MOU's first reaction must be, are you investigating me? With bad intentions? Shaking his head, Zhou Ming ignored this information and continued to check the next one. 2. After Lu Dong offered a reward of 1 million, he asked for a date with Xiao Biluo, but Xiao Biluo refused. Zhou Ming laughed secretly in his heart. Lu Dong's efforts were all in vain. He spent all his money and didn't even touch the anchor's hand. If you have this kind of money, you might as well go directly to find young models or schoolgirls. What kind of models are there? But this Xiao Biluo has a big appetite, and she can't even feed her with 1 million. If you are greedy, the snake swallows the elephant. 3. Recently my old classmate Huang Ye made a foreign boyfriend who loves airshow photography. Huang Ye has a boyfriend? Hasn't she always insisted on the principle of being single and happy? She seemed to be attending a bachelor's party the day before yesterday. Zhou Ming took out his mobile phone in confusion and silently opened the circle of friends. After rummaging through it, he found the selfie and the copy of the party he attended the night before yesterday, singles first. Zhou Ming suddenly discovered that the intelligence system became a little interesting. Even if there is no very important information, even if you can see some situations or secrets of the people around you before going to bed every night, it is quite interesting. Is this the legendary voyeurism? It shouldn't count, right? Zhou Ming didn't laugh it off and went on to the next one. 4. Tomorrow there will be a prize of NT $100,000 and a scratch ticket at a lottery shop near the club. 100,000 bonus? Zhou Ming's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Could he have sex for nothing again? The system has wrongly blamed you. But Zhou Ming soon stopped laughing. Not to mention how many lottery shops there were near the club. What would happen if he knew which one it was? How many scratch-off tickets are there in a lottery shop? How many types are there? You can't just buy all the scratch-off tickets in the lottery store, right? If he were to win the 10 million grand prize and immediately sell his shares of Zinfin Technology, he would lose all his money to get it. Forget it for 100,000, don't even get your money back when the time comes. 5. Lin Hai drove his car into the fish pond. Zhou Ming immediately began to gloat, let you show off. After laughing, Zhou Ming was in a good mood and set his sights on the next item. 6. Due to special circumstances, the newly launched flagship graphics card RTX 4090 will experience large-scale fluctuations. Zhou Ming was surprised by this information and discovered a huge business opportunity. If I could stock up on some 4090 graphics cards, wouldn't that make me a fortune? Thinking of this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel extremely excited, but when he thought about it carefully, he was immediately doused with cold water and smiled bitterly. What does this have to do with yourself? At present, the total net worth is only about 400,000, which can support 40 graphics cards. What is the use of this small amount? It's better to put money in the stock market to make it faster. Moreover, the domestic graphics card market is completely chaotic. The prices are basically negotiated by several large card manufacturers. It would be funny if the prices don't rise but fall instead. Regarding this kind of uncertain news, Zhou Ming did not dare to gamble with his own wealth. Hey, another piece of impractical news. With a helpless sigh, Zhou Ming found that the intelligence updated today could be said to have no useful information and was all junk information. System Dad, can you be more helpful? The next day, ding ding amidst the ringtones of WeChat messages one after another, Zhou Ming woke up from his dream in a daze, rubbed his eyes and said speechlessly, "Who is this so early in the morning?" I picked up my phone and saw that it was from my coach Lin Weiner. "Good boy, the sun is shining, get up. Have breakfast." Then there is a picture, a glass of milk, eggs, and a sandwich. I made it myself. Do you want to bring you a copy? This tone of voice is not even so considerate for your girlfriend, right? When has Zhou Ming ever enjoyed such treatment? "Zhou Ming, get up, don't bother me, I can just eat something." Lin Weiner, that's not possible. I have to work out later. How can I be casual? What? Do you dislike what I did? Emoticon of myself acting coquettishly. "Zhou Ming, how could it be? I'm not afraid of troublesome, coach you." Lin Weiner, it's not troublesome at all. I'm happy to do it. Let's just say it and let you have a taste of my craftsmanship, pride. Also, call me Weiner. Then sent a picture. A sexy full body photo in front of the mirror. The upper body is slightly curved, the waist is exposed and the short sleeves are exposed. The jade-like double mountains make people think about it. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, a pair of light purple yoga pants are tightened very tightly, and the outline is clearly visible. Does it look good? Naughty. Zhou Ming lost all sleep in an instant and narrowed his eyes slightly. It looks good, I love it. But are you going to go out wearing this? Lin Weiner, of course not. I know how to wear a coat, I can only show you the inner wear. Zhou Ming, see you later. Lin Weiner, okay. Enough is enough, it should be art. It has to be said that Lin Weiner is quite good at how to deal with men. How could this innocent man still be so clueless? Lin Weiner asked herself that she still had a very vicious eye when looking at men. Only those rich people would spend 30,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Moreover, there are too many low-key rich people nowadays. Ordinary clothing does not mean that what? It was precisely because of this that she became so interested in Zhou Ming. Anyway, she had nothing to lose. Of course, Lin Weiner will continue to conduct tests in the future. Before she is sure whether Zhou Ming is a rich man, she will definitely not sacrifice herself further. She doesn't do things where the gain outweighs the loss. Zhou Ming knew this very well and had no objection in his heart. If a beautiful woman came to his door, how could he refuse? Well, after stretching hard, Zhou Ming simply washed up, changed into his own clothes, and left the club. An hour later, Powerhouse Gym. Before Zhou Ming stepped through the door of the gym, he saw Lin Weiner standing at the front desk from a distance, staring at him with a pair of big eyes. "Haha, Weiner, it's quite early." "Morning?" Lin Weiner choked and said in a sweet voice with a hint of anger, "It's almost 10 o'clock, is it still early?" At the same time, she was also subconsciously looking at Zhou Ming in a suit, confirming her suspicion in her heart. Poor people can't pretend to be rich, but rich people don't need to pretend. And ordinary people, who wear a suit early in the morning. It's not Zhou Ming's fault that old dress was lost yesterday, but this set of sportswear was bought on the way here. "Are you going to work out in this outfit? Didn't I bring some clothes to change?" Zhou Mingyang raised the handbag in his hand and laughed. "There is a traffic jam on the road today, and I can't do anything about it." "Traffic jam? It's been almost an hour since he drove here. Where is it so far?" Lin Weiner's mind suddenly became active, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Could it be that his family lived in Jianpan Houding or Jinyu Mansion? These two communities are not affordable for ordinary people to live in. If it is as he guessed, he will not be able to let him go. "Okay, hurry up and have breakfast. I've prepared black coffee for you." As Lin Weiner said this, she took the initiative to hold Zhou Ming's hand and took him to the lounge inside. After changing clothes, Zhou Ming was not polite, picked up the breakfast she prepared and started eating. "Not bad, it's really delicious." "Slow down, no one will compete with you." Lin Weiner rolled her eyes and wiped the corners of Zhou Ming's mouth with a tissue, as gentle as a little daughter-in-law. If someone who didn't know saw this scene, they would think that the two were an old couple. After a while, after Zhou Ming finished his breakfast, Lin Weiner took him directly to a private gym specially prepared for VIPs to start exercising. It starts with some basic warm-up exercises, and then gradually increases the difficulty. Zhou Ming even asked Lin Weiner to demonstrate in person so that he could observe carefully. "Well, this action is good, big enough. It's been a long time since I had a big meal. I heard that the buffet at the Hilton Hotel is very good. I really want to eat it." Lin Weiner suddenly sighed while taking advantage of the break. Then he said to himself and shook his head, "But it's too expensive, so forget it. Hilton Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and those who can stay there can also see some of its charm from the side." Does Lin Weiner really want to eat? No, she wanted to take this opportunity to test and observe Zhou Ming to confirm her suspicion. Zhou Ming didn't think so much, but he immediately thought of the information given last night that Chen Wei and his mistress Su Hui were going to book a room at the Hilton Hotel. After all, this has something to do with MOU. The woman assigned by the system should not be without purpose. "Anyway, I am idle, so I want to go and take a look." "It's not easy to eat. I just invite you," Zhou Ming said nonchalantly. Really? Lin Wanner said excitedly. Can I still lie to you? Zhou Ming said with a smile, I will take you there at noon after you finish exercising. Great. Zhou Ming glanced at Lin Wanner, who was covered in sweat, rolled his eyes, and asked curiously, Wanner, are there any fitness exercises that require two people? Lin Wanner's face turned red. She thought for a moment and nodded, yes. For example, double squats, mutually supporting arm training, handstand presses, etc. But you are just getting started, so let's start with some simple fitness movements. How about we give it a try? Zhou Ming's eyes lit up and he said with a serious face, don't worry Wanner, I definitely don't mean to take advantage of you. I just want to experience it and see if there is anyone suitable for me. Action! Wouldn't it be possible to lose weight faster this way? Lin Wanner raised her blushing face, stared at Zhou Ming with her eyes, and said in a meaningful tone, really? You want to lose weight as soon as possible and then stop wanting me? What do you mean I don't want you anymore? I seem to be the kind of person who always gives up, but the problem is that I haven't touched you yet. Zhou Ming smiled and said, that's definitely not the case. In order to stay in shape, I will definitely keep exercising. From now on, Wanner, you will be mine. Who is your exclusive one? Lin Wanner snorted coldly, but she still briefly introduced the two-person fitness moves to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming didn't hesitate and started to exercise. Full of motivation. The more you exercise, the more you sweat and the wetter you get. 2 hours later, 13:30, Tin He Hilton Hotel. Squeak at the door, a Diddy special car stopped at the door. The doorman immediately stepped forward to open the door. Then Zhou Ming took Lin Wanner's hand and walked out of the car with a smile on his face. At this time, Zhou Ming was wearing a decent suit, and he looked full of energy and extraordinary temperament. Lin Wanner on the side took off her yoga pants and put on a JK skirt. She wore over-the-knee white socks on her long white legs, looking like a schoolgirl. This made the men on both sides look at Zhou Ming with envy in their eyes, wanting to step forward and replace him immediately. But at this time, Lin Wanner looked happy on the surface, but she was very confused and puzzled in her heart. Didn't you drive to the gym this morning? Aren't you a rich man? Are you taking Diddy with me? Bauer, why didn't you drive here? Lin Wanner asked, pretending to be casual as she followed Zhou Ming to the restaurant. It's called a sweet one. Zhou Ming was very magnanimous and said with a slight smile, because I am poor and don't have a car. What? Are you starting to dislike me? Hearing this, Lin Wanner was obviously stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and pretended to be angry. What, are you afraid that the women in your family will know? In her opinion, if a man is really poor and has no money, it is impossible for him to say so. What's more, it's still in front of you. In order to impress yourself, you have to pretend to be rich, right? You can't push yourself outside, right? She still has this confidence. Rich people are different, they are so humble. I'm divorced, what are you afraid of? Zhou Ming shook his head and said, I really have no money now. However, the more Zhou Ming said this, the more Lin Wanner felt that Zhou Ming was a serious man. She had seen Zhou Ming's circle of friends, visible for 3 days, so of course she knew about the divorce. It's okay, I'm here. Lin Wanner said softly. Zhou Ming looked at Lin Wanner with confusion. What are you talking about? I'm so happy about my divorce, okay? Why can't I understand? However, Zhou Ming did not answer the call, but took her to the buffet restaurant inside the hotel. It is worthy of being a 5-star hotel. The interior decoration is really luxurious, but it is different from the nouveau riche feeling. It is very refreshing at first glance. There is melodious music playing in the restaurant, and the environment is quite good. Soon, Zhou Ming took Lin Wanner to find a random seat. After ordering some food that he liked, the two of them chatted while eating. Would you like a bottle of red wine? Zhou Ming glanced at Lin Wanner and asked. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded and did not refuse. Lin Wanner felt even more distressed when she knew that Zhou Ming must be very troubled after his divorce and needed to drink to relieve his worries. I want to accompany him well. After the waiter put down the wine, Lin Wanner took the lead in raising the wine glass in her hand and said with a smile, cheers to a better future. She was very smart and did not directly ask Zhou Ming about his ex-wife and why they divorced. She did not want to bring back Zhou Ming's bad memories. What she needs to do now is to be a gentle and considerate woman to soothe Zhou Ming's injured heart. Zhou Ming didn't think much about this. He picked up the wine glass, smiled slightly, clinked the glasses and drank it in one gulp. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to have such a past. Ha ha, of course, there's a lot you don't know. See what you can do. As the chat progressed, Lin Wanner was amused by Zhou Ming's humor and smiled brightly, and the 2 big light bulbs flickered. Zhou Ming acted very gentlemanly from beginning to end, which made Lin Wanner even more sure of her suspicions. Zhou Ming is definitely a rich man. Zhou Ming must be speaking modestly when he talks about having no money, no car, and no house. I'm full, let's go to the bathroom first. Lin Wanner wiped the corners of her mouth, took her bag and went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. At the same time, I am also a little worried. The hotel has arrived. Will Ming invite her to the room next week to have a rest? I'm full, let's go to the bathroom first. Lin Wanner wiped the corners of her mouth, took her bag and went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Zhou Ming didn't care, he just started eating and asked the waiter to get an extra plate of oysters to make up for it. Hey, isn't that Chen Wei? In Zhou Ming's peripheral vision, he suddenly saw a fat body walking in from the door of the restaurant, accompanied by a beautiful woman with heavy makeup. Who is Chen Wei if not Mou's husband? Zhou Ming's 400,000 startup capital was obtained from him. As for the charming beauty who was intimate with him and flirted with him, it goes without saying that she was the mistress Su Hui. Su Hui's facial features can be considered exquisite, but the foundation on her face is not flattering, and her body exudes the aura of a promiscuous woman. To put it bluntly, she is no different from a chicken. There is no comparison between her and Mou at all. They are not even the slightest bit different in temperament. Maybe this is the difference between a pheasant and a phoenix. Zhou Ming really didn't understand. He didn't want such a beautiful wife at home, but he had to come out to date such a woman? What's the picture of? But after thinking about it, the British prince also likes black chickens, but not the beautiful queen. Maybe it is a sick mind. Chen Wei is also suffering inside. He hasn't touched Mou much since he got married, and he is always disliked. No matter how hard he begs, it's not enough. He had no choice but to steal people outside, and now he fell in love with this exciting feeling more and more, making him unable to extricate himself. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, Chen Wei and two people actually sat next to Zhou Ming. I asked, when did you divorce your holy mother? Oh my baby, can you keep your voice down? What am I afraid of? Didn't you say hurry up? Well, the company's current situation is not very good, and it needs my wife's money for turnover. Don't worry, as soon as the situation stabilizes, I will divorce her immediately. How many times have I heard this? I don't care, my little ancestor. On the side, after Zhou Ming thought for a moment, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He picked up the mobile phone on the table and secretly took a few photos, then silently opened the circle of friends, edited. I never thought that while eating a buffet in a hotel, I would encounter the drama of a rich man and his mistress, like a pheasant, slandering his original wife. It's really interesting. Send. Madam, I am not trying to break you up, but I am helping you. Of course, Zhou Ming did not include photos in the moments he posted this time, it was just a copy. But even so, it caused quite a stir in the circle of friends and triggered heated discussions among friends. Zhou Ming, you are so unkind. Why don't you tell me about such a good deed in detail? Ha 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 ha, do you have any photos? Are you a big star? Brother, you have successfully aroused my desire for gossip. Tell me what's going on. Tisk, 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 as expected, life is so cool without a wife. Not only Zhou Ming's friends saw this news, but also Mou, who happened to be resting at the company and checking moments, also saw it, which aroused her inner curiosity. But she didn't know that the so-called rich man referred to her husband Chen Wei, and the original wife referred to her. Although she was very curious, she did not ask Zhou Ming directly, and she was upset now, but she had no other thoughts to care about these gossips. In fact, even if Mou came to ask him, Zhou Ming would just deal with it perfunctorily and would not tell her directly. What if Mou thinks that he is stalking his husband or deliberately breaking up the two of them? Wouldn't he become the bad guy? Mou had to discover this by himself, and he could at most give him some guidance. You have to do this slowly, don't rush, the fish will always take the bait. Ignoring the WeChat messages that kept ringing on her phone, Zhou Ming continued to eat, listening with interest as Chen Wei coaxed her mistress. I am full? After a while, Lin Wanner came back from the bathroom and looked at Zhou Ming with a sweet smile. Without waiting for Zhou Ming to react, he reached out and pulled him up. He immediately felt a soft feeling, then let's go. You won't call the police on this, right? You still behave well when you get the advantage. The two joked and walked towards the door. After seeing Lin Wanner, Chen Wei, who was sitting next to him, his eyes widened with visible envy, and he swallowed a gulp of saliva. The next second I heard the cold voice of Mistress Su Hui, does it look good? Chen Wei turned his head back reluctantly, with a sneer on his face and said, it's not good looking at all, how can it be as good looking as my Hui? What do you like to eat? Just order whatever you want. Snort. Outside the hotel, Lin Wanner followed Zhou Ming out with an anxious mood. The expression on her face was a little complicated. I originally thought that Zhou Ming would take this opportunity to invite her to open a room. She looked very romantic on the surface, but she was not the kind of casual woman, and she had already thought of her words in her mind. But the result is no. This made Lin Wanner wonder whether her charm had weakened. At the same time, it also made her realize that Zhou Ming is different from other men. Maybe this is the character of a rich man. In Lin Wanner's eyes, Zhou Ming became more mysterious and charming. I have some things to do next. Would you like to go back to the gym first or go home? Zhou Ming said with a smile. Lin Wanner instantly pouted, turned her head to the side and said angrily, you think I'm in the way? As for whether she was really angry or had another purpose, only she knew. Haha, I'm so happy to have a beauty like you by my side. Zhou Ming said calmly, but I really have something to deal with. It is impossible to be tempted. Love? Marriage? What is that? For Zhou Ming, everything is false. Now he just wants to send Lin Wanner away to do his own things, that's all. Okay. Lin Wanner didn't insist. What she just said was just a superficial effort to bring the relationship closer between the two. She would not be stupid enough to waste all her time on Zhou Ming, and she knew very well that sometimes the more clingy she was, the more annoying she would be. This is especially true for wealthy people. There is an art to knowing when enough is enough. Then will you go to the gym in the afternoon? Zhou Ming thought for a moment, nodded and said, I'll go after I finish my work. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Lin Wanner smiled, and then got into the taxi that had been waiting for a long time. Looking at the taxi driving away, Zhou Ming smiled dumbly. Master, go to the water spa club. Soon, Zhou Ming took a taxi and left here. He didn't go for a massage, but to check out the lottery. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the nearest lottery station of Shuifang Spa Club. Before Zhou Ming could walk in, he saw that the lottery station was surrounded by a group of citizens and was very lively. I actually scraped 100,000. That's outrageous. But this person has already spent 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in this store, and he doesn't seem to have made any money even if he won 100,000 yuan. There is also a tax deduction of 20,000, which is equal to 80,000. After Zhou Ming heard this, he turned and left. Go get a massage. A high-involvement game like Scratch A Prize is not suitable for me. On the way to the club, which was more than 30 meters away, Zhou Ming casually opened his circle of friends and started scrolling out of boredom to see if there was anything worth paying attention to. The first one is a photo of classmate Huang Ya kissing a foreigner who is suffering from leukemia. The background is at an air show, with the following text, meeting the right person at the right time is a rare fate and the most beautiful encounter in life. Are you still showing off your affection? Zhou Ming was more curious in his heart. After thinking for a while, he withdrew from the circle of friends and found Huang Ya, whom he had not contacted for a long time, in his friend list. How come a beautiful single woman found a boyfriend so quickly? Or is she a ghost? TCH, you know nothing. This is love at first sight, true love, do you understand? Huang Ya quickly replied, shrugging, that's right, but I remember you don't like air shows, right? You go there so frequently recently? If my boyfriend likes me, he likes me, can't he? Damn it, Mater is so in love and a dog licker. After talking to this point, Zhou Ming immediately showed an expression of disgust on his face, and he didn't want to pay attention to it anymore, but then he fell into deep thought. He remembered seeing a post before, which said that there are actually many spies in our country, just like some of those ghost guys who like to go to various air shows and high-tech exhibitions. Their purpose is very simple, that is, to find ways to obtain some of my country's high-end technology and other information materials and send them back to their country, so as to study our country and then take some targeted actions. For this kind of person, let alone Zhou Ming, any Chinese will hate this kind of person very much when they meet him, and will beat everyone he sees. But he couldn't kill everyone with one blow. After all, spies were only a small number of people, and Zhou Ming couldn't do anything to slander good people. But he always felt that there might be something wrong with the system being presented like this. After exiting the chat box, Zhou Ming continued to scroll through the circle of friends. After seeing nothing special, he exited WeChat and opened the stock software to check the daily limit of Zinfan technology. Not bad. After a while, Zhou Ming's lips were raised with a smile on his face. Although it was not time for the stock market to close, Zinfan technology was already closed. Just like yesterday, it is still showing an upward trend, and today I made a small profit of 44,000. If this trend continues, my assets will exceed 1 million in no time. By then, with more startup capital, the speed of making money will inevitably be faster. Now it is just a starting point. End. Unlimited. 3 hours later, ring ring ring. The WeChat phone rang. Hello? What's wrong? Have you forgotten me? Lin Weiner's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. It's almost 5 o'clock, where are you? Zhou Ming smiled. I just finished my work and got ready to go to the gym, and you called me. I'll probably be there in half an hour. Lin Wanner said, okay, I will wait for you for another half hour. If you don't come again, I will find someone else. Of course, these are all angry words. Although Lin Wanner had a few clients before Zhou Ming came, all of them were for a few classes. They were poor people and were obviously coming to take advantage. None of them she liked. So after meeting Zhou Ming, she handed over those people to other personal trainers without hesitation, and focused on Zhou Ming wholeheartedly. She has misunderstood Zhou Ming as a divorced rich man. After listening, Zhou Ming didn't answer, hung up the phone, took a Didi taxi and went straight to the gym. Half an hour later, power room, VIP private gym. As soon as Zhou Ming walked in after changing into his sportswear, the first thing he saw was Lin Wanner, who was waiting. She was staring at him with her hands folded, leaning sideways and shaking one foot on the ground. This immediately reminded Zhou Ming of his recent actions on Duyan to express his anger, and he smiled softly. It's all a routine. This woman is of a high rank. However, I am a scumbag now and I am afraid of you. What? Are you angry? Zhou Ming stepped forward and pinched Lin Wanner's face with both hands, rubbing it gently. Pa! Lin Wanner slapped Zhou Ming's hand away with a slap, rolled her eyes and said angrily, who is angry? I'm not. Change the program today. Give me 50 sit UPS first, then 50 push UPS, and 50 squats. You are the coach, you have the final say. Zhou Ming spread his hands helplessly, then walked to the auxiliary equipment aside and was about to sit on it, but after thinking about it, he turned around and lay down on the yoga mat on the ground. Coach, you are so kind, can you press my foot for me? That device is too hard, I don't like it, I like soft ones. Lin Wanner did not answer immediately, but stared at Zhou Ming's innocent face with flickering eyes. After thinking for a while, she moved her peach buttocks and sat on Zhou Ming's feet, hugging his legs with both hands. A pair of murder weapons squeezed and deformed. And because Lin Wanner was wearing yoga pants, which were very thin, Zhou Ming could clearly feel the softness in two places. Is this bearable? Is that so? Lin Wanner raised her eyebrows at Zhou Ming, with a charming smile on her face. Is it soft enough? Very sweet and beautiful. That's enough. Zhou Ming nodded with a serious face, gathered his thoughts, crossed his palms behind his head, and began the arduous sit-up journey very seriously. Between every UPS and downs, their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breathing, and every time Zhou Ming stood up, he could smell Lin Wanner's perfume, which made people feel relaxed and happy, especially the two soft parts that vibrated up and down with force, which were the most deadly. A strong hormonal scent continued to spread in the private room. Hoo-ho! After a while, Zhou Ming, who had struggled to complete 50 sit UPS, took 2 deep breaths, stretched out his hand to Lin Wanner, who had already stood up with a blushing face, and said, Wanner, give me a hand? I can't get up. Lin Wanner said angrily, but still stretched out her soft little hand. Ouch! Although Lin Wanner is also very tall, with a height of 173 centimeters, how can she lift Zhou Ming, who is 185 centimeters tall? As soon as Zhou Ming exerted force, Lin Wanner's legs softened and she rushed towards him, pressing hard on Zhou Ming's chest. Fortunately, 2 springs were used to cushion it, otherwise she would have to vomit blood. Did Zhou Ming do it on purpose? That's definitely not the case. Everyone saw that it was Wanner who didn't hold me back. It was none of my business. At this time, the two people's postures were very ambiguous. Lin Wanner, who was wearing yoga pants, could clearly feel Zhou Ming's strangeness, which made her face blush even more. Night, 2000 hours, at the water spa club. After a tiring day of fitness, especially after a hard fight at the last moment, Zhou Ming was already sore and exhausted in the morning. At this time, a comfortable massage is the most urgent thing. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ming stretched out his hand and rubbed his neck, turned to look at the receptionist at the front desk and said, I remember, don't you have a matching hotel room upstairs? Yes, Mr. Zhou, do you need it? The receptionist responded with a smile. Yeah. Zhou Ming nodded, thought for a moment and said, I will live here for the next 10 days or so. You can help me arrange a better room, and make an appointment for me to have a spa service. I'll be there later. The receptionist didn't dare to neglect such a big customer, so she responded continuously. Soon, Zhou Ming got the room card and went straight to the changing room and the VIP room on the 2nd floor. He found his cabinet and put on a bathrobe before heading to the spa area. He had already taken a shower in the gym with Lin Wanner in his arms before coming back, so there was no need to take another shower. Because there is a separate shower room in the VIP private gym, and the sound insulation is very good, even if you shout your throat in there, no one will know. Lin Wanner is the best example. Practice brings true knowledge. Therefore, Zhou Ming had great enjoyment during that period. With the help of equipment, he even developed various new postures, which was incredible. Mr. Zhou, the spa service has been arranged for you. Okay. After a while, Zhou Ming was led by a beautiful technician to a room exclusive to the spa. Then Zhou Ming put on his bathrobe and entered the bathtub where warm water had been placed. He closed his eyes and relaxed his body, and put his hands on the edge of the bathtub. As for the rest of the matter, Zhou Ming doesn't need to worry about it. The beautiful technician on the side will naturally help him solve it. Under the massage and constant friction of a pair of soft hands, Zhou Ming's aching body was relieved, and his face was full of enjoyment. About 2 hours later, Zhou Ming walked out of the room with a refreshed face and a relaxed body. He felt that he was not too hungry, so after thinking for a while, he went straight to the sauna and walked in. Phew, Adon, you really know how to enjoy it, but I promised you to treat me this time. That's right, my wife is very strict, but I don't have any money. Looking at how stingy you two are, don't worry, I'll invite you this time. As soon as he opened the door, Zhou Ming felt a wave of heat coming towards his face, and heard a familiar voice coming from inside. However, the room was filled with smoke. For a moment, he didn't see clearly who it was, so he walked aside. sat down in the empty seat. The three people inside also closed their mouths after seeing someone come in. The entire sauna room is a wooden structure, the air is very humid, and the steam permeates the entire closed space, making people feel quiet and mysterious. This was Zhou Ming's first time in the sauna. Every breath gave him a different feeling, and he quickly relaxed. Zhou Ming. However, at this moment, a surprised voice came from the other side. Zhou Ming looked up following the voice and saw the person speaking opposite him through the cloud of steam that had just dissipated. There was also a look of surprise on his face, followed by a weird smile. Because that person was none other than Lu Dong, the financial director of Zhou Ming's former company, and the two beside him were also executives from other departments of the company. Haha, it's been a long time, leaders. Zhou Ming glanced at the three of them, smiled slightly and said, "It's been a while, I haven't seen each other for a while, it's been a great time." He didn't expect to meet a piece of trash like Lu Dong here. It was such a coincidence. But when I thought of the two pieces of information about Lu Dong provided by the system, I couldn't help but look at him more. It's all like that, and you still can't think of a way to fill in the company's accounts, but you still have the thought to come here for a foot massage? He has a really big heart. Aren't you talking nonsense? After coming back to his senses, Lu Dong looked at Zhou Ming with disgust, thought of something and sneered, "I heard that you are divorced." The two were at odds with each other when they were in the company, and even had a grudge. So how could Lu Dong let it go if there was such a good opportunity to add insult to injury? After a disagreement, he launched a personal attack on Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming's face turned cold. He glanced at Lu Dong opposite and said coldly, "It seems it's not your turn to dictate my affairs, right? To put it bluntly, you, Lu Dong, are just a settler. Why are you so arrogant? I advise you to go through your brain before you say anything, and don't spit shit out of your mouth." As an employee of the company before, and after getting married, Zhou Ming had no confidence to challenge them, so he swallowed his anger, but it was different now. First of all, Zhou Ming has been fired from the company, so what if you are the boss of the company? As long as you dare to force lie, I will still subdue you, and my wallet is very rich now, and it will be even richer in the future. As for being afraid of the three little Karami, I'm not even worthy of carrying his shoes. You. Lu Dong pointed at Zhou Ming, his eyes widened, and said angrily, "Zhou Ming, you have been able to do it for a while, you dare to talk to me like this, haha, isn't it funny?" Zhou Ming smiled slightly, crossed his legs and said meaningfully, "Lu Dong, as a financial person, you should do your job well and stop doing those evil things all the time. It would be terrible if this were discovered." Hearing this, Lu Dong obviously trembled in his heart, and nervously held his hands. What evil ways? Could it be that Zhou Ming knew something? Impossible, how could he know what I was doing in the company? He must be trying to defraud me, no way. Lu Dong looked calm and said, "Zhou Ming, what nonsense are you talking about? Your brain is filled with water because you can't withstand the blows of life. Forget it, I have a lot, so I won't argue with you. Let's go." After saying that, he stood up and walked outside first. The other two looked at each other in confusion. Zhou Ming sneered, "Since you are seeking death, don't blame me." So Zhou Ming said, "Lu Dong, I heard that you misappropriated 1 million public funds to reward an anchor named Xiao Biluo. I don't know if it is true." Lu Dong outside was so frightened that he fell down. "Zhou Ming, don't talk nonsense, I will sue you for slander." While arguing loudly, he quickly left in embarrassment. Zhou Ming chuckled lightly and ignored all this. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the high-temperature steam in the room, breathing quite regularly. In a flash, 10 days passed. Power room, VIP private gym. In front of the full-length mirror, a figure stood quietly. His naked upper body looked strong, with clear muscle lines. Looking carefully, this person is none other than Zhou Ming. He seems to be a completely different person than he was 10 days ago. It can be said that he is completely different. Although I don't have abdominal muscles yet, my lower abdomen has become flat after 10 days of fitness, and the shape of some abdominal muscles has gradually taken shape. I believe it will not take long to emerge. It can be seen that the face that originally had some flesh has become thinner, the jawline is clear, and it has become more handsome. He already has the grace of his youth. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Ming looked at his energetic self in the mirror. He looked more than 10 years younger and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, he was very glad that he chose to exercise at that time, which allowed him to return to his youthful self. It can be said to be a fruitful harvest. But it was a pity that after these 10 days, most of the information updated by the system was useless, which made him slightly disappointed. They are all miscellaneous things, and I haven't seen a single piece of information on how to make money. This left him with no choice but to wait quietly. But there are still gains. During this period of time, the stock of Zinfan Technology has maintained its highest level almost steadily every day. Although it completely hit the daily limit on the 8th day, it doesn't matter. After Zhou Ming's careful investigation, he also discovered that this stock had reached its end and the situation was not good, so he successively sold out all the stocks in his hands in the past 2 days and converted them into cash. This time, the total profit was 400,000 multiply 1.1 to the 8th power, which means a total of 857,000 was made including the principal, which more than doubled and made a huge profit. Zhou Ming is quite satisfied with this. He is not greedy, as long as he keeps the money in his pocket, that's it. Haha, I said that if you lose weight, you will definitely charm young girls and young women who apologize. Is that right? At this moment, the door was opened, and Lin Wanner, wearing yoga pants, walked in, staring at Zhou Ming with a pair of bright eyes. Tisk, 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 what a huge jealousy. Zhou Ming turned back to look at Lin Wanner, with a teasing smile on his face, and reached out to lift her chin. You have trained me to do this, shouldn't you feel a sense of accomplishment? Lin Wanner has also undergone considerable changes in these 10 days. Her whole person has become more charming, her face is rosy, and her fair skin seems to be dripping with water. In particular, the two mountains seem to have grown a lot under Zhou Ming's training. They had a vague tendency to burst through the sky, making walking precarious. I won't exercise in the afternoon. Ha! Where are you going? Lin Wanner asked with a puzzled look on her face. I want to buy a car for transportation, but it's not very convenient to always take a taxi, Zhou Ming said. Although Zhou Ming cannot afford a good house with the money he currently has in his pocket, it is still enough to buy a car. After all, it will be more convenient to do things by yourself after you have a car, and it doesn't need to be too expensive. It is enough for you for the time being. When you have more money in the future, you can change it at the worst. Are you going? Lin Wanner shook her head. I don't have time, I made an appointment with my sisters to go shopping. Zhou Ming smiled. Okay. 2 hours later, Mercedes-Benz Ford store. Zhou Ming, wearing a suit and leather shoes with a tall body, appeared at the door of the Ford store. At this time, the warm afternoon sunshine bathed in his mature and handsome face. He was dressed in a black suit and walked with an extraordinary air of grace. He immediately attracted the attention of the audience as soon as he entered the door. Hello sir, welcome to the Mercedes-Benz store. Do you need anything? The sales lady came forward and asked politely. The salesgirl was dressed in professional attire, including a tight hip-hugging skirt and black silk high heels. Her hair was tied up high and she had a gentle smile on her face. Where is GLC? Take me there and have a look. Zhou Ming glanced at the pretty young lady and said straightforwardly. Before he came here, he had already seen in his mind which car he wanted to buy, so he went straight to the topic in order not to waste time. Although the Mercedes-Benz GLC is not a particularly luxurious car, it is completely sufficient for Zhou Ming at this stage, and the funds are currently limited. The cost of a GLC is about 500,000, and there is still 300,000 left to continue making money. You can't spend it all at once. The sales lady's eyes lit up and she became very enthusiastic. Sir, please come this way. Soon, under the leadership of the sales lady, we came to the area where SUVs were placed in the store. The Mercedes-Benz GLC adopts the Mercedes-Benz family-style design language, with smooth lines and a sense of power. Okay, no need to explain. The sales lady was still very conscientious. She was ready to introduce the car's appearance, performance, interior, etc. to Zhou Ming as soon as she came up, but she was ruthlessly interrupted by him. I have already done my homework, and I am just here to pick up the car. Okay, I want this one. Zhou Ming carefully observed the interior, determined that it was the type he liked, and said directly, Is there a car available? The salesgirl was stunned for a moment and was shocked. She ordered the car in a few minutes. She had never met a customer who had settled the car so quickly. Yes, we have another car in the warehouse that is exactly the same as the one in the showroom. Because it's a customized interior, so the final price is about 500,000, do you think? Zhou Ming didn't take it seriously and said, okay, that's it. The sales lady gave a thumbs up and said, Is this a rich person? Sir, please sign the contract here. Is it full payment or mortgage? Full payment, of course. Sir, you can see that he is very powerful at first glance. Soon, after filling out the contract and swiping the card, the sales lady smiled and said, Sir, please wait a moment, I will notify them to bring the car over immediately. But because it is stored in the warehouse, it needs to be briefly inspected and wiped. Zhou Ming thought for a moment and said, That's just right. Can I take it for a test drive? Of course, I'll arrange it right away, the sales lady said. After a while, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz GLC stopped at the door of the Ford store. Zhou Ming sat in the car and looked at the interior. He was very satisfied with the comfortable feeling. Bang! The sales lady also consciously sat in the passenger seat. Zhou Ming didn't care about this. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped out quickly, driving on the road, enjoying the free wind. Cool! The salesgirl in the passenger seat turned to look at Zhou Ming's handsome side face, her eyes flickering and she didn't know what she was thinking, and her long legs and black stockings were rubbing together. At this moment, Zhou Ming stretched out his hand to shift the gear. By some mistake, the sales lady leaned her leg over and raised it slightly, for fear that Zhou Ming would not be able to touch it. Zhou Ming, seeing this scene from the corner of my eye, I couldn't help but feel speechless. Are they all so direct? The next second, his big hand also subconsciously covered it, rubbing. Rich people are so happy. Night, at the waterside spa. In a separate spa room, Zhou Ming soaked in the bathtub and enjoyed the friction and massage from the beautiful technician. It is worth mentioning that this is already the 8th skill that Zhou Ming has changed in the past 10 days. Now everyone in the club knows that he is such a demanding leader. But who makes Zhou Ming a customer in God? Moreover, she has a good figure and looks handsome, so the beautiful technicians are very happy to be turned over. In fact, Zhou Ming can't be blamed for this. After all, he spends money to enjoy it. What's the point of staring at a technology all the time? You definitely have to change things up and try out various styles and flavors, otherwise wouldn't you be losing money? And tonight is considered the last night, so staying in the club all the time is not the case, so Zhou Ming plans to rent a better house tomorrow. As for buying a house, the little money in my pocket is not enough, but it is estimated to be soon. It depends on the intelligence of the system. After enjoying himself, Zhou Ming returned to the room upstairs, quietly waiting for the arrival of 2400 hours. Ding, the intelligence system has started to update. In the confusion, Zhou Ming's time finally arrived, and he instantly became extremely energetic, staring attentively at the subtitles that kept appearing in front of him. 1. Tomorrow, Zinfan Technology shareholders will begin to reduce their holdings on a large scale. 2. Tomorrow, something happens to Qiao Biluo, and she turns out to be an extremely beautiful fat woman. 3. Tomorrow, after my classmate Huang Ye got her green card from the United States, she began to fall in love with air shows and the military. She took pictures all over the country and showed them in her circle of friends to show off. For Chen Wei and the mistress will book a room at Hilton Hotel 0834 tomorrow. 5. The landlord of Zhujiang Haoding went abroad and rented out a 130 square meter mansion for 10,000 a month. The contact number is 139-956-4376. 6. Tomorrow, thanks to rumors about chip manufacturing, Tianlong shares will be widely sought after in the future. There will be 6 consecutive daily limits. Then Tianlong shares issued an emergency announcement saying that the company issued an announcement saying that it does not involve chip business and is a chip company with foreign investment. It is a joint stock company that has not yet achieved profitability, and its stock price has fallen for 6 consecutive days. Zhou Ming braced himself and focused on the first piece of information. 1. Zinfan Technology shareholders began to reduce their holdings on a large scale. Finally started throwing. The big banker of Zinfan Technology is about to raise his sickle. I guess those newcomers to the game are still looking forward to making a fortune, right? Shaking his head, Zhou Ming ignored it and focused on the second piece of information. 2. Tomorrow, something happens to Qiao Biluo, and she turns out to be an extremely beautiful, ugly, and fat woman. Zhou Ming was obviously stunned for a moment, and then showed a half-smiling smile. I wonder if Lu Dong would be so angry that he would vomit blood when he learned the news. No, Lu Dong was already investigated and arrested 3 days ago and will have to live in tears behind bars for 4 years. He knows that there are too many things on the internet that can be faked, especially beauty products, which are simply transformed cheating artifacts. But who would have thought that Her Majesty Qiao Biluo, who has a sweet voice and looks good in the live broadcast, would be ugly? But what makes Zhou Ming even more curious is this Qiao Biluo. After all, even the system information has given a true evaluation. He really wants to see his true appearance. He remembers that Qiao Biluo broadcast live at 21:30 on a certain fish, right? I must go and take a good look at it then. 3. Tomorrow, after my classmate Huang Ye got her green card from the United States, she began to fall in love with air shows and the military. She took pictures all over the country and showed them in her circle of friends to show off. So fast. When he saw this piece of information, Zhou Ming looked surprised, frowned, and fell into deep thought. You know, no matter which country you are in, a green card is not that easy to get. How long had Huang Ye been dating her boyfriend, and she was not married yet, so she could get a green card so easily? And also fell in love with air shows? Is it possible? Unless his boyfriend is very powerful, otherwise he has an unusual relationship with the official. There must be something fishy. Spy. Zhou Ming murmured something in his mouth, and his eyes instantly became extremely bright. The more he thought about it, the greater the possibility. Huang Ye's boyfriend is definitely not simple. Maybe his purpose of contacting Huang Ye is to use her to provide cover so that he can hide better. Regardless of Huang Ye's intention or not, this has something to do with her. But Zhou Ming doesn't care so much. You must know that the highest reward for reporting espionage can reach 500,000 RMB. Will he let go of such a good opportunity? It would be a shame for a person like a spy to die. Zhou Ming made a decision in his heart and reported it tomorrow, then set his sights on the next piece of information. For Chen Wei and the mistress will book a room at Hilton Hotel 0834 tomorrow. 0834. Zhou Ming's eyes flashed and he sneered, it's time to end it. In the past 10 days, Zhou Ming had chatted with Mou from time to time, and also discussed several times about Chen Wei and his mistress Su Hui, but every time he was vague and did not tell Mou the truth, it was the mistress. The relationship between the two has also improved a lot, so it's time for a showdown. First of all, let me explain that he definitely didn't take action because he lost interest in Lin Wanner and started giving it to his wife. Absolutely not. This was purely out of kindness as a friend, who couldn't bear that my beautiful, mature wife was deceived and suffered pain that she shouldn't have to endure. Oh, you are still too kind. 5. The landlord of Zhujiang Haoding went abroad and rented out a 130 square meter mansion for 10,000 a month. The contact number is 139-956-4376. This piece of information is very practical for Zhou Ming. Since the system has prompted it, it will definitely not be bad, and it just so happens that he doesn't have to waste time looking for a house, killing two birds with one stone. 6. Tomorrow, thanks to rumors about chip manufacturing, Tianlong shares will be widely sought after in the future. There will be 6 consecutive daily limits. Then Tianlong shares issued an emergency announcement saying that the company issued an announcement saying that it does not involve chip business and is a chip company with foreign investment. It is a joint stock company that has not yet achieved profitability, and its stock price has fallen for 6 consecutive days. Stock? Finally, another piece of profitable information. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help feeling a little flustered in his heart. He quickly picked up his mobile phone and searched for information about Tianlong shares. Judging from the current situation, the stock can only be said to be mediocre, but this does not prevent Zhou Ming from making up his mind to invest money in it. If you follow the information, you will definitely not go wrong. Although I only have 300,000 yuan left, I might earn 500,000 yuan soon. Isn't this a stable profit? As for the emergency announcement in the intelligence, tisk tisk, these shareholders really know how to play horses. Is this an emergency announcement? They have obviously finished cutting the leaks. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming felt much relieved. After carefully planning tomorrow's itinerary, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the morning sun shines on the earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibrating sound of the phone kept coming to his ears, which made Zhou Ming, who was sleeping, frown, and then slowly opened his eyes. Ha 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 ha, I've made tens of thousands of dollars from Zinfin Technology stocks in the past few days. It's so cool. Trash, I invested all my wealth in it, hundreds of thousands a day. Tisk, 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 are you so fierce? Aren't you afraid of jumping into the street? Boy, newbie? You know nothing. The stock has been hitting the daily limit for the past few days. How can it fall? According to what experts say, I can guarantee that it will only go higher and will never fall. I believe it. It's going up. Keep raising it for me. Zhou Ming picked up his cell phone and took a look. There were a group of people shouting loudly in several stock groups, and the noise was louder than the next. This made him shake his head involuntarily, and he couldn't help but sneered and cursed a bunch of leaks. Anyone with a little brain knows how could this daily limit situation continue forever? Still an expert? Can you trust what the experts say? As long as the smarter people give up as soon as they see the benefits, only those who are dazzled by the benefits will fight with Zinfin Technology to the end like fools. The final result will only lead to them losing even their pants. In this regard, Zhou Ming did not express any opinions. He was not a great Madonna, and he did not have the time to care about them. Haha, he wanted to see if these stupid stock traders would curse in the next few days. Go down and have breakfast. After seeing that it was still early for the stock market to open, Zhou Ming put on his clothes and washed briefly, then went to the buffet restaurant in the spa to have a delicious breakfast. The restaurant here is available almost 24 hours a day, not to mention the breakfast, which is extremely rich in variety. In addition to Cantonese morning tea, Kyoto miscellaneous noodles, Hong Kong steamed buns, Sichuan-style red oil noodles, ancient capital meat buns, etc. Wait, what Zhou Ming prefers is undoubtedly the Cantonese-style morning tea, YYDS. Ding. Baby, are you awake? Then I attached a picture of today's sexy outfit. Does it look good? There was no doubt that this was sent by Lin Wanner. Zhou Ming opened it and took a look. The expression on his face did not change at all, and he continued to nibble on his own chicken feet. I don't know how many times I've seen this without clothes, and that's it. Moreover, in the past 2 days, Lin Wanner felt that she was treating herself as her girlfriend, which made Zhou Ming a little uncomfortable, because he has no idea of finding a girlfriend. Are you kidding me? Zhou Ming has never thought about hanging from a tree. Isn't it nice to be a ruthless person? Anyway, all she loves is money. I just got up and had breakfast. I won't go to the gym today because I have something to do. After saying that, Zhou Ming quit the chat, ignored Lin Wanner's crazy inquiries and coquettishness, and directly blocked her. Soon, after eating and drinking, Zhou Ming returned to the hotel room upstairs, took out his laptop and placed it on the coffee table, then opened the stock software and transferred the 300,000 in the card. As for the remaining 50,000 yuan, it is reserved for daily expenses and renting a house. 9:30. As time went by, it soon came time for the stock market to open. While the investors in the group were still focusing on Zinfan Technology, Zhou Ming had already set his sights on Tianlong shares. While Zhou Ming's investors in the group were still focusing on Zinfan Technology, Zhou Ming had already set his sights on Tianlong shares one step ahead. Zhou Ming had already investigated clearly last night. The total number of shares of Tianlong shares is about 120 million, which is almost less than half of Zinfan Technology, and each share is only 1.05 yuan. The trend of the stock can be said to be neither falling nor rising, it is at a medium level. So Zhou Ming did not hesitate and directly bought 300,000 yuan. After doing this, Zhou Ming showed a relaxed expression on his face, and then he just had to wait quietly. As expected, Zhou Ming came across news about chip manufacturing at 10 o'clock, which probably meant that the United States was about to impose sanctions on my country's chip manufacturing due to various factors. But our country is so powerful. Although it is not as advanced as them in this aspect, it is indeed developing at a rapid speed. It will not be long before we can produce our own chips. Therefore, for some domestic stocks related to chip manufacturing companies, there will be a certain degree of ups and downs in the future, but as soon as the matter broke out, it should still need to brew for a day or two. Zhou Ming is not in a hurry, just wait and receive the money. Zhou Ming casually opened the Zinfan Technology stock, and sure enough, it turned green as soon as the market opened, and it continued to fall. The stock group was also wailing, and most people were selling their stocks quickly to reduce losses. Tisk tisk, where was that momentum in the morning? Why didn't you shout? Of course, there are also some gambling dogs who do not believe in evil and are waiting for a wave of blood recovery. Obviously this is impossible and they are destined to lose all their money. Zhou Ming felt very happy, probably because he made a lot of money and others suffered losses. After a brief glance, Zhou Ming stopped paying attention and closed the computer. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed the 12,339 National Security Agency reporting hotline. Yes, he was going to report Huang Ya and his boyfriend. He would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. Adhering to this concept, Zhou Ming did not hesitate at all because Huang Ya was his classmate. First of all, let me explain that he is definitely not doing it for the 500,000 bonus, but more because he hates this kind of behavior that endangers national security. Any sign of it must be nipped in the cradle. Maintaining national security and stability is everyone's responsibility. Hello, this is the 12339 reporting center. Do you have any needs? Hello, I would like to report an act of espionage. Okay sir, what kind of espionage is it? Can you describe it to us in detail? It's like this. I have a classmate named Huang Ya. She recently made a new American boyfriend. Sir, our leaders attach great importance to the matter you mentioned and will immediately arrange for someone to check it. As long as it is confirmed that it is espionage, you will receive a corresponding bonus. If there is any need, we will communicate with you in time. Please keep your phone open. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming threw the phone aside with a calm expression, then took off his shirt and did push ups on the floor. Although he can't go to the gym, he can still do some simple fitness exercises, and Zhou Ming has developed a habit in the past 10 days. 100 push ups are a required course every day. What's more, in order to build 8-pack ABS as soon as possible, you must persist and not slack off at all. Noon, Tianhe Hilton Hotel squeak. A Mercedes-Benz E300 parked at the door of the hotel, and then I saw a fat man getting out of the car with a woman wearing heavy makeup, looking like he was kissing me. Just by looking at their body shapes, you can tell that this couple is Chen Wei and Mistress Su Wei. After throwing the car keys in his hand to the doorman, Chen Wei put his arms around the beautiful woman's waist and walked into the hotel, with a mean smile on his fat face. It's finally here. In the rest area of the hotel lobby, Zhou Ming, who had already been sitting there waiting for a long time, looked at Chen Wei and Chen Wei, who were walking towards the front desk. He drank up the coffee in one gulp, put down the newspaper in his hands, stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the elevator. Ding! As a crisp voice sounded, Zhou Ming stepped in, pressed the 8th floor button, and then stood in the corner and waited quietly. Hee, just wait for me and see how I deal with you later. It's useless even if you scream at me. Oh, don't make trouble. Just when the elevator door was about to close, a lewd laughter came from outside, and then Chen Wei walked in with his arms around Su Hui's waist, and placed a hand on the soft crotch of Su Hui's waist. On the hip. Zhou Ming turned a blind eye to him, but Su Hui still wanted to show some face. She slapped Chen Wei's hand away and glared at him fiercely. Chen Wei shrugged and did not speak anymore, but turned his eyes and thought about how he should subdue this little girl. Ding! Soon, the elevator reached the 8th floor, and Chen Wei and the others walked out first and went straight to room 0834. Zhou Ming followed closely, but kept a certain distance from each other. Before he reached the door of the room, Chen Wei couldn't wait, and his hands were kneading. Zhou Ming calmly took out his mobile phone and secretly took an intimate photo of the two of them, then walked to the door of the next room and pretended to take out the key. After Chen Wei and the others entered the room, Zhou Ming returned to the sitting area in the downstairs hall alone, sat down, and then opened MOU's WeChat. "Guess who I saw today?" After a while, MOU replied, "Who?" After 6 or 7 days of chatting, the two have become somewhat familiar. Zhou Ming smiled slightly and typed on the keyboard quickly, "Do you still remember the rich man and the mistress who have been posting on WeChat moments these days? Remember, I bumped into you again? How come it's such a coincidence?" "Yeah, I've been going to the Hilton a lot lately, and I've bumped into them every day. I'm convinced, but I didn't expect that bitchy couple would open a room next door to us today." Then he directly sent the photo he had just taken. "Look at this fat guy, he is so lucky to have someone to marry him, but he still comes out to find a mistress. Is this the world of rich people?" MOU didn't take it seriously at first, but when she saw the photo, she immediately showed a shocked expression on her face, and she froze on the spot. It's her husband. Immediately afterwards, the anger burst out from his heart, and he was extremely angry inside. She recognized at a glance that the fat guy Zhou Ming was talking about was her husband Chen Wei. Chen Wei has always seemed honest and naive, but he didn't expect that he would go out to find a mistress behind his back. At this moment, the angry wife couldn't help but have a thought of revenge. "If you dare to find a mistress, I will find a lover." In my mind, I subconsciously thought of Zhou Ming, who had been chatting with me these past few days. He was calm and handsome, his suit was very masculine, and he also worked out. At this moment, my wife was a little. MOU suppressed the anger in his heart, and after taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he found that there was a trace of relief in his heart. Anyway, the two of them have been separated for a long time, and their relationship has long since faded. "Never mind. Why don't you speak anymore? Is there any problem?" After hearing the news on WeChat, MOU came back to his senses, shook his head and said, "No, I still have things to do. Let's talk next time." As he said that, he threw away the mobile phone in his hand, thinking about the divorce. This marriage must be divorced. Zhou Ming didn't respond. He knew that MOU was definitely not in a good state right now, but he just didn't know if he would immediately get mad and rush over to settle the score with Chen Wei. Zhou Ming was still very curious about this, so he planned to squat here to see if Mrs. MOU would show up. However, Zhou Ming did not wait idle. He did not forget that he wanted to rent a house. He recalled the phone number given in the intelligence and dialed it directly. "Hello? Who are you? Is your house for rent?" Zhou Ming asked with a smile. "Hey, you know so soon? I'm going abroad recently, and the house is vacant, so I plan to rent it out. Do you want to rent a house?" The landlord Gao Xiang responded enthusiastically, "Come and take a look now." Zhou Ming thought for a while and said, "I have something else to do now. Do you think it's okay at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?" "No problem, I'm always available." "Okay, I'll call you then." "Okay." Soon, after Zhou Ming hung up the phone, he sat down, picked up the newspaper, and waited quietly. It's a pity that MOU didn't show up after waiting for most of the day. MOU's reaction was a bit beyond Zhou Ming's expectations. He seemed too calm. Which woman could be so calm after learning that her husband had cheated? My wife is not simple. Afternoon, 1400 hours, Pearl River Palace. Located in the center of Tianhe, next to the Pearl River, it is a veritable luxury area in Guangzhou, with the unit price of the house exceeding 100,000 yuan. Zhou Ming has lived in Guangzhou for such a long time and knows a little bit about this place, so he is quite satisfied with it. Although it is rented, he believes that it will not take long for him to have his own house here. And maybe I won't like this place anymore in the future? In order to better decorate yourself, here is a good choice. Hello, Gao Xiang. Zhou Ming. Building 2301, Building 3, Zhou Ming smiled and nodded at a middle-aged man in a suit with glasses standing in front of him, and the two shook hands in a friendly manner. The landlord Gao Xiang took a look at Zhou Ming and praised him without hesitation. "Haha, I didn't expect that Mr. Zhou is so young and handsome. At first glance, he is not an ordinary person. How about it? The security guard didn't make things difficult for you, right?" The security in the community is still very strict, but Gao Xiang had greeted him in advance, so Zhou Ming's entry was smooth. "No. That's good, let me show you the house first." "Okay." It's a total of 130 square meters, with 4 rooms and a study room. Haha, what I'm most satisfied with is the large direct balcony. I usually drink tea here and enjoy the scenery when I have nothing to do. There are also sofas and all appliances. Just bring your bags and check in. Gao Xiang introduced Zhou Ming while walking around the room with great enthusiasm. Although Zhou Ming didn't say much, he was quite satisfied with this place in his heart. The decoration looked very high-end at first glance, with black and white as the main color, combined with other colors of soft furnishings. The overall look was very comfortable, grand, and high-end. It can be seen that Gao Xiang still has good taste in this aspect. "Yes, I rented it." Zhou Ming didn't like to be sloppy, so he said directly after chatting for a while, Gao Xiang glanced at Zhou Ming in surprise. He didn't expect him to be so forthcoming. He thought the other party would have to think about it. 10,000 yuan a month here is not cheap. Gao Xiang, I have one more request. If you live there, you can't make it messy. You must keep the house clean and tidy, and ask an aunt to clean it regularly. Is this okay? Zhou Ming nodded. Of course, I will not let myself live in a messy room. I also have pursuits. Gao Xiang was immediately happy. It's not like no one came to see the house in the past few days, but they all seemed very hesitant. Especially when they asked for regular cleaning, many people refused and thought it was a waste of money. Gao Xiang was happy. It's refreshing enough, so I won't do ink. The rent here starts from 1 year, and you have to pay 2 deposits, is that okay? Zhou Ming nodded and said, okay. Gao Xiang shook hands. Okay, happy cooperation. He could see that Zhou Ming was in a suit, had a calm temperament, and was confident. He was definitely not a young man or a fairy. Such a tenant would be of higher quality. Soon, after signing the contract, Zhou Ming directly transferred the 30,000 yuan, and Gao Xiang happily handed the key to Zhou Ming. The door has a fingerprint password lock, and the password is 225,795. You can change it later. Here is the spare key. Okay. After a while, the landlord left the place after explaining clearly, and Zhou Ming was the only one left in Niu Da's house. Zhou Ming stood on the balcony, the afternoon sunshine breeze blowing on his handsome face. Looking at the beautiful scenery of Guangqiu in the distance, he felt relaxed and happy, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Everything is on track, and now is the beginning of a wonderful life. Marriage is the shackles that bind him. Now that the locks are unlocked, naturally the sky and sea will be vast, allowing birds to fly. 2 hours later, Tianhe City, Yanghui Supermarket. It was approaching dusk at this time, and the afterglow of the setting sun poured onto the glass exterior wall of Tianhe City, reflecting golden light and covering the entire area, forming a beautiful picture. It was the rush hour after get-off work, so the streets were crowded and very lively. There were horns honking everywhere and the roads were jammed with cars, and Zhou Ming was one of them. I knew I would have come earlier. Looking at the slow-moving vehicles in front of him, Zhou Ming had a wry smile on his face and shook his head helplessly. Originally, Zhou Ming drove back to the club hotel room to pack some of his things and prepare to move to his new home. However, after thinking about it, although he packed his bags and moved in, there were still many daily necessities to buy, so he stopped by Tianhe City to buy some. As for the things he had rented before, Zhou Ming had asked his previous landlord to throw away whatever he needed and sell whatever he could. He didn't need those things anyway. A new start, a new life, what else do you need those old and shabby things? But who would have thought that the time would coincide with the rush hour of getting off work, which would be very embarrassing. After a while, Zhou Ming successfully entered the underground parking lot and found a parking space after all the hard work. It's not easy. After parking the car, Zhou Ming sighed and went directly to the supermarket, pushing a shopping cart and starting to buy what he needed. In the supermarket, the shelves are neatly arranged, with a dazzling array of products, overcrowded, and all kinds of noisy sounds. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming was pushing the shopping cart attentively, shuttling between the shelves, focusing his attention on the shelves nearby. At this moment, he suddenly heard a slight collision sound of bang, and the shopping cart a sharp shake. He looked back and found that his shopping cart had collided with another shopping cart at some point, and some things in the two carts fell to the ground. Yes. Just as Zhou Ming was about to apologize with an apologetic look on his face, an expression of surprise appeared on his face before he could say anything. The person opposite him was none other than his wife Mou. Is it you? Mou was obviously startled by the sudden collision, but when he saw Zhou Ming, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he showed a gentle smile. At this time, Mou was wearing a slim-fitting dress, which outlined a graceful figure with uneven contours. One of her arms as white as jade was exposed to the air, and her jade feet were wearing high heels, which looked mature yet sexy. Zhou Ming, on the other hand, was wearing a suit and tidied his hair before going out. He looked like a handsome uncle and exuded a calm aura. This made his wife Mou's eyes light up, and she noticed that Zhou Ming was obviously different from the last time they met. Of course, after all, Zhou Ming has gone through 10 days of crazy fitness. If there is no change at all, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill him. Standing together, the two looked like a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Haha, this is such a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into you even when I came to buy something. Zhou Ming stopped, squatted down and picked up something that fell on the ground, and then helped Mou pick it up. I didn't hit you, did I? No. Mou shook his head and quickly knelt down and reached out to help. I can do it myself. This squatting highlighted her plump figure even more. Do you live nearby? After finishing packing, Mou stood up and glanced at the pile of daily necessities in Zhou Ming's shopping cart, and asked doubtfully. Zhou Ming sorted out the shopping cart that was about to overflow and said with a smile, yes, it's at the Pearl River Palace not far away. After I got divorced, I wanted to start my life again in a different place, so I moved here. Pearl River Palace? Moyu showed a surprised expression on his face and said with a dumb smile, this is such a coincidence. I didn't expect that we live in the same community. Moyu is aware of Zhou Ming's divorce, and can understand Zhou Ming's desire to change his lifestyle. After all, his change is obvious at a glance. Ah, are you also in the Pearl River Palace? Zhou Ming was shocked. He really didn't expect this. Yeah, I live in Building 4, 2304, how about you? Building 4, 2304? I'm in Building 3, room 2301. Ah, Moyu was shocked again. This building faces the building next door, and the two balconies stand opposite each other, so they can see each other, and they are on the same floor. What a coincidence, right? Zhou Ming looked at Moyu and said in a joking tone, Madam, please explain in advance that I am not following you to investigate. I am a good citizen. Puffed. Moyu covered his mouth and snickered, rolled his eyes and clasped his hands on his chest, pretending to be serious. That's not sure, I have to call the police and investigate you properly. At this time, just when Zhou Minggang was about to speak, an old woman walked over from the side, glanced at the two of them and said loudly, you two are just chatting, please don't block the road, okay? Hearing this, the two of them turned slightly red. After looking at each other, they quickly pushed the shopping cart to make way in the middle. Sorry. Grandma, have you ever? I don't know why, but at this moment, an ambiguous emotion spread between the two of them. Zhou Ming was okay and didn't feel much, but Moyu was different. This immediately reminded her of her cheating husband, and her eyes couldn't help but dim a lot. After comparing with Zhou Ming, I found that my husband was far behind. What was the difference between him and a waste? Not to mention his body and appearance, let alone his temperament, even Ten Chen Weiss cannot compare to Zhou Ming. Thinking of this, something strange suddenly emerged in Moyu's heart. Her husband cheated on her, why couldn't she cheat on him back? As soon as this idea came out, Moyu's face turned even redder, and he immediately lowered his head and shook his head to quickly get rid of this ridiculous idea. Are you okay? Zhou Ming noticed Moyu's emotional change and asked with concern. It's okay. Moyu took a deep breath, raised his head and chest, regained his previous charming temperament, and said with a smile, I still need to buy some meat, so I'll leave first. Zhou Ming thought for a moment and said with a smile, let's go together, I've almost finished buying everything. I never thought my wife could cook. I wonder when I will be lucky enough to be able to cook. Moyu rolled his eyes and said angrily, why, are you talking about me? Only then did she remember that she had promised to treat Zhou Ming to dinner and thank him for picking up her bag. However, because there were too many things going on in the company recently, and Chen Wei's incident also happened, she could not remember this incident. My wife is so cruel. Zhou Ming said helplessly, yes, it seems that I can't eat it. In fact, Zhou Ming really didn't mean that, and he didn't miss the meal. He just felt that not many rich women from the upper class of society like Moyu knew how to cook, so he was a little surprised. Nowadays, in this society, it is almost necessary for men to be in the kitchen and in the hall. Who can bear this? Have no choice. Eat, you can eat while you have the time. Moyu turned around and said, then pushed the shopping cart and walked quickly towards the meat selling area. Zhou Ming shrugged, didn't say anything more, and quickly followed. Soon, the two of them finished buying what they needed and went directly to the counter to check out. After paying the bill, Zhou Ming picked up all the things in his hands without saying a word, and his biceps felt like they were about to burst through his clothes. Just kidding, do you think fitness training is in vain? There are too many things, I'd better do it myself. It's okay. This kind of rough and tiring work should be done by men. How can I let my wife do it for you? On the side, Moyu saw that Zhou Ming could no longer hold it with both hands, and wanted to reach out to lift his own things, but was rejected by Zhou Ming, showing his gentlemanly demeanor to the fullest. This touched Moyu's heart again when he looked at Zhou Ming. Madam, are there any flowers on my face? Zhou Ming grinned, with a sunny smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go. Moyu quickly lowered his head after reacting and walked in front to lead the way for Zhou Ming. Soon, the two came to a white BMW X5 in the underground parking lot. Moyu skillfully opened the trunk, and Zhou Ming stuffed her things inside. I'm bothering you again this time. Moyu closed the trunk and smiled gratefully. Zhou Ming waved his hand nonchalantly and said, we will all be neighbors from now on. It's right to take care of each other. I didn't expect you to be quite strong. You can carry such a heavy thing without even breathing. Moyu looked at Zhou Ming, whose face was not red and his heart was not beating, and he praised, it's really amazing. It's okay. I've just been working out during this period, and the results are pretty good. Zhou Ming didn't explain anything specifically, but Moyu could feel that his muscles were hard, especially those two chest muscles. My wife is in such good shape, she must exercise regularly, right? Moyu smiled and nodded. I practice yoga at home when I have time. I don't go to the gym that much. No wonder. But is your husband blind? He actually went to steal the mistress? Zhou Ming said with emotion, and then picked up his belongings. In his heart, he was already laughing at Chen Wei for being a fool. I am so blessed that I don't know how lucky I am. Having such a beautiful wife still fooling around outside is really crazy. It's getting late, ma'am, I'll leave first. Okay, drive slower. The same to you. Looking at Zhou Ming's leading figure, Mou stood by the car door and watched quietly, with twinkling eyes wondering what he was thinking. The thought of having romance with my husband began to sprout and grow. Night, Pearl River Palace, 2100 hours. Viewed from a high place, the water surface of the Pearl River is shimmering and charming under the bright lights on both sides of the river. The cruise ships on the river are moving slowly, forming a stream of flowing light and shadow, which is overwhelming. The bridge in the distance is more majestic and magnificent under the embellishment of neon lights. Vehicles come and go on the bridge, and the lights and traffic flow are intertwined, forming a flowing landscape. At this time, Zhou Ming was lying on the deck chair on the balcony with a leisurely look on his face, his hands folded behind his head, quietly admiring the beautiful night view with a smile on his lips. A breeze blows from time to time, making people feel indescribably comfortable. This is how you enjoy it. I don't know how many people dream of this kind of relaxed and comfortable life, but how many people can have it? In the past, Zhou Mingna was also very envious of this kind of life, but now everything is different, and he will only live better than he does now. Click. Zhou Ming then picked up his mobile phone and took a picture of the beautiful night view of the Pearl River and posted it on Moments. Copywriting, a new life, a new beginning, I will live here from now on. It's not that he wants to show off, but that he wants to say goodbye to the past in this way and at the same time simply record his life. Of course, what if it's just pretending? Pretending is a necessity. Damn it, Zhou Ming, are you so rich? Pearl River Palace, the place I have always dreamed of has actually come true for you. I am truly envious. TCH, what are you putting here? Isn't it a picture that makes people prank? Boss, wherever you can make a fortune, take care of your little brother. Tisk, 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 you kid is really bound by marriage. These days, you are getting more and more free and unrestrained. Bad smile. Within a few minutes, there were already a lot of comments under the circle of friends, including friends and classmates, some good and some bad. All this envy and jealousy made Zhou Ming's lips curl up slightly. It was really nice to show off. Zhou Ming put down his phone and closed his eyes, enjoying the leisure time. The other side, inside Li Lu's rental house. Zhou Ming, this damn bastard, what does he want to do? Prove that he is better off than me now? Is this showing off to me? I'm really pissed off. On the sofa in the living room, Li Lu, who was originally lying on it scrolling through her mobile phone, saw Zhou Ming's circle of friends and jumped up with anger on her face, shouting and cursing loudly. My aunt, what's going on? In the room, Xiang Mani, who heard the sound, came out wearing a white lace suspender pajamas. She looked at Li Lu with a puzzled look on her face and asked, who provoked you? Who else can there be? Look. Li Lu pulled Xiang Mani over, then handed the phone over and said angrily, do you think Zhou Ming did this on purpose? After Xiang Mani looked at Zhou Ming's circle of friends, her eyes shone brightly and she felt a little strange in her heart, but she concealed it very well and remained calm on the surface. She curled her lips and said, rent a better house to live in. That's it, you're not really buying a house, so what's there to be angry about? But where did Zhou Ming get the money to buy such an expensive car this week? Didn't all his previous wages belong to you? The thoughtful Xiang Mani discovered this immediately, but she was puzzled in her heart. Could it be that Zhou Ming was pretending to be poor before? Actually a rich man? It's not right. They have been married for 6 years, so they can't hide it so deeply, right? Yes. Li Lu's face looked very ugly. She thought for a moment and gritted her teeth and said, I know, he must have secretly hidden the money behind my back, and then just to force me to divorce him. No, we can't just let this matter go. I must take away the money that belongs to me. As she said that, she stood up and walked out the door. Okay, sit down safely for me. Xiang Mani grabbed her, shook her head and asked, you have been divorced for such a long time, what use is there for you to find him? And photos can be faked. Maybe he just wants to piss you off? Having said that, based on Xiang Mani's experience in photo editing over the years, the 2 photos Zhou Mingfa took were all taken with the original camera, and there is no trace of Photoshop at all. So it is true that Zhou Ming rents a house, but it is also true that he buys a car. As a qualified first-generation fairy, she has some research on some luxury cars, and knows that this Mercedes-Benz GLC will cost at least 500,000 yuan to buy. This is not a small sum of money, and it turns out that Zhou Ming is not as simple as he seems on the surface. As for why she lied to deceive Li Lu, it is unclear what her purpose was. Li Lu didn't doubt what Xiang Mani said when she heard it. Instead, she thought it made sense. After all, she had lived with Zhou Ming for such a long time. How could she not know his urine properties? Haha, I know. Li Lu clasped her hands on her chest and said with a sneer, he must be like this on purpose, pretending to be a rich man, and then trying to trick me into remarrying him. Humph, it's just a daydream. But when she thought that Zhou Ming could live in the Pearl River Palace, which was 10,000 times better than her own place, she still felt very unbalanced and unhappy. Xiang Mani smiled and said, "It's not impossible, but even if it's all rented, it still costs tens of thousands, right? I took away all his wealth, where did the money come from?" Li Lu asked in confusion. "Credit card," Xiang Mani said calmly. Hearing this, Li Lu's mood instantly improved a lot, and she smiled disdainfully. "I want to see how embarrassed he is when he can't pay off his credit card. Are you coming to me asking for money?" Xiang Mani stretched calmly, then stood up and walked into the room. "Okay, go back and clean up quickly, and go to the bar later." Immediately, after returning to the room and closing the door, Xiang Mani stared at herself in the mirror, reached out and touched her pretty face, wondering what she was thinking. At this time, on the balcony, Zhou Ming rested his hands on the guardrail, holding a cigarette from the corner of his mouth. His deep eyes reflected the distant lights, looking into the distance. This melancholy look, if those girls and young women saw it, I don't know how many people would be charmed. Ding dong. Buy a house? Zhou Ming picked up his phone and took a look. It was the comment replied by the beautiful sales lady the day before yesterday. "It's rented, just for a temporary transition." He is not the kind of person who insists on pretending that he didn't buy it instead of buying it just to show off. There is nothing to lie about this kind of thing, just tell the truth. What's more, the two of them can only be said to have met by chance. Just give it a try and that's it. Then Zhou Ming read through it carefully and found that his wife Mou also commented, "We will be neighbors from now on." At this time, there was a new comment from private trainer Lin Wanner. "It's been a day, why haven't you replied to my messages? Will you come to the gym tomorrow? I moved here to Tianhe. The gym is too far from here, so I won't go there. I'll cancel half of the remaining classes, and I'll give you the rest." After Zhou Ming thought about it, he decided to make it clear to Lin Wanner. He was not the kind of person who was ruthless, but he had never had feelings for Lin Wanner. How could he be so ruthless? "Moreover, I have only taken a dozen classes in the past 10 days. I will refund half of it and give the rest to her. Isn't this too much? That's several thousand yuan, quite a lot. Everyone is consensual, so there is nothing to apologize to Lin Wanner, right? Of course, what's more important is that Zhou Ming has a better pursuit, and that is Mrs. Mou. Mrs. Mou is like the snow on the mountain, clean, beautiful, intellectual, and temperamental. And what about Lin Wanner? It's just a beautiful hen mixed among the chickens. Although it is beautiful, it lacks a soul. More importantly, this beautiful hen has begun to consider herself as a girlfriend. Does she want to get married in the future? Thinking about it, she is a very troublesome woman. So Zhou Ming chose to be a ruthless scumbag. As for being Aquaman, keep Lin Wanner to continue using it? Zhou Ming felt that with Lin Wanner's aggressiveness, she might cause some trouble later. So, it's better to cut it off. Zhou Ming has better choices, and there will be more and better ones in the future. Ah, what a scumbag. When Lin Wanner saw the reply, her whole face turned green. She was so angry that her back molars were almost broken, and she screamed crazily at home. "What do you mean I'll give you the rest? Do you really think you are a beggar? Even if you are a young lady, you can't just guarantee it for 10 days, right?" What's more, he had put in a lot of time and energy, only to be ruthlessly abandoned like this? Who can bear this? But Lin Wanner quickly calmed down, with a helpless expression on her face. It seemed, seemingly, that she had delivered it to others. Who could she blame for her wishful thinking? Are you too naive? Lin Wanner was very unwilling to accept this. She picked up her mobile phone and started calling Zhou Ming frantically to find out, but there was only a busy signal waiting for her, and she could not get through. That night, Lin Wanner was so angry that she originally thought she would be able to hug a handsome and rich man this time, but she never thought that the other person just wanted to have fun. Rich people are devils, heartless bastards. After all, it was my mistake and I was completely emo. I'm on the balcony. After blocking Lin Wanner, Zhou Ming saw a private message from Mou. He immediately looked up to the right and saw a graceful figure standing on the edge of the balcony. The two of them smiled and nodded, and then waved. Although there is a distance between the two buildings, you can still see each other clearly with the help of lights. At this time, Mou was wearing a pair of dark red silk suspender pajamas, tightly tied around the waist, looking sexy and mature, with long hair fluttering in the breeze, looking like a picturesque beauty. The bright lights around her shone on the red wine glass in her hand, exuding a beautiful light. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately returned to the wine cabinet in the living room, then quickly poured himself a glass of red wine and returned to the balcony, raising the glass from the distance. Mou, who was opposite him, was stunned for a moment when he saw it. He came back to his senses and showed a charming smile. He also raised the wine glass in his hand gracefully and moved his mouth slightly. Zhou Ming saw that it meant a toast, so he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. How comfortable it is to live in the company of a beautiful woman under the moonlight. Beautiful. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the mobile phone placed aside kept ringing with WeChat messages, breaking the beautiful scenery. Zhou Ming couldn't help but frown, and was about to turn off his phone in displeasure, but when he saw the content of the message sent in the classmate group, his eyes narrowed with surprise on his face, and then he opened WeChat. Something big happened, something big happened. According to reliable information from my buddy, Huanya was arrested by the police. What happened? Why was she suddenly arrested? What crime did she commit? If I ask you to guess to death, you probably won't be able to figure it out. Don't lose your appetite. Speak quickly. If you push me harder, be careful. I'll catch you at your house and beat you up. The crime of espionage, I heard, was because I had a boyfriend from the United States and was instigated to rebel. Then I often went to aviation exhibitions and took pictures around military bases. I stole and leaked the country's confidential information. Now anyone who has anything to do with her all close contacts are being investigated. Really or not, Huang Ya is actually a traitor? TMD is so abominable. I didn't expect that she would be such trash. Damn it. This kind of traitor should be taken out and shot. It's such a shame that he associates with such a scumbag. Because of this news, the WeChat group exploded. No one was not shocked, but most of them were extremely angry. It seems that everyone has the same red heart as Zhou Ming, especially when it comes to treating such traitors with zero tolerance. In ancient times, such people would be paraded through the streets and thrown rotten eggs. However, Zhou Ming's face was also shocked. He was just guessing at first, but he didn't expect it to be true. He shook his head and whispered, "You really know people but not their hearts." When he was in school, although he and Huanya were not particularly close, they still knew each other to some extent. She was a very motivated girl, so why did she become like this? Alas, things are so unpredictable. Ring ring ring. At this time, Zhou Ming, who was still filled with emotion, was interrupted by a phone ringing. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was a virtual number. Hello? Hello Mr. Zhou Ming, this is the National Security Center. Hearing these words, Zhou Ming was shocked, but he quickly calmed down, saying that he was anonymous, but it was very simple for such a state agency to investigate himself. Moreover, there is a major case about spy, so the people above will investigate him anyway, so it is not surprising to know his name. But this also made Zhou Ming slightly vigilant. Although he had already downloaded the anti-fraud app, he still had to guard against it. Hello, may I help you with anything? Our call this time is specifically to thank you. Because of your report, we were able to catch this kind of spy who trafficked our country's important military intelligence and eliminated a major security risk for our country. Thank you again for your great support in our work. Support, it's okay. This is what I should do as a Chinese citizen. It's just a little effort. Haha, your little effort is of extraordinary significance to us. In view of your behavior this time, we will give you a reward of 500,000, and the bonus will be credited to your account within an hour. And please rest assured that we will keep your personal information confidential at the highest level and will never affect your normal life. Thank you again and wish you a happy life. Zhou Ming looked at the phone in his hand and scratched his head. Is it gone now? Could it be a scam call? You didn't even ask for your bank card number? Well, that's right. If the country wants to investigate your information, does it still need you to speak out? Moreover, they didn't lie to you, and they gave you 500,000 yuan. How could this be a liar? Thinking of this, Zhou Ming had a wry smile on his face. He glanced at the red wine glass in his hand and suddenly remembered that there was a beauty waiting for him to enjoy the moonlight in the distance. But when he looked up, his wife Mou's figure was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the curtains alone and messy in the wind. Zhou Ming shrugged, picked up the glass of red wine and drank it in one sip, then turned around and returned to the sofa in the living room to sit down, quietly making noises. Wait for about an hour and you will know whether it is true or not. Half an hour later, ding dong. 500,000.00 yuan has arrived in the postal savings bank card. With the sound of a text message sent from the bank, Zhou Ming suddenly became excited. He stopped looking at the beautiful anchor who jumped off the train and quickly clicked on the message to check it. His face instantly turned red with excitement, and he felt like he wanted to look up to the sky and scream. Impulse. So cool, so cool. This is just like the last time I picked up Bitcoin for nothing. I made 500,000 without any effort. Can I be unhappy? But this is thanks to the fact that I have system intelligence. Otherwise, even if pie in the sky happens, it won't be my turn. After a while, Zhou Ming came to his senses, but he always had a smile on his face and felt particularly comfortable. After thinking about it for a while, he went to the study room and turned on the computer, and then after some operations, he transferred the data from the card. 450,000 was transferred into the stock software. It's simple, because Zhou Ming plans to buy Tianlong shares as soon as the stock market opens tomorrow morning. The more he can buy while the price is still low, the better. It can only be said that these 500,000 yuan came too timely. If you only rely on the 300,000 yuan, you can only earn more than 30,000 yuan a day. But now the total is 750,000 yuan. It is not impossible to earn at least 100,000 yuan in one day. possible things. Is there anything more joyful than this? Soon, after Zhou Ming finished doing this, he closed the computer, hummed a tune and went to take a shower. Early in the morning, 2400 hours. In the master bedroom, Zhou Ming was lying on the soft bed, watching the gorgeous night view of the Pearl River through the large floor-to-ceiling glass wall, and bright subtitles suddenly flashed in his eyes. Ding, the system information will be updated soon. This made Zhou Ming immediately put down the phone in his hand, sit up straight and concentrate. 1. Huang Ye's foreign boyfriend was arrested in Pengcheng. 2. Because of her husband's betrayal, Mou quietly began to prepare evidence before divorce. At the same time, he developed a strange affection for his new neighbor Zhou Ming, whom he met by chance in the supermarket today. 3. Wang Peng saw his classmate Zhou Ming living in a mansion, and remembered that he had a huge hole in high-interest loans of up to 1 million, so he decided to borrow money from Zhou Ming. 4. Li Lu was dissatisfied with the current situation of life and decided to use her beauty to take the initiative to catch rich people. 5. At present, the trade dispute between Huai and the United States has fully escalated, and all domestic industries related to communication equipment will rise. 6. Tomorrow, Typhoon Likama will make landfall in Zhejiang, which will bring huge disasters to many places. Well done. When Zhou Ming saw the first piece of information, foreign boyfriend was arrested in Pengcheng, he couldn't help but clenched his fists in celebration. He said that all he heard was about Huang Ye, but no information about his boyfriend. He probably got some information beforehand and started running away in advance. Fortunately, the Skynet was still intact and he didn't escape. Zhou Ming felt relieved. There should be no mercy for this kind of spy, he must be imprisoned until death, preferably directly shot. 2. Because of her husband's betrayal, Mou quietly began to prepare evidence before divorce. At the same time, he developed a strange affection for his new neighbor Zhou Ming, whom he met by chance in the supermarket today. Well, Zhou Ming stared at the information with wide eyes and a look of astonishment on his face. He stretched out his hand to rub his eyes and thought he had read it wrong. Mou likes me? Zhou Ming suddenly felt a little surprised. Who doesn't like a beautiful wife? Intentionally or unintentionally, during this period, I naturally had other thoughts. 3. Wang Peng saw his classmate Zhou Ming living in a mansion, and remembered that he had a huge loan hole of 1 million, so he decided to borrow money from Zhou Ming. Haha, you want to borrow money from me? Zhou Ming pouted. When he and Wang Peng were in college, they could only talk to each other and their relationship was not very close. Why should they lend him money? Moreover, he had taken out so many loans, most likely because he had used them for gambling, which made it even more difficult to borrow. It's very simple. Once this kind of money is lent out, it will be difficult to get it back. As the saying goes, all the people who borrow money are uncles. He, Zhou, has been sworn in with gambling and drugs in his life. 4. Li Lu was dissatisfied with the current situation of life and decided to use her beauty to take the initiative to catch rich people. Laughed. Zhou Ming really laughed and couldn't understand where Li Lu had the confidence to go fishing for her golden son-in-law. Yes, he admitted that Li Lu was still somewhat pretty, but for those rich people, they didn't want someone young and beautiful, but something like her. 5. At present, the trade dispute between Huai and the United States has fully escalated, and all domestic industries related to communication equipment will rise. When Zhou Ming saw the next piece of information, he frowned, picked up his phone and started browsing the information, and soon showed a helpless expression. He knows that the purpose of the United States in doing this is simply to see that the country's development trend in recent years has threatened their status, so by curbing the development of Huai, it will hinder the country's development of high-tech products in this area. To put it bluntly, they don't want to see the good of the country and want to maintain their position as the big brother of the United States. But this is also a good thing in some other ways. It proves that the United States is afraid, and it also proves that the country is strong and prosperous. Zhou Ming sneered at these small tricks of the United States. The country was full of talents, and it was only a matter of time to break the blockade. He was afraid that it would shoot himself in the foot, etc. As soon as this news comes out, the stock price of this chip is expected to rise. After reading all the information, Zhou Ming closed his eyes and sorted out the somewhat chaotic thoughts in his mind, sorting them out one after another. Now his main goal is to grow his wallet as quickly as possible, because he knows very well that there will be more and more opportunities to make money in the future, and if he wants to seize them, he must have enough capital. Zhou Ming stretched lazily, then picked up the remote control to close the electric curtains, lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Pearl River Palace. In the early morning, the sunlight shines on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, forming mottled light and shadow. The breeze blows gently, and the leaves sway, bringing a hint of coolness. A figure shuttled quickly on the trail, breathing heavily, with sweat on his determined face. His hair and broad back were already wet with sweat, revealing his strong muscles. This person is Zhou Ming, who started his morning jog early in the morning. He has already run around the entire community. This is considered his second lap. You must know that the entire community is not small. If you keep a constant speed, it will take close to 10 minutes to complete one lap. Wow, who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looks like he has a good figure. It would be nice if the one in my family had a figure like this. There were also many wives who got up early and girls who were rushing to work. Zhou Ming's calm temperament, coupled with the perfect image of a handsome uncle, immediately attracted their attention. It's so cool. About half an hour later, Zhou Ming stopped and walked slowly on the tree-lined path. While relieving the pain in his legs, he took off his sweat-soaked top, then wring it dry and put it on again. Go up. After he calmed down, Zhou Ming did not go home, but walked straight to the door of the community. When he drove back yesterday, he remembered that there was a breakfast shop not far away when he turned right and planned to eat rice rolls before returning home. Just as Zhou Ming was leaving the gate of the community, several horns sounded from behind him. When he looked back, he saw a white BMW X5 parked next to him. Why are you all wet? His wife, Mou, lowered the car window and looked at Zhou Ming and asked in confusion, but her eyes were fixed on the top that was wet and clinging to the skin, and her two chest muscles were clearly visible. The next second, I didn't know what to think, my face turned slightly red, and I immediately averted my gaze. Good morning, madam. Zhou Ming stopped and said with a smile, I just finished my morning jog inside, so I'm all sweaty. Today, Mrs. Mou was dressed in standard professional attire. She was carefully dressed with a mature charm. She was very attractive. Her perfect career line made Zhou Ming's eyes shine. Madam, is she going to work? Mou stretched out his hand to pull the hair in front of his forehead, smiled and nodded. Yes, the company still has a lot of things to deal with. You smell like sweat. Why are you running out here if you don't know how to take a shower? I'm a little hungry, let's go have breakfast nearby. After saying that, Zhou Ming looked solemn and said very seriously, and madam, I have masculine smell, which is very different from the smell of sweat. Well, Mou was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, okay, absolutely manly. Would you like to have breakfast together, madam? Zhou Ming smiled slightly and extended the invitation. No, I've already eaten. Mou shook his head, glanced at the time and said, if it's okay, I'll leave first. The company is waiting for me to have a meeting. Zhou Ming nodded and said, okay, then I won't disturb you, madam. Boom! With the roar of the engine, the white BMW X5 left quickly. Zhou Ming took one look and stopped paying attention. He quickly went to the breakfast shop and ate a rice roll that tasted pretty good. Then he quickly returned home and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. By the time Zhou Ming came out of the shower, it was already 9:30, and the stock market was about to open. After simply wiping his hair, Zhou Ming sat in the study and turned on the computer. Without thinking, he directly transferred the 450,000 Tianlong shares that he had transferred in yesterday. After observing for a while, Zhou Ming found that the leading sector today was the chip sector, but all companies linked to chips had begun to rise strongly. It seems that the news that the United States will be blocked has gradually spread, and the impact is not small. However, the stock fluctuations of Tianlong shares are not much different from those started yesterday. On the contrary, they have fallen a little bit. But Zhou Ming was not worried at all about this. Instead, he picked up his phone and opened WeChat and clicked on the stock group there. Come on, why is this damned Zinfan technology still falling? Give me a raise. Brothers, I have to continue to increase my position, otherwise it will be too late when the price rises. What do you mean? Will this stock go up? Haha, don't believe him. Zinfan technology can't go up anymore. The current chip sector is the top priority in the future. Those who want to make a fortune must hurry up. I've heard that too. I just looked at several big companies that produce chips and they're all red. Rumors say, Tianlong shares seems to have secretly invested in several chip companies, which may rise sharply. Haha, don't make trouble, brother. How could Tianlong shares rise? Don't mislead new comrades here. That is, if you have this kind of money, you might as well buy some other major chip production companies. They will definitely rise sharply. Are you not here to make fun of me? Just stay aside. In the stock group, a large group of new and old investors were having heated discussions and expressing their opinions. Zhou Ming also fell into deep thought after seeing this scene. Would you like to buy some other chip company stocks? Forget it. After thinking about it carefully, Zhou Ming decided to give up the idea. After all, he was really not familiar with stocks. If some chip company stocks were installed as a trustee and wanted to join forces to cut leaks, wouldn't he be in big trouble? There are too many monsters in the stock market, so you have to be careful. Moreover, according to the information provided by the system, Tianlong shares will hit the daily limit for 6 consecutive years, so it will definitely not lose money. If you don't understand, don't mess around. Just follow the information and you'll be right. 2 hours later, Powerhouse. Mr. Zhou? You haven't come to the gym for several days. Did you have a fight with Warner? The young lady at the front desk, Hua, was stunned for a moment when she saw Zhou Ming appearing in the gym. While speaking, she silently took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Weiner. Moreover, she received a message from Lin Weiner last night, saying that she would be notified immediately if she met Zhou Ming, but she did not explain the reason. Although she didn't know much about what happened between Lin Weiner and Lin Weiner, as a friend she also knew that Lin Weiner always looked absent-minded these days. Now seeing Zhou Ming coming alone, he immediately realized something was wrong. "No," Zhou Ming said with a slight smile, "I'm not here for fitness today. Please help me calculate how many classes I have taken during this period, and cancel the remaining classes for me." Although Zhou Ming is not short of this little money, the province should spend it and cannot be so extravagant and wasteful. Ah. Hua looked at Zhou Ming in surprise and asked doubtfully, "Mr. Zhou, is there anything about us that you are dissatisfied with? You might as well tell me. It's okay if I change it to a personal trainer." Now she was 100% sure that something happened between Lin Weiner and the two of them, otherwise why would Zhou Ming just come to withdraw from the meeting? Weiner's exes came to her door and were discovered? Or is it that Zhou Ming has a wife and was discovered? She still wants to try her best to keep him, if nothing else. After all, her bonus will be gone if she withdraws. "No, you guys are very good here, and Weiner's personal trainer is also great in all aspects." Zhou Ming shook his head and said calmly, "It's just that I have moved now. It's a bit far over Tianhe, so come here not very convenient. Please hurry up and help me handle it. I have something to deal with later." "Oh well." Hua looked helpless and could only settle the settlement for Zhou Ming, but she was anxiously muttering in her heart, "Why isn't Weiner here yet?" What she didn't know was that even if Lin Weiner came, she still couldn't change the final result. It was impossible for Zhou Ming to stay forcibly for a woman, because for Zhou Ming, he doesn't want to be restrained by a woman again. Even if that happens, it will happen in the future. Wouldn't it be great to play in the human world now? The refund procedure went smoothly and was completed in a short time. The total cost for 10 days was exactly 10,000 yuan, and the rest was returned to Zhou Ming. After Zhou Ming received the transfer, he did not stay here any longer. He turned around and left. It was not that he was afraid of meeting Lin Weiner, but that he did not want to waste any unnecessary time. Where are the others? 5 minutes later, Lin Weiner hurried and panting, staring at Hua with a pair of shining eyes, her face full of anxiety. "He just left not long ago. It's probably not too late to chase him now," Hua said with a wry smile. Lin Weiner said nothing, turned around in a panic and ran outside. She came to the street downstairs and looked around, but she didn't see that familiar figure. Her eyes dimmed instantly, and then she thought of something again and quickly ran inside. When she arrived at the underground parking lot, it was still empty. A bastard, scumbag, a ruthless and shameless person. Lin Weiner's face turned red with anger. She no longer had the ladylike temperament she once had. She started yelling and kicked the tire of a car nearby. The sound echoed in the empty parking lot, making it extremely harsh. "I have put in so much during this period, but in the end it was all in vain?" At this moment, Lin Weiner knew that she had been deceived by Zhou Ming. The feeling of being played was unacceptable to her. She clenched her fists, but a trace of helplessness flashed through her heart. "So what? Aren't you willing to do so?" "Ha!" Lin Weiner laughed to herself, turned around and returned to the power room. "Are you okay?" When Hua saw Lin Weiner's appearance, she knew there was no chance. She couldn't bear to persuade her, "Don't take it too seriously. Aren't all rich people like this? None of these stinky men are good." The other side, Zhou Ming didn't know anything about what happened next in the gym, and he didn't want to know, because it had become a thing of the past for him, so why should he care about it? With a calm mood, Zhou Ming returned to Tianhe. After thinking about it for a while, he did not go home directly. Instead, he went to Tianhe City first and planned to continue shopping in the mall. In fact, the main purpose was to get a new mobile phone. "The mobile phone I am using is an iPhone 5 that I retired from my ex-wife Li Lu many years ago. It will be the 12th generation soon. You can imagine how long I have been using it, but the screen is almost dry and broken. Before the divorce, whenever the latest Apple mobile phone came out, Li Lu had to use it as soon as possible. Even if the phone was not broken, she still had to buy it. At that time, Zhou Ming didn't know what was going on in his head. No matter what Li Lu asked for, he gave her everything and never complained. And I kept one that was usable, and sold the rest on the salted fish. I could save a little, but it still blocked the hole in my house." Diddy in the underground parking lot, Zhou Ming found a parking space and parked his car, then locked it and walked towards the elevator inside the mall. "Ha!" At this moment, two figures walked out of a passage not far behind them. One of them immediately showed a surprised expression when he saw Zhou Ming's familiar back. "Manny, what's wrong?" Another person noticed something strange about Xiong Manny and asked. "It's nothing, I met an acquaintance." Xiong Manny rubbed her eyes to make sure that she had seen correctly. The man not far away was Zhou Ming. This made her feel as if she had seen a ghost. She had just found a sales job at a gold store in Tianhe City, and she happened to bump into Zhou Ming on her first day at work today? She took 2 quick steps forward in high heels and came to Zhou Ming's parked Mercedes-Benz GLC. After thinking for a moment, she quickly took out her mobile phone to take a photo of the car, and then sent it to her person who works at the vehicle management office. Friend, Brother Lu, help investigate the owner information of this car. Jianhu emergency. Manny, what are you doing? Wang Lin, a female colleague on the side, asked in confusion. Confirm some things, it will be ready soon. Xiang Manny said perfunctorily with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on the chat box on her phone, and she was extremely shocked. Because her friend responded to the message, the car owner's name was indeed Zhou Ming's. There was no need to question this, and there was no mortgage registration information. This means that Zhou Ming bought the Mercedes-Benz GLC worth more than 500,000 yuan in full, rather than with a mortgage. Zhou Ming, he is really rich. Thinking of this, Xiang Manny was shocked and immediately opened the WeChat chat box of her best friend Li Lu. Oh my god, Lulu, that car was really bought by Zhou Ming. But just when Xiang Manny was about to send it, her fingers froze in midair and did not fall down for a long time. She gritted her teeth, and then by some mistake, she deleted all the words she had just typed and exited the chat box. At this moment, a strange thought arose in her heart. She held the phone tightly in her hands and placed it on her chest, her eyes flashing continuously. Manny, don't waste time, hurry up and leave. Wang Lin pulled Xiang Manny, who was standing there in a daze, and walked forward quickly, and said helplessly, it's time for the manager to curse again. Oh, okay. Xiang Manny came to her senses and followed her colleagues out of here. At this time, Zhou Minggang had just waited for the elevator. After pressing the button for the second floor, he looked up and looked outside. He happened to see Xiang Manny walking this way, with a look of surprise on his face. But he didn't pay attention, as if he didn't see her. Who are you? Wait a minute, didn't you see our two beauties coming? Wang Lin muttered dissatisfiedly as she stood in front of the closed elevator entrance. Xiang Manny on the side did not speak, with a strange look on her face, and stood quietly. In the shopping mall, Zhou Ming first strolled around for a while, then found a Huawei mobile phone store and walked in. As for why he doesn't continue to buy an Apple phone, it actually doesn't matter. It's just that he doesn't want to use it anymore. Nowadays, domestic mobile phones are no worse than those from outside, especially Huawei and Xiaomi. Which one is bad? Not only is it cheap, but the quality is also good. Needless to say, we must support domestic production. Sir, do you want to buy a mobile phone? The store was quite lively, with many people making purchases. A shopping guide girl immediately greeted Zhou Ming with a smile. Show me this year's latest models. Zhou Ming didn't bother to look at them one by one and said directly, okay, please come over here. The shopping guide's eyes lit up. She led Zhou Ming to the display cabinet aside, picked up a mobile phone placed on it and introduced enthusiastically Huawei Mate 30 series, whether it is excellent in design, performance and functionality, paired with the powerful Kirin 990 processor. While Zhou Ming listened to the introduction from the shopping guide, he tried it briefly with his mobile phone. It worked well and was very easy to use, but he did not make a decision immediately. Zhou Ming? At this time, Zhou Ming, who was trying his mobile phone, heard someone calling him from behind. When he looked back, he saw Xiang Manny standing there timidly with her hands behind her back and a sweet smile. At this time, Xiang Manny was wearing work clothes, but she still couldn't hide her proud figure. Her delicate face, lightly painted with makeup, couldn't help but make people's eyes brighter, giving her a sense of instant recognition as a schoolgirl. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. I thought I was wrong. Is it really such a coincidence? Obviously this was impossible, but Xiang Manny made an excuse to send her colleague Wang Lin away to find Zhou Ming. She also wandered around the mall for a long time before finally finding it. Are you planning to get a new mobile phone? Facing Xiang Manny, Zhou Ming really couldn't arouse the slightest interest, and even had a trace of disgust in his heart. He didn't want to pay attention to her, and responded expressionlessly, yeah. But Zhou Ming didn't hate her either. Although she was the one who instigated Li Lu's divorce, it also made him see Li Lu's face clearly, otherwise he wouldn't have such a carefree life now. But this does not mean that Zhou Ming forgives her. What's wrong? Are you still angry with me? Seeing Zhou Ming who was ignoring her, Xiang Manny was worried inside, but on the surface she pretended to be pitiful and said aggrievedly, I was wrong, isn't it okay? But don't misunderstand me. Whether you believe it or not, Li Lu's divorce from you really has nothing to do with me. Li Lu has been complaining to me before about how bad you are. You can't make much money to support her. You have to live frugally even to buy a bag. You don't have a house or a car. She wants to divorce you. I know Brother Ming, it's hard for you to work hard to make money outside. I can also see that you love Li Lu very much, so I have been trying to persuade her not to divorce, otherwise you will be sad. But Li Lu is determined to divorce you, Brother Ming, and I have no choice. Hi, really hi. She is worthy of being the first-generation little fairy. What a preemptive move. First, he apologized in a coquettish way, then completely eliminated his relationship with the whole thing, and then put the blame on Li Lu, but he acted as the good old man. Because Xiang Manny knew that Zhou Ming would not be looking for Li Lu, so she was not afraid no matter what. She also wanted to take a gamble on Zhou Ming and eliminate the misunderstanding between the two first. If Zhou Ming really suddenly became rich, he would at least have a chance. What if Brother Ming might have some special hobbies and take a liking to him to take revenge on Li Lu? Wouldn't the opportunity be greater? Of course, the premise of everything is that Zhou Ming really becomes rich. Otherwise, how could Xiong Mani, as the first-generation fairy, be able to join? Zhou Ming saw this and felt like a mirror. How could he not see what Xiong Mani wanted to do? Is it just that I saw myself driving a luxury car and living in a mansion, so I wanted to post it? Can you be a best friend with a woman like Li Lu and be a good wife and mother? Zhou Ming didn't want to chat with Xiong Mani at first, but when he looked at her, he had other thoughts in his heart. Mater Li Lu, you used your best friend to disgust me, this time I use my best friend to disgust you. So Zhou Ming changed his indifferent attitude and said calmly, I did have a lot of objections to you before the divorce, but the matter has passed, so I don't mind mentioning it. There's drama. Hearing this, Xiong Mani's eyes instantly lit up. Knowing that Zhou Ming was beginning to relent, she quickly pouted, Brother Ming, are you forgiving me? Brother Ming, you don't know that Li Lu is always lying at home recently and wants me to take care of her. I even persuade her to find a job but she doesn't go, but it worries me to death. These are good besties. What a man who gave up his car to save his handsome man. Zhou Ming shook his head and smiled, haha, she has been married to me for so many years. Do you think she has a job? Alas, Li Lu really doesn't know how blessed she is. Xiong Mani sighed helplessly, looking directly at Zhou Ming with her big watery eyes. When I first saw Brother Ming, I knew you were a good man. You know, Brother Ming, I was envious of Li Lu at that time. Unfortunately, you were already her boyfriend at that time. It was impossible for me to do something like betraying my best friend. Tisk tisk tisk, it would be a pity not to become an actor at this level. Okay, there's no point in saying this anymore. Zhou Ming put down the phone in his hand and said calmly, also, I don't want to hear the name Li Lu again. Okay. Xiong Mani nodded obediently and stood quietly aside. Sir, do you still want to buy this mobile phone? At this time, the shopping guide asked in a low voice, but her eyes were wandering on the two of them. Buy, this is the one, how much does it cost? Zhou Ming looked at the shopping guide with a smile and pointed at Huawei Mate X16 plus 1 TB asked. This 12,999, although it is very expensive, it is definitely worth the money. Well, that's it, wrap it up for me. Okay, sir, please come over here and pay. Soon, after Zhou Ming paid the bill, he took the mobile phone from the front desk lady, turned around and walked outside. This made Xiong Mani on the side secretly stunned. She bought a mobile phone that cost nearly 12,999 yuan without blinking an eye. Is this the life of a rich person? You work here? Zhou Ming walked slowly in the corridor and turned to look at Xiong Mani beside him. Yes. Xiong Mani said helplessly, I was fired by the company some time ago, and then I found a sales job here. Zhou Ming nodded and said, then you don't have to go to work? It's rest time now. Xiong Mani lied without changing her face, and then whispered with dark eyes, Brother Ming, are you trying to drive me away? No, just follow if you like. Zhou Ming shrugged and ignored her. Brother Ming, what else are you planning to buy? Buy a new set of pajamas, underwear, and some better pairs of leather shoes. No problem. I've been working for more than a week and I'm quite familiar with this place. How about LV? Okay. In Li Lu's view, it goes without saying that Zhou Ming's character is good. Her best friend Li Lu has already tested it for her, and now she looks rich, handsome, and in good shape. This is not a perfect quality. Boyfriend? Carefully selected besties. Zhou Ming did not resist this. After all, a beautiful woman came to his door. How could he refuse? Soon, Xiong Mani took Zhou Ming to the LV counter store, and the shopping guide immediately stepped forward to warmly receive her. Brother Ming, what do you think of this? While Zhou Ming was looking at the leather shoes, Xiong Mani reached out from behind and patted his shoulder, holding a black pajamas in her hand and gesticulating on her body, very naughty. Haha, my wife is really discerning. This is a hot item in our store and many people like it, said the shopping guide. We are not a couple, she is just my friend. Zhou Ming explained, then glanced at the pajamas and nodded, okay, that's it. I also want these 2 pairs of leather shoes. The shopping guide was taken aback for a moment, then quickly came to her senses and said with a smile, okay sir. Xiong Mani also acted very calmly and did not explain. She still had a sweet smile on her face. She took Zhou Ming's hand and walked inside. Brother Ming, don't you still want to buy underwear? This way. Soon, Zhou Ming made his choice, turned to look at Xiong Mani aside, smiled slightly, and said, send you a set? Isn't this bad? Xiong Mani's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. What's wrong? You've been with me for so long, just consider it a reward for your hard work, Zhou Ming said calmly. Then, Brother Ming, help me choose. Xiong Mani bit her lip and looked at Zhou Ming tenderly. Okay. Zhou Ming seemed to have not seen it, pointing to a short distance away and said, how about the black one with lace? Seong Mani raised her head and glanced at the sexy set of underwear, and her face turned even redder. At this time, Seong Mani felt very complicated. She didn't know what Jo Ming meant. Do you like yourself? Do you want to put on this sexy underwear to show him? Well, that's it. Jo Ming nodded and said, please wrap up these items. Okay. The shopping guide who pretended to be temporarily deaf took one look, nodded quickly, took the things and walked to the counter. Only friends? Haha, what a big melon. Soon, after settling the bill, tens of thousands of dollars were spent. This made Seong Mani further realize Jo Ming's ability. He spent money like water and was not sloppy at all. This was real money, not fake. It also proved that her guess was correct. No matter what the reason was for Jo Ming to become so rich, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he was rich. Brother Ming, I see you have rented a house in Zhujianhaoding. Why don't you invite me to come and sit down? In the parking lot, Seong Mani held her underwear in her hand, thought for a moment and looked at Jo Ming and suggested, next time, you still have to go to work, so don't waste your time. Jo Ming threw all the things he bought into the back seat, then opened the car door and got in. You go back, there's no need to send me off. With that said, without waiting for Seong Mani's reply, Jo Ming stepped on the accelerator and left, heading home. Well, Seong Mani stood there for a while, sighed helplessly and then turned around and left. She knew she might be too impatient. Jo Ming is different now than before. It seems that he has to spend more effort. Li Lu, you pushed Brother Ming into my arms yourself, you can't blame me. Li Lu okay, this is how you want to play, right? At this time, Yuko Clothing Co., Limited, President's Office. The decoration style in the office adheres to minimalism. A desk, a sofa, a bookcase, and a small number of potted plants make it clear at a glance, simple yet grand. At this time, a beautiful figure in a red dress sat on the desk, adding a unique sexiness. Moyu sat on the main seat, his face looked quite haggard, his eyes could not hide the sadness but showed an unprecedented firmness, and his whole person still exuded a charming temperament. The table was very simple. Apart from a computer, a photo frame and some materials, there were only a few U-discs arranged neatly. These USB flash drives were not MOUs, but one she had managed to get stolen from Chen Wei. They contained most of the bitcoins in Chen Wei's company. It can be said that most of Chen Wei's money is now in MOU's hands. My wife is not a stupid person, but is very smart. Otherwise, she would not be in the position she is today and open the company to such a large scale. With Chen Wei's level, how could he defeat his wife? If it weren't for his wife's constant financial support, Chen Wei's broken company would have gone bankrupt many times. So Chen Wei's brain is filled with water. Tuk tuk at this time, a knock on the door broke the silence in the office. Come in. Moyu came back to his senses, and there was no trace of sadness on his face anymore, and he looked at the door with a calm expression. Soon, a man in a black coat walked in and put the document bag in his hands on the table. Miss Moyu, here is what you want. He's a private detective. Moyu did not speak, but silently picked up the document bag, opened it, and took out the contents. The first thing that caught his eye were intimate photos of Chen Wei and his mistress Su Hui, shopping, eating, and the rest. Those are all evidence of Chen Wei's cheating, room opening records, etc. That's right, as soon as Moyu learned that Chen Wei had cheated on her, she went to a private detective to collect evidence. She never fights an uncertain battle. She is very strong. Since she can help Chen Wei, she can also make him fall to the bottom and ruin his reputation. Chen Wei dares to find a mistress to cheat on himself, so he must bear the consequences himself. Is your wife cruel? No, she just wanted to take back everything that belonged to her. Thank you for your hard work, the remaining money will be sent to you right away. Moyu waved his hand to the detective in front of him and issued an eviction order. Okay. After the detective left, Moyu put down the information in his hand and called the lawyer. At this moment, she couldn't wait to divorce Chen Wei, and she didn't want to delay for a moment. Hello? Who is this? Lawyer Lu, it's me. Miss Moyu, is there anything you want to ask? No. I have already collected the evidence of Chen Wei's cheating and can start filing for divorce. So fast? It seems that Miss Mo has put a lot of thought into it. I will arrange for someone to come and take away the information later. As long as there is enough information, I can sue Chen Wei immediately. Well, please Lawyer Lu. After saying that, Mou hung up the phone, looked at the blue sky outside the window, and breathed a long sigh of relief. His whole body suddenly became extremely relaxed, like a bird in a cage that had broken free from the constraints that made her free. Breathless marriage. This also made Mou realize that divorce was the best destination for her. Looking at himself in the mirror, Mou couldn't help but reach out and touch his pretty face. Time has not left many traces on it, and it is still so beautiful. I wonder if I am still attracted to men. Thinking of meeting Jo Ming, who was full of male hormones while running this morning, Mou's face suddenly turned red, and he quickly shook his head to get rid of those inexplicable thoughts. Be reserved, be reserved. Perhaps it was because she had been abstinent for too long, but at this time, the wife always felt a strange throbbing in her heart. Does the wife want to be abstinent? No, that's just Chen Wei not worthy of touching her, it makes people sick just looking at him. The other side, Chen Wei Company. In the office, Chen Wei was dealing with some trivial matters of the company. He seemed to be in a good mood, cheerful and full of energy. There was indeed a problem within the company during this period, but he got a few million from his wife to turn around and successfully solved it. And last night, I had an intense and in-depth exchange with Su Hui, and of course I was in a great mood. Ring ring ring. At this time, the phone rang. Chen Wei reached out to pick up the phone, crossed his legs, and said with a look of satisfaction, "Hello? Who is this?" "Hello Mr. Chen, this is Fei He Law Firm, and my surname is Liu," Lawyer Liu said calmly. "Ha," Chen Wei said with a puzzled look on his face, "from a law firm? Do you have anything to do with me?" Lawyer Liu said, "It's like this. Ms. Mou has entrusted our firm to sue for divorce. I want to inform you here that we have already filed a lawsuit with the court and have provided relevant evidence of your cheating. Submitted. So you will receive a copy of the indictment at any time, so please check it." "What? Divorce?" After hearing this, Chen Wei's voice became sharp, and the expression on his face became stiff. His fat body fell to the ground without being able to sit still, and then he looked shocked and didn't dare confidence. "Has your wife already found out that you were looking for a mistress? But I was always careful, so how could this happen? Which link did the problem occur?" "Yes, Mr. Chen, if you have any questions, feel free to communicate with me or find a lawyer," Lawyer Liu said calmly. "Wish you a happy life." "Happy life? I'll make you mad." But at this time, Chen Wei was not in the mood to care about this. He quickly got up from the ground and dialed Mou's number. "Hello? Have you received the divorce notice?" Mou's cold voice sounded in Chen Wei's ears. "Honey, listen to my explanation. Wife, things are not what you think. Su Hui and I really have nothing to do with each other. She is just a partner of mine. Chen Wei, do you really think I'm a fool?" Mou interrupted Chen Wei's explanation mercilessly and said coldly, "As a grown man, can you still have some face? The evidence is already in front of your face, and you still don't admit it? Does it make sense? I've helped you time and again over the years, but you turned me into a cuckold? Use the money to support your mistress? Chen Wei, I am so disappointed in you." There was no hint of sadness in Mou's tone, which was enough to show that his wife no longer had any feelings for Chen Wei in her heart. The moment she learned that Chen Wei had cheated on her, his wife was heartbroken. "Honey, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? I'm the one who's obsessed and I'm the bastard. I will never fool around outside again. Just forgive me this time." Chen Wei knew that he couldn't do without Mou, because his company relied on Mou's support. Moreover, the company had just stabilized and he didn't know if there would be any accidents. Divorce at this juncture would definitely be a fatal blow to him. A man can stretch and bend, so why not kneel down as long as he can save everything? However, Mou is not a soft-hearted person, and his response to Chen Wei is only one word: go away. Looking at the hung-up phone in his hand, Chen Wei's expression suddenly turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Humph. I don't believe it anymore. I can't live without you." After thinking for a moment, Chen Wei stood up and walked aside, opened the cabinet to reveal the safe inside, and entered the password to open it. But the next second, Chen Wei's eyes almost bulged out, and he was stunned when he looked at the empty safe. "What's happening here? Where are my things? Where is my USB flash drive?" After a while, Chen Wei roared angrily. The fat on his face was so angry that he kept trembling. He picked up the phone and called Mou again. Without thinking, he also knew that all his USB flash drives had been taken away by Mou, because Mou could guess the password. You must know that what is stored in it can be said to be all your net worth. If it is just gone, it is equivalent to bankruptcy. This was something he couldn't accept no matter what. "Mou, do you want to make things so perfect? Where is the USB flash drive in my safe? Did you take it? I don't know what you are talking about." Mou would definitely not admit it, and said expressionlessly, "Chen Wei, haven't you been taking my things for so many years? When did I ask for yours? Money?" Chen Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Mou, if you want a divorce, you can give me all my things. Otherwise you can't even think about it." "Ha ha." Mou smiled slightly and said disdainfully, "Now you no longer have the right to choose, you have to leave anyway. By the way, you don't have to go back home. I've already asked someone to change the combination lock, and your things have been packed away by the door. You can go get them yourself when you have time. Goodbye, my ex-husband." Snapped. Chen Wei raised the phone in his hand and threw it to the ground, with veins popping out from his fat neck. It was enough to see how angry he was at this time, and then he fell down on the chair with a decadent look on his face. It's over, everything is over. He didn't expect Mou to be so cruel. He wanted to bankrupt him. How could the gentle and elegant lady in the past become like this? Originally, Chen Wei thought that even if he was caught cheating, his wife would forgive him because of her elegant temperament, but the reality was more cruel than he imagined. This time it's really over. Squeak! At this moment, the office door was gently pushed open, and then a posing figure jumped out. Baby, what's the surprise? As soon as Su Hui's voice fell, she felt something was wrong in the atmosphere in the office. She put away her arrogance, walked away from Chen Wei, and whispered, Baby, what's wrong? Chen Wei raised his head and glanced at her, feeling suddenly restless and uneasy in his heart, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. I want a divorce. Are you getting divorced? When Su Hui heard the news, she was not surprised but overjoyed, with a winner's smile on her face. She sat directly on Chen Wei's lap, held his neck with her hands and offered her a beautiful kiss. A kiss? Mua baby, it's so great. You are finally divorced. I know you have me in your heart. Then MOU is nothing, she is not worthy of you. Snapped the next second. Su Hui, who thought she had gained the upper hand, was still happy, but Chen Wei slapped her in the face and pushed her to the ground. Ah! Su Hui screamed, stretched out her hand to cover her face with slap marks, looked at Chen Wei in disbelief and screamed, You dare to hit me? Compared to MOU, who are you? Chen Wei stared at Su Hui fiercely and cursed angrily. At this time, Chen Wei was furious and needed a way to vent his anger. By coincidence, Su Hui bumped into him at this time. Who would he hit if he didn't hit her? If it weren't for you, a bitch, my wife would divorce me. Do you really think you can turn a pheasant into a phoenix? Piss off. Okay, Chen Wei, are you turning your back on me? Su Hui stared at Chen Wei with resentful eyes. After standing up with difficulty, she no longer cared about her own image and opened the door of the office loudly. Screamed. He's been beaten, come and see. The boss of your company, Chen Wei, is looking for a mistress outside. Now that he's divorced, he pulls out his dick and is ruthless. After the fun, he gives up and even beats people. At this moment, Su Hui looked like a shrew, with tears streaming down her face. The people working outside immediately gathered around her curiously. At this time, Squeak in the underground parking lot of Zhujiang Haoding, a Mercedes-Benz GLC was parked in the parking lot 3 buildings below. Unlike the bustling situation in Chen Wei Company, it is quite quiet here. Soon, Zhou Ming got out of the car and walked to the elevator with the things he just bought, humming a tune, completely unaware of the fuss over MOU's divorce. But even if he knew about it, he would laugh it off. At most, he would just lament MOU's sharp methods, unlike himself who was so useless even after divorce. Ding! After a while, the elevator stopped on the first floor. Zhou Ming looked up and saw a graceful and beautiful woman walking in. She looked about 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing an elegant dress. The weapon was very fierce. She followed her steps gently, vibrating. From the moment she came in, Zhou Ming's eyes were subconsciously directed at her murder weapon. Ahem, it was at the small and exquisite cake box she was holding in her hand, which contained some exquisite cakes and snacks, all of which were cute. The animal shape is very cute and delicate. So big, so white. The woman also saw Zhou Ming the moment she came in. She glanced at the handsome Zhou Ming up and down. After noticing his gaze, she quickly pressed the 19th floor button and shrank into the corner. Zhou Ming immediately realized his gaffe, smiled apologetically at the woman and said, I'm sorry, I saw your cake was very delicate, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances. May I ask where you bought it? To be honest, Zhou Ming is definitely not a superficial person, but that murder weapon is so semen-sucking. Oh, I didn't buy this, I made it myself. Seeing that she had misunderstood Zhou Ming, Li Meizhen felt a little embarrassed and smiled. Did you do it yourself? Zhou Ming looked at Li Meizhen in surprise and asked curiously, then what are you doing? Li Meizhen lifted the cake box in her hand and explained, this is what the customer ordered, and I will deliver it to her door. Yeah, that's good. Zhou Ming smiled and nodded, I wonder if I can make a reservation? Of course. Li Meizhen immediately became very enthusiastic, took out a business card from her pocket and handed it over, saying with a sweet smile, this is my business card, and it has my phone number on it. My shop is diagonally opposite the door. I run a small shop. Most of my customers live here. If you want to do anything, you can always come to me. Zhou Ming politely reached out and took the business card, looked at it and said with a smile, Vanilla Sweetheart, a very good name. Then let's add WeChat first? Okay. Li Meizhen didn't think there was anything wrong, so the two quickly added WeChat. What a coincidence, I didn't expect you to live on the 23rd floor. After a while, Li Meizhen saw the button on the elevator that lit up, and immediately thought of something. She covered her mouth and chuckled, I heard that a big house has been moved to 2301 in the past 2 days. Handsome guy, does that mean you? Ah. Zhou Ming looked at Li Meizhen in surprise and asked doubtfully, you live here too? 2302, Li Meizhen, as your neighbor, it's a pleasure to meet you. Li Meizhen generously extended her hand and introduced herself again. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming smiled hoarsely and held her soft little hand, I didn't expect that my neighbor would be such a beautiful pastry chef. That is my blessing. Then he joked, how about if there are leftover cakes, snacks, etc. every day from now on, I can help you clean them up for free. Lee Misen rolled her eyes at him charmingly and said, you think so? Ding, at this moment, the elevator reached the 19th floor. Then I'll go first and deliver the goods to the customers, bye-bye. Looking at Lee Misen's leading figure, Zhou Ming smiled slightly, closed the elevator door and continued going up. Soon, Zhou Ming returned home. He first put the pajamas and underwear he bought into the washing machine and washed them. Then he sat down on the sofa, took out his newly purchased Huawei phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Lee Misen's friends. Lock up. At first glance, most of them are cakes, snacks and the like, but there are also some photos of daily life mixed in. They are smiling happily, and they look very cheerful at first glance. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the pair of big murder weapons, and the knitted sweater is too tight. Divorced? Like me. Zhou Ming couldn't help but have strange thoughts. She is a beauty, and a beauty with extraordinary talents. Zhou Ming will naturally be a little cautious. Her pair is really so eye-catching. The other side, after delivering the order on the 19th floor, the tyrant Lee Misen returned to the cake shop. After saying hello to the clerk, she sat aside and rested. This is not the peak period for commuting, so except for some orders scheduled by customers, it is still leisurely. Moreover, all the orders for today have been taken care of. I will rest for a while to prepare some orders for tomorrow. When Lee Misen picked up her phone and opened Zhou Ming's circle of friends, she immediately showed a surprised expression on her face because she found that Zhou Ming was divorced like herself. But he had been divorced for several years, and Zhou Ming had just divorced. With a flicker of her eyes, Lee Misen directly liked Zhou Ming's divorce post in her circle of friends. Wow, boss, who is this handsome guy? So handsome. Just when Lee Misen saw the photos Zhou Ming took when buying a car, the female clerk screamed next to her. This startled Lee Misen. She quickly turned off her phone and said angrily, why do you always walk without making any sound? Do you want to scare me to death? Hey, boss, I think you have a guilty conscience. The female clerk sat aside, looked at Lee Misen with a gossipy face, raised her eyebrows and said, boyfriend? Go, what kind of boyfriend? This is a new customer who just added. I just took a brief look, Lee Misen said angrily. Isn't it right? I saw you liked his divorced moments. Could it be that, boss? Don't talk nonsense. You don't know what kind of person I am? See if I don't deal with you. Boss, you're wrong, stop fighting. Get to work quickly, or your wages will be deducted. No, I'll go right away. Night, 2100 hours. Tianhe, the royal palace in the sky. As night falls, the originally dim billboard suddenly glows with bright lights, making it easy for people to see the extraordinary nature of this place. The number of pedestrians on the street gradually increased, making it extremely lively. At this time, a middle-aged man in his early 30s was seen looking up at the club on the second floor outside the entrance of Musa City. His face was full of hesitation, and his nervous palms were already sweating. Chen Feng? Just when the middle-aged man was still struggling to go up, he suddenly heard a slightly familiar voice coming from behind, and then someone tapped him on the shoulder. Chen Feng glanced back and immediately recognized that the person calling him was his old classmate. His old face suddenly turned red. He stretched out his hand to cover his face and lowered his head shyly. Zhou Ming, what are you doing? It's here. That's right, the person who came was none other than Zhou Ming. After running in the morning and going to the gym to exercise in the afternoon, you can imagine how tiring the day will be. So why don't you have a good massage to relax in the evening? I just parked the car and came over. I met my old classmate Chen Feng at the door. At first I thought I had seen it wrong, so I tried to shout. Haha, why can't I come here? Zhou Ming looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help but feel funny when he looked at him, and joked, are you here for a massage too? It's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with it. Chen Feng's ears immediately turned red and he whispered, isn't it? He knew that Chen Feng was an honest person, but he couldn't be so honest, right? It's no big deal just to wash your feet. It's like a PC. Zhou Ming hooked his shoulder and walked inside, saying speechlessly, okay, no need to explain, we are all men, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's my first time here, so it's okay. Zhou Ming, why don't you forget it? I don't think this is very formal. Chen Feng said with some resistance. Where is the irregularity? Zhou Ming said with integrity, do I look like the kind of irregular person? Let's go, stop the ink stains, there will only be some ugly ones left in a moment. What's the meaning? Just leave it alone. I haven't seen my old classmate for many years. I'm going to treat you tonight and just follow my arrangements. Soon, under the leadership of Zhou Ming, the two went upstairs to the door of the club. As soon as they entered the door, a beautiful woman wearing a hip-covering mini-skirt greeted them with a smile on her face. Two gentlemen, welcome. Would you like a foot wash or a massage? A full set. Okay, this way please. The beautiful waiter nodded and was about to take Zhou Ming and the two of them to the dressing room inside. Wait a minute, call your manager over first. Zhou Ming took a look at the pretty good environment around him and stopped the beautiful waiter. The beautiful waiter was stunned for a moment, but she nodded without asking any more questions. Okay. After saying that, he shouted through the headset. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie hurried over and said politely, "Two guests, do you need anything?" Zhou Ming did not speak, but took out a packet of flowers from his pocket and stuffed it into the manager's hand, and asked in a low voice, "Which technician here is good at your job? Or is it the kind that has a good figure and is beautiful? I want the original ones, not the ones with a layer of powder, do you understand?" It can be said that Zhou Ming often hangs out in massage places like this. He knows that the water here is still very deep, and it is too difficult to find a good one on his own, so you can go directly to the manager. The manager was overjoyed, and immediately put Huazi away calmly, with a look that said "I understand," and whispered, "The skills of number 8, 26, 88, and 267 are all very good. I guarantee that you will be satisfied, boss. Boss, I will take you to the private room myself. There are not many customers who are willing to give away a bag of Huazi. If they are generous, the manager must take the opportunity to build a good relationship. After all, what if the boss feels comfortable serving him and gives himself a little tip?" "Okay, thank you." Zhou Ming patted the manager's shoulder and followed the manager inside. "Feng, what are you doing standing still? Let's go." "Chen Feng, didn't you really say that it's your first time here too, so you're not familiar with it? Is this unfamiliar? I really believed your evil deeds." But soon, under the leadership of Zhou Ming, Chen Feng experienced what it means to enjoy godlike service. Under the techniques of beautiful technician number 8, he felt as if he were in heaven. Especially the looming peaks and the feeling of touch are even more wonderful. Although he was a little shy at first, after Chen Feng let go, he just enjoyed it. "How's it going? Are you comfortable?" Zhou Ming turned to look at Chen Feng while enjoying it, and said with a slight smile, "It's not bad." Chen Feng changed his posture and reluctantly looked away at the beautiful technician squatting in front of him. The two chatted while enjoying themselves, and the more they chatted, the happier they became. They almost recalled their entire college life, which made the beautiful massage technician beside them also listen with interest. "That guy Wang Peng is such a loser. We helped him lay the groundwork for that. He confessed his love in front of the whole school on the playground and was rejected. It made us all embarrassed and speechless." Zhou Ming looked hateful. He said in a disgusting tone, as if iron was not enough. Speaking of Wang Peng, Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Wang Peng has borrowed money from a lot of people recently. Did he borrow money from you?" Ring ring ring. As soon as he finished speaking, a ringing sound interrupted Zhou Ming, who was about to speak. He picked up the cell phone placed aside and took a look at it. There was an unknown caller. "Hello? Who is this?" "Zhou Ming, it's me, Wang Peng." "Good guy, say CAO CAO, CAO CAO is here, what a coincidence." Chen Feng also heard Wang Peng's name, and the two looked at each other. Zhou Ming frowned and said calmly, "Wang Peng, what's the matter? I haven't seen you for so long, old classmate. Don't I miss you? Do you have time to come out for a meal?" Wang Peng said, "Haha, I still don't know what your temper is? Tell me what it is." Zhou Ming shook his head and smiled. Well, Wang Peng looked embarrassed and hesitated for a long time before whispering, "We are all old classmates, so I'll just say it straight. I've been having some difficulties recently, so I wanted to borrow some money from you." "Borrow money?" Zhou Ming thought for a moment and said awkwardly, "It's not that I don't want to help you, it's that I really have no money now." What a joke, only a fool would lend money to Wang Peng. From last night's information, he knew that Wang Peng owed a loan of 1 million outside, but he didn't have that much money. "If I were worth tens of millions now, I wouldn't lend it to him. Zhou Ming, please help me." Wang Peng begged and said, "I know you have become rich recently, and I came to you shamelessly because I was really desperate. I don't want more, just 500,000. I promise I will pay it back to you in the future." 500,000 is not much? What a big appetite you have. Zhou Ming shook his head and said, "You also know that I recently bought a car and moved a house. I really have no money. I still have things to do, let's talk next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming hung up the phone and didn't give Wang Peng a chance to speak again, because he knew very well that as long as he didn't borrow it, it would be possible for this guy to talk until tomorrow morning. Tisk, 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 you opened your mouth for 500,000, Wang Peng is so embarrassed to speak. Chen Feng said with a look of disdain, "I heard that this kid owes a huge debt because he went gambling, he deserves it." Zhou Ming put down his phone and smiled, "Forget it, just ignore him. By the way, when you came out to wash your feet, you came out behind your wife's back?" Hearing this, Chen Feng's face darkened, and he said with helplessness in his tone, "Stop talking, the person in my family is too strict. Recently, he has been so stressed that I can't breathe. Isn't that why I secretly came out to relax, one time? You don't know that our personalities don't get along and we quarrel almost every day. If it weren't for the fact that we both had children and both of us were tolerant, we would have broken up a long time ago. I have to say, this may be the trouble of middle-aged men. However, after a relaxing experience, he had calmed down a lot and fell in love with this feeling, mainly because it felt so good. Okay, just be content. Zhou Ming persuaded, since she is tolerating you, it proves that she still loves you very much. You must know how to cherish it. I really have to wait, and I have no place to regret it. Chen Feng nodded seriously and said, well, maybe both parties are under too much pressure and have been holding it in. I have to find a chance to bring her here next time to relax. Hearing this, Zhou Ming knew that the relationship between the couple should still be very good, but they were just being tough. Haha, then you have to take it easy and find a male technician. Facing Zhou Ming's joke, Chen Feng smiled without saying a word and whispered, that's for sure. I'll take you to the sauna after the massage. It'll feel so good. Okay, night, 23:55. Pearl River Palace. On the balcony, Zhou Ming, wearing black pajamas, stood there quietly, with his hands on the guardrail and looking at the night view of the Pearl River in the distance, his face very calm. It was almost early morning after returning from Musa City, so Zhou Ming changed into a set of pajamas and went to the balcony, quietly waiting for the update of system information. Here, is this Xiao Biluo's true face? She's so ugly. Tisk, 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 it turns out that the power of beauty is not an exaggeration. Auntie is just a girl. Zhou Ming, who was scrolling through Douyin, happened to see the news about Xiao Biluo's accident. Then he remembered that there was such a thing. He clicked on it and was shocked. Zhou Ming thought that she would be ugly, but he did not expect that she would be old and ugly. This is a bit too much. And when he thought that Lu Dong actually misappropriated 1 million public funds to reward His Highness Xiao Biluo, Zhou Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. But the toad and the ugly duckling are quite a match. Ha 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 ha. Soon, 24 o'clock. Ding, the daily information system will be updated soon. Then 1. Li Meisen's ex-husband, a gambler, came to the community to cause trouble and force Li Meisen to give money. 2. The pet dog of the daughter of the community owner Wu Vitao was lost in the park. He searched anxiously and offered a reward of 1,000 yuan. The pet dog was caught in a bird net in the woods to the east of the community. 3. Tomorrow at noon, at the Tianhe Angus Steak Western Restaurant, Li Lu has a blind date with a divorced rich man, scolding her ex-husband, and pretending to be a virtuous and pitiful divorced woman. 4. Xiao Biluo's live broadcast accident triggered a chain reaction and caused turmoil in the internet celebrity circle. 5. Due to Chen Wei's affair, the company was in turmoil, and shareholders and employees were panicked. 6. Recently, e-commerce platforms will launch new product launches to attract consumers' attention. In the future, e-commerce will continue to be optimized and become one of the mainstream. Oh, what a twist of fate. When he saw the first piece of information, Zhou Ming shook his head and sighed subconsciously, thinking of his failed marriage. He, Zhou Ming, considered himself a good man who took care of his family. He had never fooled around outside for Li Lu and worked hard every day. What was the result? What is the difference between Li Lu's nature and that of a gambler? And how could such a good woman like Li Meisen meet such a scum of society? Haha, maybe this is life. Zhou Ming has already made a decision in his heart. If he meets him tomorrow, he will definitely help him, but if he doesn't meet him, there is nothing he can do. All I can say is do your best. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming switched his attention to the next piece of information. 2. The pet dog of the daughter of the community owner Wu Vitao was lost in the park. He searched anxiously and offered a reward of 1,000 yuan. The pet dog was caught in a bird net in the woods to the east of the community. Wu Vitao? This is an unfamiliar name, and Zhou Ming has no impression of it. But now that I know it, it's still necessary to look for it. First of all, Zhou Ming did not do it for the 1,000 yuan, nor did he lack such a small amount of money. The main reason was to expand his network of contacts, because he knows very well that the people who can live in this community are not simple. At least they are some of the elites of society, and there are even more rich people. Anyway, I won't lose anything. What if it's a big shot? This business is a guaranteed profit. For ordinary people, connections are of no use at all. But for Zhou Ming, who has an intelligence system and will definitely be worth hundreds of millions, billions, or tens of billions in the future, connections are very useful. 3. Tomorrow at noon, at the Tianhe Angus Steak Western Restaurant, Li Lu has a blind date with a divorced rich man, scolding her ex-husband, and pretending to be a virtuous and pitiful divorced woman. Seeing this piece of information, Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned ugly and he gritted his teeth. Okay, this is how you play, right? If Li Lu simply went to catch a rich husband, he wouldn't care about it, and he didn't want to care about it, but she would pretend to be noble by slandering him. Can he agree to this? This is simply insulting his character, and you want to step on him to get the upper hand? Dreaming. Zhou Ming reached out to touch his chin and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Lu, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I don't know if I take Xiong Mani to dinner and Li Lu catches me, there will be a fierce fight between women? Hey, it must be exciting, right? With the calculation in his mind, Zhou Ming's mood suddenly improved a lot, and he became more and more looking forward to it, and even couldn't wait for tomorrow to come. Fort Chiao Biluo's live broadcast accident triggered a chain reaction and caused turmoil in the internet celebrity circle. Zhou Ming didn't pay attention to this information, and he didn't bother to pay attention to these things. The simple point was that there was no money to be made, so he just treated it as a joke. But what is certain is that there will definitely be an anti-counterfeiting operation among internet celebrities and live broadcast circles next, right? I just don't know how many of the beauties people call them have been caught, but it's still interesting. Zhou Ming ignored it and continued to look down. 5. Due to Chen Wei's affair, the company was in turmoil, and shareholders and employees were panicked. Was it revealed that Chen Wei was looking for a mistress? Zhou Ming's eyes flickered. The first person he thought of was Mou taking action. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, how could there be such a big fuss? And from the intelligence point of view, Mou's methods are definitely not simple, and even Chen Wei's company has a great influence. Sure enough, women are not easy to mess with. Normally, my wife Mou seems to be gentle, intellectual, and generous, but once she gets angry, few people can stop her, let alone that loser Chen Wei. You have done something wrong and you will not live. Zhou Ming laughed, and then focused on the last piece of information. 6. Recently, e-commerce platforms will launch new product launches to attract consumers' attention. In the future, e-commerce will continue to be optimized and become one of the mainstream. E-commerce? Seems like a good choice. Zhou Ming knows that as the internet becomes more and more developed, this method of trading using the internet will definitely become a common thing in the future. As long as you use it well, you will definitely be able to make a lot of money. Although this is a good way out, this method may not be suitable for you and takes too much time. Moreover, someone has probably been eyeing this piece of meat for a long time. It is not easy to snatch a piece of meat from it. Forget it, let's put it aside for now. Maybe there will be other faster ways to make money in the subsequent system? After this period of exploration, Zhou Ming also had a certain understanding of the intelligence information provided by the system. Except for some profitable information, the rest was basically related to his own life. But it's not absolute. Sometimes he will be given some inexplicable information, which makes him confused, but it's harmless. In short, Zhou Ming believes that he is not far away from becoming a multi-millionaire, and tens of millions is just the starting point. His ultimate goal is to reach the top of the world and become the richest man in the world. Pa light a cigarette. At this moment, Zhou Ming instantly felt a surge of arrogance, and had the urge to trample everyone under his feet. Ahem, I'm a little carried away. The last word is to be low-key, and make a fortune in silence. If you have money, are you still afraid of losing status? A new day, early morning. A figure was running at a steady speed on the path of the community. The whistling of the wind could be heard in his ears. The cold wind kept blowing into his nose, but it still could not stop his pace. This person is Zhou Ming, and morning jogging has become a necessary exercise program for him every day. With his strong figure, he always inadvertently arouses the exclamation of the ladies, and these ladies seem to have received the news early, sitting in a row on the road waiting for Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was also helpless about this, which made him even shy. Just like yesterday, Zhou Ming did not go home immediately after finishing his run. Instead, he went back after having breakfast at the breakfast shop at the door. Comfortable. Soon, Zhou Ming returned home and took a nice shower. He sat on the sofa with his upper body naked. His muscles were clearly defined and his abdominal muscles were gradually highlighted. It's a pity that no beautiful woman can appreciate it. But his mind was not on himself. His eyes were fixed on the screen of the laptop placed on the desktop, and his handsome face reflected a red light. It has been 10 minutes since the stock market opened. Tianlong stock has also changed from green at the beginning to red all over the screen. The speed is quite fast, and it is still rising. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ming sat upright and leaned on the sofa with his hands, smiling broadly and feeling particularly comfortable, knowing that he had not taken the wrong path. If I had a brain attack yesterday and bought stocks of other chip companies according to my own ideas, would I still be crying to death now? Facts have proven that following the system's information is the right choice. Only half an hour passed, until 10 o'clock, the increase in Tianlong stock reached a peak of 10% and was immediately suspended. In this short period of time, I made a total of 75,000. According to the intelligence, Tianlong stock will hit the daily limit in the next 6 o'clock, which means that at least 450,000 will be earned at the end of the day. This feeling of sitting and waiting to receive money is quite refreshing. Zhou Ming smiled slightly and reached out to close the computer. After thinking for a while, he picked up the mobile phone beside him and opened WeChat. He saw that the information of several stock groups was 99 plus. Sure enough, it exploded. CNM, what the hell is going on with this Zinfan technology? Still falling? You're going to pay me my hard-earned money. What bastard said that Zinfan technology will still go up? Stand up for me. Oh, it's a good thing I retreated in time, otherwise I would have lost all my money. Isn't that right? The stock price of Tianlong shares actually hit the daily limit? I hate it. Why didn't I listen to the boss and buy it yesterday? My heart hurts so much. I'm emo, and I'm destined to never have anything to do with stocks in this life. Big brother, please come out and talk. Is it too late to get in now? Zhou Ming took a quick glance and found that most of them were discussing things about these two stocks. He smiled and ignored them. It's interesting to see them quarreling every day. As a person with God's perspective, Zhou Ming had no intention of sharing this information with them. A piece of cake was only so big and could not accommodate so many people. Moreover, when there are more people, he will get less, which is not in line with his interests. Unless he doesn't care about this, it's not impossible to give those who are struggling at the bottom a little sweetness, but that will be a matter for the future. The most important thing is to consider your own affairs now. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the group of owners kept ringing. Zhou Ming opened it and saw that someone had forwarded an announcement about a reward for a puppy, which aroused a lot of discussion. The general meaning of the announcement is that last night I took my puppy for a walk in a nearby park and accidentally ran away. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find it, so I asked everyone to help search for it, and was rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Finally, I attached a photo of the puppy and contact information. This reminded Zhou Ming immediately of the piece of information from last night. It must have been about this pet dog, right? After silently writing down the message, Zhou Ming turned off his phone, then got up and went to the room to dry his hair. After putting on his clothes, he simply packed up and went out. It only took a little time. Zhou Ming planned to go directly to find the dog, so as to save its owner from worrying about it. It's okay inside the community. If someone sees it, he will send it back, but if it is outside, if a dog dealer sees it, it will only become someone else's meal. Zhou Ming. After a while, Zhou Ming came downstairs and heard a shout from behind him within a few steps. He looked back with a surprised expression on his face and said, "Madam, what a coincidence. Shouldn't you be at work at this point?" Muyu came over and stood in front of Zhou Ming, stretched out his hand to hold his hair that was messed up by the breeze, and said with a smile, "I have an off day today. I was bored at home, so I went out for a walk." "Where are you going?" At this time, Mou was wearing a white t-shirt and short skirt. The bulge was very bulging, and the exposed waist was beautiful. She looked both mature and innocent like a young woman, perfect. Her figure is clearly visible and has a fatal attraction to men. This made Zhou Ming a little dumbfounded and said subconsciously, "Madam, you are so beautiful." As soon as he finished speaking, Mou was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhou Ming with a pair of big and smart eyes, his heart trembled, and then he immediately dodged, turned his head to the side, and lowered his head. My wife hadn't felt this way for a long time. Suddenly, her heart was beating wildly, and she was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Seeing Mou's shy look, Zhou Ming touched his nose and said with a smile, "Madam, don't get me wrong, I'm just telling the truth. You look like this, and you look like you're only 18 years old. Haha, you are really good at talking. You must have deceived many women, right?" Mou raised his head and looked at Zhou Ming, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. Even his wife didn't notice it. "Madam, you have misunderstood me. I am a very dedicated and good man." "Really?" Mou covered his mouth and smiled. "Okay, then I won't disturb you anymore, just go ahead and do whatever you need to do." "What do I have to do?" "I just moved here, so I'm planning to take a look around and get familiar with the environment." Zhou Ming thought for a moment, smiled slightly and said, "If you don't mind, madam, can you show me the way?" Mou clasped his hands on his chest, raised his arrogant chin and said, "It's very expensive to let me be your guide, so you have to be mentally prepared." "Oh," Zhou Ming pretended to think about it very seriously and whispered, "Then I have to think about it carefully, but I really have nothing to offer. If madam doesn't mind it, can I pledge my life to you?" "Bah, who cares?" Mou's face turned red, and after spitting, he passed Zhou Ming and strode towards the entrance of the community. "Madam, don't walk so fast, wait for me." Soon, the two of them left the community together, and under the guidance of Zhou Ming intentionally or unintentionally, they walked towards the east of the community. Woof woof. Zhou Ming and two people were walking on the roadside. Just as they passed a bush, Zhou Ming, who had been observing carefully, heard the faint sound of a dog barking, and turned his head to look into the small woods to the side. This small area was originally planned as a green area, so it has not been demolished. Moreover, this area is very cool in the summer, and many adults come here to enjoy the cool air. "Madam, did you hear the dog barking?" Mou stopped, looked around, raised his ears and listened carefully for a while, and said doubtfully, "No, did you hear it correctly?" "No, I heard it very clearly." Zhou Ming shook his head. Woof woof. As soon as he finished speaking, there was indeed a dog barking inside. Although it was very faint, Mou heard it this time, and the two looked at each other. "This scream doesn't seem right. Madam, let's go in and take a look." "Okay." Then the two of them walked along the tree-lined path into the woods. As they got closer, the barking of the dogs gradually began to get louder. "Oops, look, there's a puppy caught in the net." After walking inside for a while following the sound of dogs barking, the two saw a corgi with its legs caught in the net. No matter how hard it struggled, it was of no avail. However, he was just lying on the ground motionless. He probably had no strength after struggling all night. After Mou screamed in surprise, he ignored Zhou Ming and hurriedly walked over to comfort the puppy, and then began to untie the tangled net. At the same time, he complained, "Who doesn't always put the net here? Who knows?" Zhou Ming shook his head and went up to help as he spoke. With the efforts of the two of them, they quickly untied the net wrapped around Corgi's short legs. Mou didn't mind being dirty, and kept stroking the puppy with both hands, his eyes full of pity. "I don't know how long it has been trapped. It's so pitiful. It's a good chance you heard it, otherwise it might have died." "That shouldn't be the case. There are still people coming around here often." Zhou Ming glanced at the puppy, let out a light chuckle and said, "But this puppy looks so familiar." Mou looked up at Zhou Ming and asked puzzledly, "Do you know whose it is?" "This morning, someone in the owner group of our building forwarded a dog search notice. It seems to be just such a corgi." Zhou Ming took out his mobile phone and opened the owner group, compared it and confirmed. "Yes, that's it." Mou glanced at the mobile phone handed over by Zhou Ming, then took out his own mobile phone and looked at the group of owners and found that it was also there. He smiled and said, "I wouldn't know it if you didn't tell me. I really didn't expect this to happen to us. Send it back quickly." "Yeah." Zhou Ming nodded, then took out his mobile phone to take a photo of Corgi, and then sent it to the owner group. Then edit the message, "I found a Corgi hanging on a net in the woods to the east of the community. I don't know if it is this one. Who has his owner's WeChat account? Send it to him to identify it. I am in the small supermarket here. Wait for him." After sending the message, the originally silent group of owners immediately became excited again. "It seems, I guess so. That bastard is so immoral, why should he set up a net there? The owner has been notified. Brother, please trouble you." Zhou Ming glanced at the group message and ignored it. He and Mou left with the puppy, and then bought a bottle of mineral water and ham sausage in the supermarket to feed the puppy. "Bubbles, where have you gone? You're worrying me to death." After waiting for a while, a childish voice sounded not far away, and then I saw a 7 or 8-year-old little girl running towards this side, hugging Corgi, with a look of worry on her little face. The puppy was also very excited to see its owner and broke away from the little girl who was spinning around in circles. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ming looked at each other with smiles on their faces. "Both of you, thank you so much this time." At this time, a middle-aged man walked over quickly and looked at Zhou Ming with a grateful look on his face. "If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do." Zhou Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, we just happened to meet him." He knew that this middle-aged man should be the man named Wu Vitao in the intelligence. Wu Vitao nodded, lowered his head and said dotingly to the little girl beside him, "Xiaoyu, thank you to uncles and aunts quickly." The little girl was also very sensible. She stood up and said crisply, "Thank you, uncle, thank you, aunt." Mou knelt down, reached out, and patted the dust on the little girl's body, showed a gentle smile and said, "Be good. Do you know if I call you sister? And don't lose the puppy next time, otherwise the bad guys will take it away and you won't have a dog." At this moment, Mou showed his glorious maternal side, looking very gentle and lovely. "Sister, I understand." The little girl nodded very seriously. "By the way, let's add WeChat and I'll transfer the reward to you." Wu Vitao took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened WeChat and looked at Zhou Ming and said. Seeing this, Zhou Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, we are all in the same community, and we should help each other. How can this be done? The notice has been sent out. If this spreads out, where will I put my face?" Wu Vitao looked at Zhou Mingdao with a very firm tone, "And I keep my word, and the water I spilled has never been collected. The reason for coming back. No matter what, you must accept the money." After several rounds of pushback, Zhou Ming was finally defeated and could not defeat Wu Vitao. After the two parties added WeChat, he transferred the money to Zhou Ming and handed over his business card at the same time. "This is my business card. If you come to Nanyuan restaurant for dinner in the future, you must come to me. I will give you a 20% discount." Zhou Ming took the business card and looked at it with a surprised expression on his face. He did not expect that Wu Vitao was also the catering manager of the restaurant. Nanyuan and Biwan, these two restaurants are the most famous old garden restaurants in Guangzhou and are also representatives of Guangzhou's food culture. Nanyuan restaurant is a two-story building with an internal courtyard. It follows the Lingnan garden style. It has a beautiful environment and reflects the cultural heritage of Guangzhou. The dishes are mainly traditional flavors. Everything else is good, just a bit expensive. One can imagine how difficult it is for Wu Vitao to be able to take the position of catering manager in Nanyuan restaurant. Most people don't have this ability. "Then if there is nothing else, we will leave first without disturbing you and your wife. Thanks again." After saying that, Wu Vitao took Xiaoyu's hand, turned around and left with the puppy, leaving the two of them looking at each other in embarrassment. After the two looked at each other, they both laughed out loud. The atmosphere was no longer awkward, but instead had a hint of ambiguity. "Madam, it seems that we are very much like a couple." Zhou Ming spoke first, his eyes flickered, and he smiled, "But it's a pity that we are not." "Indeed." Mu nodded. Instead of refuting, he whispered, "But I'm going to get divorced soon." This sentence is very thought-provoking, making the original atmosphere even more ambiguous. "I'm getting divorced soon." The wife's eyes became more aggressive when she looked at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming had already guessed it, but he still pretended to be shocked and said, "Madam, how could you get divorced all of a sudden? I see that your mood is so stable recently, and there are no signs of this. How is this going?" Of course, Zhou Ming had to pretend to know nothing about this, otherwise what if Mou thought he was a BT with ulterior motives once the secret was revealed? At first, Zhou Ming really just mentioned that Mou didn't think it was worth it and wanted to help her. That's all. It's not like he's never seen beautiful women before, and he's never been a man with a semen-obsessed mind. Mo's eyes dimmed a lot, and he whispered, "Do you still remember the photo of the rich man and his mistress that he sent me last time? That rich man is my husband, Chen Wei." This Zhou Ming was stunned, and then said apologetically, "I'm sorry about that, I didn't know he was your husband." Mo shook his head, with a forced smile on his face and said, "No need to say sorry, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that my husband was like that. I should also thank you for helping me get out of the sea of suffering." "That's right. That kind of scumbag is not worthy of you, my wife. It's okay to leave her." Zhou Ming was silent for a while and said with a smile, "Then I would like to congratulate you, madam, for returning to the embrace of freedom. But I didn't understand, madam, why did you fall in love with that guy Chen Wei?" Mo stretched out his hand and pinched Zhou Ming's arm, and said angrily, "You are making fun of me, right?" "Hee, absolutely not." After saying that, Zhou Ming suddenly took a breath and said, "Hi madam, it hurts. Ha, let's see if you dare next time. Surrender with your hands up." "Okay, let's go back." "Okay, listen to my wife." As they got to know each other better, they became more and more happy together. They walked side by side on the roadside, getting closer and closer, and they could smell each other's scent. After a while, when Zhou Ming and Zhou Ming returned to the garden of the community, they immediately heard a fierce quarrel. "Li Meizhen, let's just get together as a couple. There's no need to make the relationship so tense, right? You just need to lend me 100,000 yuan and I'll leave immediately." "Go away, we are divorced, why should I lend you money? Get away as far as you want." "Okay, you give it, right? Do you believe that I will stay here and not leave? Will you not be able to live in the entire community? Go away, don't touch me." Zhou Ming and Zhou Ming looked at each other and followed the sound. They saw that in an open space, Li Meizhen, the fierce pastry chef whom they met yesterday afternoon, was being pestered by a slovenly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was full of anger, and he kept spouting threats and insults, and Li Meizhen was naturally very angry. Zhou Ming immediately remembered the information from last night, but he didn't expect that he would actually hit him. "You stay here first, I'll go over and take a look." Zhou Ming said to Mou beside him, then quickly took out his mobile phone, turned on the video recording function, and walked up. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm recording a video here. Do you understand that this is harassment?" Facing Zhou Ming's loud scolding, the man was obviously shocked. He stopped and said with a fierce look, "What's happening between us husband and wife is none of your business." Li Meizhen quickly hid behind Zhou Ming and stayed close to him, immediately feeling completely safe. So tight, so soft, so big. "Zhou Ming, I don't care if you are a couple or not, but I don't think she likes your entanglement like this." Zhou Ming showed no fear and said coldly, "I tell you, if you don't let go, I will call the security guard." When my ex-husband heard the word security, his eyes became a little more wary, and he could only leave in anger. Mr. Zhou, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." After her ex-husband left, Li Meizhen's voice was filled with a hint of fear, and she patted her chest, shaking continuously, making Zhou Ming unable to help but feel dizzy. Zhou Ming turned to look at her and whispered, "I should do all the little things. How about it? Are you okay?" "It's okay." Li Meizhen shook her head and explained with a look of helplessness, "He is indeed my ex-husband. He owed a lot of money while gambling outside. If he couldn't pay it back, he came to me to ask for it. If I didn't give it to him, he would threaten me and do something to me." She was still very scared inside at this time, and her body was trembling slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Ming patted her shoulder gently and comforted, "Don't worry, he is gone. This kind of person should be taught a lesson and not let him continue to harass you. Next time he comes again, call the police directly." Li Meizhen nodded, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. "Well, you're right, I can't be led by him, I want to defend my rights. Yes, as women we must not be weak." At this time, Mou came over with a heavy tone. When he looked at Li Meizhen, his eyes were kind and he said with a smile, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, are you?" Li Meizhen glanced at the beautiful Mou, then turned to look at Zhou Ming aside. Zhou Ming smiled and introduced Mou as our neighbor in the next building. "This is Li Meizhen, my next door neighbor. Nice to meet you. Li Mizan nodded towards Mou, smiled and said, okay, since I have nothing to do, I'll leave first. There are still a lot of things to do in the store. Okay. Zhou Ming said, do you need me to send you there? No, I can do that. Li Mizan shook her head in refusal, then said hello to Mou and left. Haha, you can do it. Mou crossed his hands and looked up at Zhou Ming. It's only been 2 days since we moved here, and we already know such a beautiful neighbor. Zhou Ming smiled slightly, shrugged and said, didn't I get to know a beautiful woman like you, my wife? What? Is your wife jealous? Humph, who is jealous of you? Mou ignored Zhou Ming and turned around to leave. I'm going back, goodbye. Bye-bye. It will be 12 o'clock so soon. After returning home, Zhou Ming found that it was almost noon, so he quickly picked up his mobile phone and called Xiang Mani. He didn't forget the information about his ex-wife Li Lu, he almost missed it. Dudu hello? Brother Ming. Soon the call was connected, and Xiang Mani's voice came with a hint of surprise. Well, Zhou Ming said calmly, are you free at noon? I'll treat you to a meal. Xiang Mani said quickly, I'm free, okay, pack up and I'll pick you up later. Aha. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming returned to the room, changed into a suit, straightened his hair, and then walked to the underground garage with his car keys. That's great. Brother Ming actually took the initiative to ask me out. On the other side, Xiang Mani was extremely excited, holding her phone tightly with a smile on her face. This made her realize that Zhou Ming had her own heart. Although it was just a simple meal, it was also a good start. She believed that as long as she persisted, Zhou Ming's misunderstanding about her would be eliminated, and then she would have a chance. Moreover, she believed that her beauty was slightly better than Li Lu's, and there was no reason why she couldn't. Do you want to put on the sexy underwear that Brother Ming bought for me? Xiao Li, I'll go out for a while at noon. If I don't come back, please ask for leave for me. After saying that, Xiang Mani flew away amidst the puzzled expressions of her colleagues, extremely happy. She had no idea that a big drama was waiting for her next. Half an hour later, Tianhe, Angus Steak Western Restaurant. The restaurant has an elegant environment, and you feel like you are in an exotic place. Soft lights are poured into every corner, and melodious music is constantly playing in the ears, making people feel calm and creating an extremely romantic atmosphere. On one of the dining tables, 2 figures, a man and a woman, sat opposite each other, with smiles on their faces, chatting happily, and chuckled from time to time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The woman is wearing a white dress, and the delicate belt tied around her waist shows off her curvy figure. Her makeup is exquisite and natural, and her every move reveals elegance and intelligence. The man is wearing a suit and tie, looking like a successful man. The Rolex watch on his right hand is particularly prominent, but he is slightly fat and looks average, but it can only be said that he is very different from Zhou Minglei. This woman was Li Lu, and sitting opposite her was Zhao Yu, the date she was going on a blind date with. It has to be said that Li Lu is still good at it. With a little dressing up and pretense, she can arouse the interest of the rich man opposite in a few words. I didn't expect that Miss Li is not only beautiful, but also so gentle and considerate. I am lucky to meet you. The two of them picked up the red wine glasses in front of them and clinked them. After taking a sip, Zhao Yu asked curiously, I heard that you were divorced recently. Yes, we just divorced. After hearing this, Li Lu's eyes flickered, and her face instantly showed sadness. She lightly opened her red lips and said aggrievedly, hey, I feel sad when I mention the divorce. My parents have taught me to be gentle, considerate since I was a child, so I consider myself a virtuous woman, a good wife who cares about my family, and I have never done anything to feel sorry for him. But my ex-husband not only doesn't care about the family, but also often fools around outside. But I can understand this. After all, he works hard outside for our family. After a pause, Li Lu's eyes were moist and she looked pitiful. I can tolerate all this, but every time he gets upset outside, he scolds me when he comes home, and even forget it. Forget it, let's not mention it. As he spoke, he pretended to reach out and touch the corners of his eyes, making it look like he was actually crying. I won't watch this Oscar without you, really. Zhao Yu was directly deceived by her and said with a sympathetic face, your ex-husband is such a bastard. It is really sad that you don't know how to cherish such a good woman. Seeing this, Li Lu's eyes flashed with pride and she continued to strike while the iron was hot. In today's society, many people are pursuing material and external things, but I always believe that true happiness comes from inner satisfaction in family. Harmonious. And at this time, Zhou Ming has already arrived here with Xiang Mani. Sighing, she looked helpless and lamented the injustice of fate. Unfortunately, I originally thought I had it all, but reality slapped me hard. As the saying goes, you have a human face and an animal heart. I can only say that you are too kind. Zhao Yu shook his head with a wry smile, looked at Li Lu and said, then what kind of man do you think is worthy of you? Hearing these words, Li Lu felt a little proud in her heart, but she did not show it. She muttered, I don't have high requirements. The most important thing is that you must love me, and cherish me. Everything else is secondary. When Zhao Yu heard this, he felt that he could do it. By the way, Zhao Yu is also an honest man. Although he has a successful career, most of it is helped by his wealthy businessman family background. The first wife was beautiful, but she worshipped money and was quite scheming. She tried to trick Zhao Yu into not wanting her. After the divorce, he wanted to find a virtuous wife. Those young women were too wild and he was not satisfied after several blind dates. But the woman in front of him who was divorced but looked virtuous immediately aroused his affection. Li Lu continued, of course, it is best to be a man with a successful career and a certain financial foundation. He does not need a lot of money, but he also hopes to provide a good economic environment for his family and children, just like children going to school. The more Zhao Yu listened, the more he nodded. A woman who thinks about her children must be right. Li Lu, not like my ex-husband. At this moment, Li Lu stopped mid-sentence and looked towards the door of the restaurant with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. Looking up, I saw Xiang Mani walking in at the door of the restaurant, holding Zhou Ming's arm, with a smile on her face, and she seemed to be walking in intimately. Finally, they walked to a dining table and sat down. The two of them behaved in an intimate manner, which was definitely a problem. Boom! Li Lu suddenly felt her inner anger exploding. Miss Li, what's wrong? Zhao Yu noticed the abnormality, followed her gaze and asked doubtfully. But Li Lu did not answer him. Instead, she stood up with a gloomy face, and then walked quickly in the direction of Zhou Ming and the others. Is there anything that would make people even more angry after discovering that his best friend had betrayed him and hooked up with his ex-husband? Bang! Xiang Mani, what's going on with you two? Huh? Li Lu slapped the table with her palm, looking at Zhou Ming and Zhou Ming who had just sat down with a ferocious expression. Her voice was unusually sharp. Lulu, why are you here? Xiang Mani was also confused at this time, and stood up in a flash, slightly flustered, and did not dare to look directly at Li Lu. She never thought that she would meet Li Lu here. If she had known about it in advance, she would not have come. Although she had been mentally prepared for this, she had no intention of having a showdown with Li Lu so early and breaking out. First of all, she and Zhou Ming have not yet cleared up their affairs. Secondly, if Li Lu learns that Zhou Ming has really become rich, she will definitely steal it from her. She does not want to make it more difficult for herself. What if Zhou Ming still loves Li Lu? Wouldn't he have no chance? We're here to eat, what's the problem? Zhou Ming responded calmly, expressionless, as if he didn't see Li Lu's anger. Eat, I'll let you eat. After saying this, Li Lu was so angry that she overturned the table in her head. After a loud bang, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. They all avoided fear of spreading to themselves, and then stood aside and looked over curiously, talking in low voices. Li Lu, what are you doing? Xiang Mani became angry when she saw this scene and asked loudly. You have the nerve to ask me? Li Lu, unaware of the gazes around her, pointed at Xiang Mani's nose and cursed angrily. You were the one who instigated me to divorce Zhou Ming. How long did it take for you two to hook up? Bah, you shameless woman, you are doing this just to steal my husband, right? It's unreasonable for me to trust you so much and treat you as my best friend. Xiang Mani's face instantly turned ugly as she faced the people pointing around her. She glanced at the expressionless Zhou Ming, gritted her teeth and said loudly, Li Lu, don't mess around here. She was very confused in her heart. Why could Brother Ming be so calm? Could it be that he knew Li Lu was here beforehand, so he brought me here? Do you want me to prove my determination? But that's not right, it's too difficult to track someone. Am I messing around? Li Lu was furious. You're so shameless, you instigated me to divorce, and now you're hooking up with my ex-husband. Xiang Mani was not someone to be trifled with, and she cursed, when did I instigate you to divorce? You yourself are always complaining to me about Brother Ming, saying that he can't support you, despising him, making all kinds of complaints. Ming, if my brother quits his job, then you should get divorced immediately because he has no income. You are a money-worshipping woman. You want to divorce Brother Ming yourself. What does this have to do with me? Zhao Yu's face next to him suddenly changed. He looked at the virtuous woman Li Lu. At this moment, he felt that Li Lu's face was so harsh and mean. You said you didn't instigate it. You bitch, go to hell. Snapped as soon as she finished speaking, Li Lu slapped Xiang Mani in the face, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the restaurant. You dare to hit me? Xiang Mani covered her face and stared at Li Lu in disbelief. Then she wanted to rush forward to fight with a ferocious face, but she soon showed a pitiful look and quickly hid behind Zhou Ming, sobbing aggrievedly. Brother Ming, look at her, if I poke her in a sore spot, she'll hit me. You must make the decision for me. A good move is to use retreat to advance. On the surface, it looks like he has lost, but in fact he has won. He has fully demonstrated his gentle and weak side, thus arousing the man's protective desire. You must be fooled when facing other men, but this is of no use to Zhou Ming, because he is not an ordinary man. However, the performance still needs to be shown. Ah, you hypocritical woman, look at me. Enough. Seeing Li Lu, who was still reluctant to take action, Zhou Ming frowned and scolded, stared at Li Lu coldly and said, "Have you not made enough trouble? Li Lu, you have to understand that we are divorced now, so you don't need to take care of anything I want to do. Do you understand? I can tell you clearly that there was nothing between me and Manny before, and there is nothing now. It's just a meal between friends. Is there any problem? You should know very well whether I ever felt sorry for you when we were still together. Do you think I want a divorce because I am poor? Do you have to make the matter bigger now?" Li Lu clasped her hands tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Zhou Ming, you are fine. And you, Xiong Manny, remember it for me." As he said that, he was about to go back to find the rich man, but at this time, after Zhao Yu saw Li Lu's ferocious appearance, the good feelings that had just arisen in his heart suddenly disappeared. After shaking his head, he got up and left here alone. And this scene was also seen by Li Lu. She vomited blood in her heart and realized that the blind date had failed. She glared at the two of them angrily and left the restaurant in a slightly embarrassed manner. However, the hotel waiter soon stopped her. "I'm sorry, madam, you just broke those tableware and tea sets, you have to pay for it." The hotel waiter stopped her and said, "I'm sorry, madam, you just broke those tableware and tea sets. You have to pay for it." Li Lu, so angry that I vomited blood. I already had no money, and I still had to pay the hotel. Turning over the table gives you a moment of pleasure, but your wallet is a crematorium. Zhou Ming looked at the back of Li Lu, who was following the hotel waiter to pay for the money in embarrassment. A proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, gloating that the purpose of coming here this time had been achieved. "My mood has become more comfortable today." The other guests also returned to their seats and continued eating, talking about what had just happened. It was so enjoyable to eat. At this time, Zhou Ming naturally had no intention of eating here. "Let's eat somewhere else." Zhou Ming looked at Xiong Manny beside him, and whispered apologetically, "I didn't expect to meet Li Lu here, and it was my negligence that caused relationship problems between you two. Brother Ming, I don't blame you. It's just a coincidence. Yesterday, I heard Li Lu say she was going on a blind date, but I didn't know where she was going. I should have asked clearly." Xiong Manny shook her head, then showed hesitation. "Color. Originally, I planned to ask Zhou Ming directly if he did it on purpose, but in the end he didn't ask. After all, things have already happened, so what's the point of holding someone responsible now? If he questioned him, he would arouse Zhou Ming's resentment, and the gain would outweigh the loss. She is a woman with a very clear mind. I remember, don't you two live together? Is there no problem?" Zhou Ming said with concern. "It's okay, I will take care of it." Xiong Manny said with a forced smile. "Okay, let's go." Saying, the two came to the underground parking lot. At this time, Li Lu happened to come from not far away with a lost look on her face. She originally wanted to chase the rich man in the garage to explain, but they didn't care about her and drove away directly. Li Lu was naturally howling with anger. As a result, I saw Zhou Ming and the two getting into the car again, and I was stunned. This car. Didn't it mean that Zhou Ming's car was rented to take photos and show off? Why is it still in his hand? Could it be that Xiong Manny deceived herself again? Has Zhou Ming really become rich? At this moment, Li Lu felt that she was stupid and naive, and the anger that had just calmed down surged up again. She clenched her fists and strode forward to ask for details. "Zhou Ming, stop." As a result, Zhou Ming glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, disdainfully mocking boom, but with the roar of the engine, Zhou Ming drove away quickly, leaving only a burst of dust for Li Lu. This made Li Lu crazy with anger. She stood on the spot and stamped her feet vigorously. Her screams continued to echo in the empty parking lot. An hour later, Xiong Manny's home. Li Lu returned here in despair, her face full of grief and anger. During this period of time, she had been staying here for the night. She originally planned to move out after catching a golden husband. But what she didn't expect was that her best friend would stab her in the back, and while comforting herself hypocritically, she would get close to her ex-husband. Bang bang bang, I'm so angry. As time passed, the more Li Lu thought about it, the more anger she felt became out of control. Then she came to Xiong Manny's room angrily, smashed everything on the dressing table, and vented loudly at the same time. After a while, I calmed down and sat on the sofa in a daze, at a loss for what to do. Li Lu. About half an hour later, Xiong Manny also returned home. She had already thought of several plans in her mind, but when she saw her messy room, she couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and rushed into Li Lu's room. Inside the room. The next second, the noise of the two people was heard in the room. In the end, the two started fighting, entangled together and grabbing each other's hair, which was very violent. They were restrained when they were outside, but when they got home they stopped pretending and went completely crazy. Night, Zhujiang Haoding, Building 3, Room 2301. On March 11th, it was reported on the Jinan internet of Shandong province that a man in black allegedly beat a delivery boy with a swinging stick because of driving problems. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the delivery boy in self-defense, which attracted everyone's attention. From the video, we can see that the delivery boy fought back after being beaten, and his movements were precise and professional. Afterwards, the boy posted a message saying that he had practiced free fighting before and had competed. In the living room, Jo Ming was wearing loose casual home clothes and was sitting boredly on the sofa watching the TV news, which was playing a recent news. This reminded Jo Ming of Brother Long in Chun Chang, who also held a machete to chop others because of driving, but in the end he was killed directly, and his death was very tragic. Should I also learn to fight or something? Thinking of this, Jo Ming touched his chin and muttered involuntarily, raised his thick arm and gestured casually. It looked quite big, but apart from being useful in that aspect, it was useless in other aspects. But if you learn to fight or something, it will be different. If you encounter the above situation, you can at least protect yourself well. Look, even the delivery boy is practicing kickboxing. How can he get out in this world if he doesn't have some real skills? And if you become a billionaire in the future, what will you do if someone kidnaps or assassinates you? Of course, this is all for the future, but there are advantages and disadvantages to practicing fighting. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, a phone rang. Jo Ming put down the remote control in his hand and picked up the mobile phone on the table. With a surprised look on his face, it was Mo calling. Madam? Why are you calling me so late? I'm sorry to bother you, Mo said anxiously. The faucet in my kitchen is broken and it keeps spraying water. I don't know what to do. Can you come over and help me take a look? Jo Ming. What kind of drama about childhood? Is the faucet really broken? Which faucet is broken? This series of questions instantly appeared in Jo Ming's mind, and he was a little unsure whether this was his wife's routine. Could it be that my wife was a little hungry and thirsty at night and had other ideas about herself, so she said this on purpose? You are talking. Oh, okay, just wait for me and I'll come right away. After saying that, Jo Ming hung up the phone, reached out and turned off the TV, and then went out. No matter what the reason, his wife said so, and he would go and have a look no matter what. Even if the wife did it on purpose, I still have to go and explore it carefully to see how deep the water is and how high the spray is. You're finally here, hurry up and take a look for me. Soon, Jo Ming arrived at 2304 in the next building. His wife, Mo, had been waiting at the door for a long time. Before he could speak, his wife grabbed his hand and dragged him inside. I'll go. Is your wife in such a hurry? Crash. As soon as he entered the door, Jo Ming heard the sound of water rushing from the kitchen. After taking a closer look, he saw that it was filled with water. But the wife was smart enough to close the sliding door in the kitchen, so the water didn't flow out. This also made Jo Ming slightly embarrassed. The faucet was indeed broken, and it was a real faucet. He muttered in his heart, it seems that I am not pure enough. Mo saw Jo Ming in a daze and couldn't help but said anxiously, what are you doing here in a daze? Don't you know how to cultivate? Are you kidding? If you say you can't do this, where will you put your face? As a man, even if he doesn't know how to act in front of women, he still has to be tough. Ahem, don't worry, do you have a toolbox here? Jo Ming came back to his senses, thought for a moment and asked. Yes, I'll get it for you. Mo nodded, trotted towards the balcony, and quickly brought back a toolbox. Jo Ming reached out and took the toolbox and said, okay, just leave the rest to me. You don't have to come in to avoid getting wet and catching a cold. By the way, do you know where the main switch valve is? This I don't know. Mo thought for a moment and shook his head. Fine. After saying that, Jo Ming turned around and walked into the kitchen, his face full of helplessness and his back a little tragic. To be honest, changing the faucet is easy to say and difficult to say. If you knew the main valve of the water pipe in this house, you could turn off the water first and do it slowly yourself, but Mo didn't know that, and he didn't even know it when he moved here. And now that the arrow is on the bow, it has to be fired. Go to the property management company and ask someone to turn off the main valve. I'll see if it can be repaired first. Okay. Soon, as Jo Ming removed the faucet, the water gushout became even bigger, getting him wet almost instantly. What's even worse is that Jo Ming is wearing a white t-shirt at this time. After getting wet, there is no difference from his naked upper body, and his muscle lines are clearly visible. At the same time, Jo Ming twists the screw up and down, showing off the charm of a wet man. However, Jo Ming didn't feel anything about it and was still concentrating on changing the faucet. This made Mo, who was outside the kitchen, blush slightly when he saw this scene. Especially looking at this familiar scene, he always felt like he had seen it somewhere before. After a while, Mo's face turned even redder, because she suddenly remembered a scene from a certain movie about her childhood. It couldn't be said that it was exactly the same, it could only be said that it was very similar. However, the wife did not look away, but seriously looked at this serious and handsome man, and subconsciously changed the position of her legs. She originally wanted to look for properties, but now, she put down her phone. 1 minute, 2 minutes, phew, it's finally done. Not long after, under Jo Ming's fierce offensive, he finally changed the faucet, but his whole body was already soaked. Thank you for your hard work, come on, wipe it down, don't catch a cold. Moyu took out a new towel from the room to help Jo Ming wipe it, and said gratefully, thank you so much, otherwise I don't know what to do. The towel smelled very good. It was probably Mrs. Moyu who wiped it herself. Jo Ming couldn't help but take a few more breaths. At this time, Jo Ming, who had finished his work, noticed what Moyu was wearing today, a yellow stepmother skirt, and his curvy figure was perfectly outlined, making him sexy and sultry. The most important thing is that water may have splashed on her body when the faucet broke, and some places were vaguely visible. At this time, each other can smell each other's scent, making the atmosphere in the air instantly become very subtle. Especially when the two of them touched each other inadvertently. Jo Ming was also a hot-blooded man. During this period of training, he was very angry. Plus, Moyu was so charming, it was a bit difficult to suppress the gun. But when he thought that Moyu was not divorced yet and was a married woman, Jo Ming instantly sobered up a lot. He couldn't be so immoral and take advantage of others. Although Jo Ming does not consider himself a good person, he still has some bottom lines. Are those who don't even have a basic bottom line still considered human beings? Moyu was not blind. He saw something wrong with Jo Ming at a glance, and immediately froze in his hand movements, not daring to go down. I can come by myself. If it's okay, I'll go back first and you can clean up yourself. Jo Ming quickly took the towel from Moyu's hand, said something, and turned around to leave. Okay. Bye. Bang outside the door. After closing the door, Jo Ming leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh of relief. He took a deep breath to calm down. He admired himself very much. It was too difficult to resist such a strong temptation. He knew that if he wanted to, Moyu probably wouldn't resist. But he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, so he could only say that the timing was wrong, which was a pity. Who at this time, Moyu was leaning on the wall next to the door, his whole body went limp, he slipped all the way to the ground, sat down on the ground, showing an amazing arc, put his hands on his hot face, his heartbeat kept beating. The thoughts in my mind are very confusing. She knew what happened just now, but what she didn't know was that if Jo Ming attacked her, would she resist? Maybe not. So far, she is still struggling in her heart, her eyes are flashing, and she doesn't know what she is thinking. Early in the morning, the moonlight is beautiful today. Jo Ming returned home, took a quick shower, and after cooling down, he lay on the bed and waited patiently. With his eyes blurred, the time finally came to 24 o'clock. 1. An old man fell down on Binjiang North Road. No one dared to help him, and he sadly passed away. 2. Moyu finally completed the divorce agreement with Chen Wei, and the divorce will be officially registered with the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. 3. My classmate Chen Feng wants to invite classmates from Guangfu to have a dinner together. 4. Tianxing Jim hired a top fighting coach in the country with a high salary. 5. Li Meisen's ex-husband was forced into debt and was desperate. He broke into the house in the middle of the night and stole more than 100,000 in cash and jewelry belonging to a popular female anchor. 6. Chen Feng took his wife for a massage to relax, and the relationship between the couple restored harmony. The first piece of information: an old man fell down on Binjiang North Road. Seeing this piece of information, Jo Ming frowned and began to struggle internally, wondering whether he should help him. There is no way. Over the years, how many news have there been about people being blackmailed for helping the elderly? How many people paid a heavy price for their kindness in the end? There has never been a shortage of good people in this society, but some people have wiped them out, suppressing this kindness deep in their hearts. However, Jo Ming thought twice and decided to help him. After all, it was a living life. If he didn't know, it would be fine. If he knew and ignored it, what would be the difference between killing someone and killing him? You are so kind after all. Of course, it was also related to the fact that his intelligence system gave him confidence. If you are confident, you can make a comeback at any time. If there is no system, he may not help. The second piece of information: my wife is getting divorced. Jo Ming. 3. Class monitor Chen Xian invites Guangfu students to have a dinner together. Forget it, let's not go now. It's very simple. Jo Ming didn't feel the need for this classmate to go. Apart from pretending to be cool, comparing, and showing off how cool and wealthy they live, what's the use? If you have this time, you might as well go for a massage to feel more comfortable. Ignoring it, Jo Ming looked at the next piece of information. 4. Tianxing Jim hired a top fighting coach in the country with a high salary. Top fighting coach? Jo Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He happened to be planning to learn fighting or something. Isn't this a coincidence? He doesn't care whether it's money or not. What he cares about is that it can enrich himself. Not only can he become stronger, but he can also better protect himself. No one knows if something unexpected will happen one day. Anyway, if you don't have too many skills, what should you be afraid of? 5. Li Meisen's ex-husband was forced into debt and was desperate. He broke into the house in the middle of the night and stole more than 100,000 in cash and jewelry belonging to a popular female anchor. Good guy. Breaking into and stealing a house is a punishment. Nowadays, surveillance is everywhere, and only those with bad minds will do those sneaky things. 6. Chen Feng took his wife for a massage to relax, and the relationship between the couple restored harmony. Soon, Zhou Ming saw the last piece of information and said with a smile, "This kid Chen Feng is still a man of action." As he expected, the relationship between the couple is still very good, but they are just too oppressed by life. Hey, why is there no information about making money? After reading all the information, Zhou Ming had a depressed expression on his face. He shook his head helplessly and quickly fell asleep. The next day, early morning. Crash. The originally sunny sky gradually became darker, and then drizzle began, and the breeze blew, making people feel a bit cool. It's raining. At this time, Zhou Ming, who had just finished running in the community and was covered in sweat, stood in the garden and looked up at the sky. He let the rain drip on his face, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and felt it quietly. He didn't know why, but he enjoyed this feeling very much every time it rained, especially feeling the impact of raindrops on his body and listening to the sounds in his ears, which always calmed him down. The rain seemed to wash away the dirt on his body, taking away some of the pressure and making him relax. Soon, the rain became heavier and heavier, and Zhou Ming returned home directly, took a comfortable hot bath, and started a new day. After a while, Zhou Ming went into the kitchen and took out 2 freshly boiled eggs, then poured himself a glass of milk. While eating his simple breakfast, he turned on Douyin and watched videos. Ding! At this time, a WeChat message popped up on the frame of the phone, which immediately attracted Zhou Ming's attention. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message from a group of university classmates. It was sent by class monitor Chen Xian, saying that we haven't seen each other for a long time. People in Guangfu are getting together in the evening. We all have a meal together and asked if we are free. Haha, the squad leader has already spoken. You must be free. I will go even if you ask for leave. Beautiful squad leader, I've been waiting for you to speak for a long time. I'll go. +1. I really want to go, but it's too far away. Crying emoji. Mr. Ma, I heard that you did a good job in the government office and are you ready for promotion? We just want to celebrate together. Haha, you are quite well informed. No problem. I'll treat you tonight. Wow, Heiran, you can do it. Public officials are just different. I envy you. Congratulations. After a while, the group messages kept ringing, and most people were mobilized and talked about it. However, there were only 12 people attending the party. Excluding those who were not in Guangfu, there were still some hesitant people. Boring. Zhou Ming glanced at it and showed no interest in it. Before they even met, someone was already showing off in the group. If he got there, why would he brag to the sky? What's the point of being like this every year? Where are you two, Zhou Ming and Chen Feng? Aren't you going? Seeing someone asking himself, Zhou Ming sent a message without thinking, I won't go, I don't have time. No time? Could it be that you haven't come out after the divorce? But the next second, the guy named Ma Yingzi jumped out with a sarcastic tone. It's okay. We are all adults. No one will laugh at you for not being able to keep a wife. Zhou Ming frowned when he saw it, and suddenly became unhappy. He didn't seem to have anything to do with this guy, right? Does this mean that you want to step on your own head to find existence and show your superiority? Mr. Ma, what nonsense are you talking about? Your mouth stinks like shit? Are you still a public official? Before Zhou Ming could speak, Chen Feng immediately stood up. Zhou Ming's life is much better than yours now. He drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion. Do you have that? Seeing this, Ma Yingzhi quit and immediately launched a counterattack. Chen Feng, when did you become Zhou Ming's bitch? What's your business here? Just stand aside. And I was just caring about my classmates. What did I say? Chen Feng responded, haha, damn intersex. This class reunion is getting more and more boring, so I won't go. Why not take your wife to have a massage and foot massage to relax? Isn't it much better than going to a class reunion? Eating with some self-righteous people is off-putting. TCH, don't pull me down. We are all classmates, so you two should stop arguing. Zhou Ming did not expect that Chen Feng would stand up and speak for him. Yes, that foot-washing meal was not in vain. Zhou Ming also replied in the group, Mr. Liu, whether I divorce or not is none of your business. Then he left the chat group. I took a look at the time and saw that it was already 9:30. The stock market was about to open. I picked up the laptop I had put aside and opened it. Tianlong shares is still the same as yesterday. Although it is not as strong as yesterday after the opening of the market, it is still rising steadily. As for Zinfan Technology, it is already terrible. It has dropped 50% from before, returning to the original price. Those investors who bought at a high price were already cursing in the group, and those who always believed that the price would rise suddenly collapsed in an instant. They can only blame themselves for this. Smart people have long sold their shares when they saw that the momentum was not right. It was because they were too greedy and ultimately harmed themselves. Buying stocks is risky, so be cautious when investing. Half an hour later, after Zhou Ming took a brief rest at home, he changed into a suit and went out. Squeak. However, just when he drove out of the gate of the community, I happened to see Lee Misen, the beautiful cake shop owner, being pestered by her ex-husband. Let go, we are divorced. Lee Misen, please, lend me 100,000, just 100,000. I won't lend it. Get out of here. Lee Misen, don't be shameless. After Zhou Ming saw it, he honked the horn and yelled at him. Lee Misen and the ex-husband man were shocked. Zhou Ming stretched out his head and shouted to the community security guard more than 20 meters away, "What are you doing? Are you here to help?" The security guard heard it and rushed over. The ex-husband was so angry that he glared at Zhou Ming with extremely fierce eyes and said coldly, "What is your relationship with Misen?" Zhou Ming said with a disapproving look, "She is my neighbor. Is there any problem?" "There is no problem, but I advise you, kid, to stop meddling in other people's business. Do you understand?" The ex-husband stared at Zhou Ming closely, with a threatening tone. "It's not anyone else's turn to deal with the matters between us husband and wife." Tube. Haha, but I heard that you have been divorced for several years. Can you still be considered a couple? Zhou Ming curled his lips and smiled disdainfully. "Since we're separated, let's live in peace. Why are we still bothering each other now? You have to pay for the sins you have committed. How dare you say that you are a man? You." My ex-husband glared at Zhou Ming fiercely, put his hands on the roof of the car, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Boy, you are so arrogant. Don't think that being rich and driving a luxury car is a big deal. If I want to get you, it will only take a minute. I'm warning you, it's best to stay out of Lee Misen's affairs, otherwise you'll be left with nothing to eat." After saying that, her ex-husband, Lee Nei Lin, warned him before turning around and leaving. "Because the security guard has arrived at this time." Looking at his leaving figure, Zhou Ming's expression darkened. It seems that the intelligence tonight will be used to report his stolen information to the police and send him to jail. At the same time, Zhou Ming is also more determined to learn fighting and self-defense to protect his own safety. Because it's hard to tell what emergencies you will encounter. Just like your ex-husband, this time it's relatively peaceful, but what if he has a grudge and rushes over to kill you with a knife? Not everyone has the ability and luck to fight back, and Zhou Ming doesn't want to gamble with his life. Meaningless. At this time, Lu Misen came over with an apologetic look. "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I just caused you trouble." Bow slightly to thank. As soon as he lowered his head, Zhou Ming felt those two behemoths. "At least it's ABCDE, right? Mr. Zhou, if you are free next time, I will treat you to dinner." "You're welcome, we're all neighbors." Need. The two were polite for a few times, and Zhou Ming drove away. Lu Misen looked at the back of Zhou Ming driving, and she didn't know why she felt more secure. 10 minutes later, Tianxing Gym. "Sir, do you want to work out?" As a tall and handsome figure in a suit walked into the gym, the young lady at the front desk immediately dropped her mobile phone, stood up with a smile, and greeted him warmly. The person who came was none other than Zhou Ming. Since he had already decided to learn fighting, he would not hesitate at all. Tianxing Gym happened to be not far from the Pearl River Palace, so he came directly. Moreover, there is only one top combat fitness instructor. If you want to learn, the number of places must be limited. There must be many people who come here because of it. If you come late, you may not have a place. Zhou Ming took a look at the environment inside and was still very satisfied. The place was very large. In addition to some regular fitness equipment, there was also a boxing ring in the innermost area, which looked very professional. "Yes." Zhou Ming nodded and asked, "Have you hired a top fighting coach here?" The lady at the front desk was stunned for a moment, then responded with a smile, "Sir, you are really well informed. This is indeed the case. If you want to participate in fighting training, you have to sign up first, because the fighting coach hasn't come here yet. You have to wait for our notification as to when it will start, but I estimate it will be soon. The course will start within a week at most." "Sir, are you sure you want to sign up?" Zhou Ming thought for a moment and said calmly, "No problem. Just sign up for me." "Okay, I'll add you on WeChat to facilitate subsequent communication." The lady at the front desk picked up her phone and explained, "And we need to pay a deposit of 2,000 yuan. At that time, you will directly become a VIP customer of our gym, but if you no longer participate, we can only refund half of the money to you." Zhou Ming had no objection to this. After adding WeChat, he readily handed over the deposit and left the place. He has no interest in becoming a VIP customer. Now he is only interested in learning fighting. Not only can it be used for self-defense, but it can also be used for physical exercise. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. But what he wants to learn is real material, not like women's self-defense. When the time comes, he will really learn it. I can't stand it. And it was nothing more than waiting 2 more days, and he could still afford it. Soon, Zhou Ming returned to the car parked in the underground parking lot. After thinking for a while, he started the car and drove quickly towards Binjiang North Road. He had not forgotten the second piece of information last night, which reported that an old man fell down at the Binjiang North intersection and no one dared to help him. Binjiang North Road is less than 1 kilometer away. 15 minutes later, Tinhee, Binjiang North Road. Sir, what do you need? Bring me a cup of hot coffee, thank you. Okay, wait a minute. In a coffee shop not far from the intersection, Zhou Ming sat near the door. After ordering a cup of coffee, he picked up the laptop he brought from home and put it on the table. From his position, he had an unobstructed view through the glass, and he could see any slightest movement. It's still too early now. Zhou Ming has nothing else to do anyway, so he just waits here. Of course, Zhou Ming didn't just sit here and wait. He opened the Tianlong shares stock and followed it in real time, while searching and learning some information about the stock. Although he made a lot of money after buying stocks twice, this was all based on system intelligence. He was really not familiar with stocks. Even if information can always help you and prevent you from stepping into pitfalls, you still need to understand some basic common sense about stocks. And this is also a way to improve yourself. Next, you must improve yourself in all aspects, so that you can create a more perfect yourself. Just having money is not enough, temperament must also be carefully controlled. Your coffee, sir. Soon, the waiter brought the coffee. Zhou Ming nodded, took a sip, and then continued to study stock information, but his eyes would still pay attention to the movements outside from time to time. Time passed quickly like this, and 2 hours passed. Just as Zhou Ming stretched his body and looked outside, he happened to see an old man wearing a hat, standing with his back bent on the zebra crossing at the intersection, waiting for the traffic light. But he didn't care about it. After all, he had seen many old men crossing the road in such a long time, and no one fell down. If it weren't for his absolute trust in the system's intelligence, he would have doubted whether he had been tricked. Alas, Zhou Ming shook his head helplessly, closed the computer and opened Douyin, intending to look at the beauty and soothe his eyes. At this time, the traffic light outside was already green, and pedestrians were walking hurriedly on the zebra crossing, and the old man was no exception. At this time, a sudden strong wind blew over, and the old man's old hat was blown up. The old man subconsciously reached out to grab it, but his center of gravity was unstable, and his body lost his balance and fell to the ground. Yeah, the old man lay on the ground and groaned in pain, unable to move, and his forehead was bleeding. The pedestrians around him immediately stopped, but instead of immediately stepping forward to help him, they moved away in fear and gathered around him. "Abo, are you okay? How about you go up and help me? I don't have any money, so I have to go to you. Did you call the police?" The noisy sound outside immediately attracted Zhou Ming's attention. He looked up and saw the old man falling to the ground. It really does. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed, he closed his phone, picked up the computer bag beside him, and walked quickly outside. "Old man, are you okay?" Soon, Zhou Ming pushed aside the crowd of onlookers, stepped forward and squatted beside the old man, with concern in his tone, and leaned over to check on the old man's condition. "Young man, help me up, don't worry, I won't blackmail you," the old man said weakly with pain in his voice. Zhou Ming didn't waste any time. He carefully helped the old man up, squatted with one foot and let him lean on it. Then he took off his coat and pressed his forehead, which was still bleeding. It was not clear where the old man was injured, so he did not dare to move. If there was no system, he would be like the people around him and would not dare to help. But with the system by his side, even if he is blackmailed, he can still make a comeback at any time, even if he loses money at worst, so he is not afraid. The most important thing is that he has a good conscience. He can't let him watch the old man die in front of him, right? He didn't know what would happen to others, but Zhou Ming couldn't do it anyway. "You are a good young man. I will obey you if you don't hold up the wall. There are not many young people with such brave faces these days. Don't be afraid, brother, I'm recording the video for you. Yes, we can all testify for you." The passers-by around him were stunned for a moment when they saw Zhou Ming helping him, and then they all started to praise him, admiring his courage even more. Some kind-hearted passers-by had already picked up their mobile phones to take photos and videos, recording the whole process. Even if they were blackmailed, there would be evidence. Zhou Ming glanced helplessly at the passers-by around him, raised his head and said loudly, "Please help me call 120, thank you." "Young man, you don't have to be so polite. I've already called you." As soon as he finished speaking, someone responded loudly. Seeing this, Zhou Ming ignored it and looked at the old man with a concerned look on his face. "Old man, are you feeling okay? Is there anything uncomfortable?" At this time, the old man had already recovered. He covered the wound on his forehead with Zhou Ming's clothes, glanced at Zhou Ming and whispered, "My legs hurt a little, but other parts are fine." "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, my old bones would probably be broken here." "No, I should do it." Zhou Ming shook his head and said calmly, "Please be patient for a moment, the ambulance will be here soon. By the way, can you notify your family?" The old man said, "Okay, my home is not far from here. My phone is in my right pocket. Please help me get it." "Okay." After saying that, Zhou Ming reached out and took out the mobile phone from the old man's pocket, then found his son's phone number in the address book and dialed it. "Hello, Dad, what's the matter?" Zhou Ming quickly explained, "Your dad fell down here at the intersection of Binjiang North Road. come over here quickly. Ah, is my dad okay? The old man's son asked anxiously. I guess my leg is broken and my forehead is bruised. It's okay for now. Come here quickly. Okay, I'll be right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming returned the phone to the old man and waited quietly. Dad, after a while, I saw a middle-aged man wearing short-sleeved shorts and flip-flops running towards me, with a look of anxiety on his face. People wearing this kind of clothes are not simple. If they are not really poor, then they are really rich. But Zhou Ming didn't care. He was just here to save people, not for anything else. Dad, are you okay? The old man glanced at his son and whispered, he can't die. But if it weren't for this young man, it might be possible. The old man's son quickly checked the old man's condition, then looked at Zhou Ming with a grateful face and said, thank you very much. It's okay, these are all small things. Zhou Ming smiled slightly, then stood up and said, since you are here, your dad will leave it to you. I will leave first if I have anything else to do. With that said, Zhou Ming took his computer bag and was about to leave, but was held back by the old man's son. Wait a minute, add me on WeChat. I'll thank you properly after I settle in with my dad. Zhou Ming shook his head and said with a smile, no, I just saw it when I was passing by, so I just helped, and I didn't do anything. You'd better take care of your dad quickly. After saying that, Zhou Ming turned around and left, returned to the car parked not far away, and then drove away. At the same time, the ambulance happened to have arrived. After carrying the old man into the ambulance, the old man's son wanted to find Zhou Ming, but where was his shadow? The reason why Zhou Ming came here was simply to save a life and had no other ideas. He didn't care whether the father and son were poor or rich, and he didn't need any reward. He just did what he thought he should do, that's all. But what Zhou Ming didn't know was that someone was recording the moment before he got in the car until his car left the street. The professionalism of the melon-eating people is very strong. Hello? This is the Guangfu TV News Hotline. What can I do? Hello, I want to break the news that Binjiang North Road was just now. Half an hour later, Pearl River Palace, underground parking garage squeaked 3 buildings downstairs. Zhou Ming, who was only wearing a white shirt, parked his car, got out of the car with his computer bag, and walked straight to the elevator entrance. He was in a good mood at this time. After solving the things on his mind, he felt much better. Suddenly a horn sounded, which startled Zhou Ming. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, with a helpless expression on his face. I saw a white BMW X5 parked quietly in the parking space not far next door. Moyu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was smiling and waving at him. Madam, you are so naughty. After walking over, Zhou Ming looked at Moyu, who got out of the car, shook his head and smiled, then rolled his eyes and said, you scared me. How should you compensate me? Ah, you're not scared, are you? How about I pledge myself to you now? Moyu held the small purple bag in his hand, put his hands behind his back, bit his lower lip and looked at Zhou Ming pitifully. As he spoke, he took the initiative to lean against Zhou Ming, and a charming fragrance suddenly spread to the tip of his nose. When a young woman acts like a spoiled brat, who can withstand her? My wife is really good at joking. Zhou Ming secretly complained, and quickly calmed down to avoid making a fool of himself. I see, madam, you are in a good mood today. Is there anything you are happy about? You guessed it right. Moyu smiled slightly, reached into his bag and took out a red document and waved it in front of him. I am officially divorced today. What does it mean? Is your wife eager to hint to me? Isn't this bad? Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, haha, congratulations to my wife for being out of the sea of misery. She no longer has to frown all day long. Isn't this a good celebration? Of course we'll celebrate. Moyu put away the divorce certificate and waved his hand. I'll treat you to Nanyuan restaurant tonight. It just so happened that I didn't manage to treat you to dinner last time, so I'll make it up to you now. Ah, that's not okay. Zhou Ming stared at Moyu seriously and said, last time was the last time, and this time is this time. How can they be mixed together? I don't agree. After finishing speaking, Moyu rolled his eyes and said angrily, why is a grown man so fussy? Zhou Ming grinned and said, that's different. If you can have dinner with a beauty like my wife, how can one meal be enough? You're the only one with a poor mouth. Moyu looked at Zhou Ming's sunny appearance, feeling inexplicably agitated in his heart, with a slightly red face, and glared at him. Okay, you will drive at the gate of the community in 2 hours. Why should I drive? How can there be so many reasons? I can't drive if I don't want to. Okay, you're beautiful, you have the final say. Moyu ignored Zhou Ming, glanced at him secretly and left in a hurry. Zhou Ming shrugged and didn't care, turned around and walked to the elevator, and soon returned home. After going out and sweating all over, Zhou Ming simply rinsed his face, changed into clean clothes and turned on the computer. 9.9%, so cool. It is now past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the stock market has already closed. Tianlong shares also successfully reached the daily limit before the market closed, reaching today's peak. This time, Zhou Ming earned more than 100,000 yuan, which together with the principal amounted to 1.14 million yuan. If this momentum continues, after the 6-day peak period of Tianlong shares passes, Zhou Ming estimates that it will reach almost 2 million RMB. It's easy to make money, can you be unhappy? The future is promising. 2 hours later, tisk, 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 there's no one left. In the room, Zhou Ming stood in front of the mirror in the cloakroom, looked at himself in a suit, touched his chin and couldn't help but murmured narcissistically. In order to prepare for this dinner, he even grabbed his hair, sprayed on some perfume, and simply dressed it up. He didn't look too handsome at all. Why don't you go out and charm a group of young women? Hey. Soon, Zhou Ming noticed the time and left with his keys. He drove his Mercedes-Benz GLC and arrived at the gate of the community. At a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing on the roadside waving to him. I saw my wife, Mou, wearing a light pink knitted short skirt and a pink jacket. Her face was lightly painted with makeup, her skin was as crystal clear as jade, her long legs were exposed, and a pair of jade feet stepped on high heels. The whole person looks like she has been specially dressed up for this purpose. She is elegant yet sexy, like the best in the world. Squeak. Soon, Zhou Ming parked the car next to Mou, lowered the window and said with a smile, "Princess, please get in the car." Mou didn't speak, but rolled his eyes at Zhou Ming charmingly, then opened the door and sat on the passenger seat with his long legs. Before Mou could make a move, Zhou Ming took the initiative to step forward and help her fasten her seatbelt, and the two of them were close to each other. Mou was so frightened by Zhou Ming's actions that his body froze. Looking at the face just a few feet away and smelling the thick manly breath exuding from his body, his heart beat faster and his face turned red. This made her subconsciously close her eyes and clenched her hands, feeling an inexplicable expectation in her heart. But after a long time, nothing happened as expected. After Mou opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Ming looking at her with a smile on his lips, and his face turned redder. "Madam, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Ming Xiao asked. "No, it's nothing, it's just a little hot." Mou quickly turned his head to the other side and fanned himself with his hand, pretending to be hot. "Drive quickly, I'm hungry." Zhou Ming smiled slightly and said, "Okay." Soon, Zhou Ming drove his wife Mou and left the community. "MRS, you are so beautiful." Yeah, an hour later, Nanyuan restaurant. As mentioned before, Nanyuan is indeed the most famous restaurant in Guangzhou. As soon as you enter, you will be attracted by the beautiful environment. The antique decoration is eye-catching. Standing inside it feels like you are in another space. There is a faint floral fragrance in the air, which makes you feel relaxed and happy. At first glance, it was overcrowded. The seats on the first floor were already occupied, but it did not appear noisy. Waiters carrying dishes were quickly shuttled among them and were busy. "Haha, it looks like I'm going to have a good meal tonight." On the second floor, in one of the double private rooms, Zhou Ming glanced at Mou, who was sitting opposite, and said with a smile, "My wife spent a lot of money." The entire private room looked particularly exquisite, the soft lighting created a romantic atmosphere, and a candle was lit on the dining table, giving it the feeling of a candlelight dinner. However, there is an independent stove next to the dining table. A chef is cooking, and there is a dedicated waiter next to him who is explaining and displaying fresh ingredients. With the two of them acting as light bulbs, there was a slight flaw in the otherwise perfect atmosphere. Mou had booked this in advance, otherwise he would not have been able to enjoy such high-end services. "I'm driving today, so I'm having tea instead of wine here to congratulate my wife on her divorce and escaping from the prison of marriage." "Thank you." Mou took off his coat, revealing his perfect career line. He raised the teacup on the table and looked at Zhou Ming from a distance, smiling slightly. Hearing this, the chef on the side who was frying the steak paused for a moment, and the waiter subconsciously looked at Zhou Ming and the two secretly, his eyes brightening a lot. "There is a situation. By the way, what's going on between you and your ex-husband now? Is he not making trouble?" After a while, Zhou Ming asked curiously while eating steak. "No, why didn't you make a fuss?" Mou said with a hint of sarcasm on his face. "He came to my company crying and fussing, saying that he didn't want a divorce and asked me to forgive him. It's annoying to watch. But I will not give him another chance and directly enforce the divorce agreement through legal means. Because I know he doesn't want a divorce not for me at all, but for his broken company. As the boss of a company and a good person, wouldn't she understand Chen Wei's little thoughts? She, Mou, has a good temper and is very kind, but this does not mean that she is a fool who can be played with at will. My wife is still awesome." Zhou Ming gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "But I think you did the right thing. You can't have the slightest sympathy for this kind of person. He brought everything upon himself. And the wife is so beautiful and charming." "Okay, stop talking about me, talk about you. Why did you get divorced?" Mou looked up at Zhou Ming, also extremely curious. "Me? That's a long story. My ex-wife Li Lu." Zhou Ming thought for a moment and didn't hide anything from Mou. He roughly explained the reasons for the divorce. Then he laughed at himself and said, "After 6 years of marriage, I have not really seen Li Lu's true face. It was not until the moment of divorce that I understood that to her, I am just a cash machine. This woman is so shameless. After hearing this, Mou looked at Zhou Ming with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. After all, he got back everything he lost, but Zhou Ming lost everything. How desperate he must have been when the woman told her about divorce. Thinking of this, Mou felt even more distressed. He wanted to give Zhou Ming a warm embrace and comfort him with his soft mind. It's okay, I've let it go. Zhou Ming shook his head, his expression extremely calm. To be honest, he would also like to thank Li Lu. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have the systematic help, and he wouldn't be living such a free and easy life now. So sadness does not exist, it is more just a disappointment. It's a good divorce, otherwise I wouldn't have met you, my wife. The style of painting suddenly changed. Facing Zhou Ming, who was starting to become immoral, Mou's face turned red and she rolled her eyes at him angrily. Really, I just had some feelings and you ruined it for me. There is so much delicious food that I can't stop your mouth. Hey, my wife is so beautiful, am I wrong? Snored. Soon, the two were chatting while eating, and as the chefs exited the private room, laughter like silver bells could be heard from time to time, and the atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous. An hour later, the entrance of Nanyuan restaurant. Monitor, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you are becoming more and more beautiful. Haha, aren't you talking nonsense? The monitor used to be the belle of our school, and I don't know how many people followed her. Hey Aaron, monitor is still single now, don't you try. Go, this is a class reunion, not a dating show, don't mess around here. On the roadside, a lot of people gathered together and joked. There were men and women, and it was very lively. The school belle they called the monitor was standing quietly aside, wearing a floral dress, with fair skin and beautiful face. She looked fresh and refined. She was indeed a rare beauty. Everyone is here, let's all go in. After a while, the school beauty squad leader counted the number of people and then led everyone towards the restaurant. Hey, isn't that Zhou Ming? Just as everyone walked into the restaurant and others were still admiring the environment, a sharp-eyed guy looked at the two figures standing in front of the counter not far away and couldn't help but scream. Hearing his voice, everyone looked over, with strange looks in their eyes and different thoughts. The girls' eyes were all focused on Zhou Ming. Looking at the confident, calm, and charming man in front of them, they thought they had seen it wrong and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Is this the Zhou Ming they know? When did you become so elegant and handsome? Especially the school belle Chen Xian looked at Zhou Ming with a strange look in her eyes and fell into memories. The boy's eyes, without exception, were all focused on Mou, who was standing next to Zhou Ming. His eyes were wide open and he was stunned. It was so amazing. At first glance, Mou seems to be a pampered and beautiful princess, but she also reveals the aura of a strong woman with outstanding temperament, which makes people feel that she can only be seen from a distance but not played with. What a coincidence, everyone. At this time, Zhou Ming had already noticed them, with a look of surprise on his face, and was the first to say hello. He didn't expect to meet them partying here, and he had to pay the bill himself, which was a little embarrassing. Haha, I asked Zhou Ming why you didn't have time to come to the party. It turns out you wanted to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Someone joked, you are so unkind. You have such a beautiful girlfriend and you don't even introduce it to us. My name is Mou. Before Zhou Ming could react, Mou on the side generously reached out to hold his arm, leaned close to him, and said with a smile, nice to meet you. The wife was very conscious and did not refute anything, because she knew that a man's appearance outside was very important. Since they misunderstood, it was fine, she didn't care anyway. My wife is divorced now and is very free. Maybe she thinks so in her heart? Zhou Ming was obviously stunned for a moment, and he didn't react until he felt a soft feeling on his arm. He smiled knowingly, and held Mou's little hand tightly with his backhand, making her tremble all over. I just said, Zhou Ming, why are you still so chic after your divorce? It turns out you found someone more beautiful. At this time, a strange and sinister voice rang out from the crowd, and Ma Yingzhe walked out, with deep jealousy in his eyes, and said disdainfully, no wonder he drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion. I'm afraid he won't be the one. Are you looking for a pretty boy who just wants to eat soft rice? The first time he saw Mou, Ma Yingzhe felt his heart moved, and he was extremely envious of Zhou Ming. He was already divorced, so why could he still find such a beautiful girlfriend? Why couldn't he? So when Mou took the initiative, he finally couldn't stand anymore and immediately jumped out and shouted harsh words at him. At this moment, everyone fell silent, with strange expressions on their faces, looking left and right, as if they were watching a show. After Zhou Ming heard this, he frowned and said coldly, Mr. Ma, does this have anything to do with you? Don't always be so self-righteous. Get out of here. Why, you are so angry. Ma Yingzhe crossed his hands and said jokingly, yes, after all, this kind of thing is disgraceful, but we all understand that there is no shame in it. Mr. Ma, right? Don't you feel like a clown? At this time, Mou stood up and looked directly at Ma Yingzhe with sharp eyes, with an unquestionable tone. At this moment, Mou seemed to be a different person. The aura of a superior person was clear at a glance, and he showed the all-powerful momentum in them all. First of all, Please understand that Zhou Ming is not a freeloader. Everything he has now is obtained by his own efforts and has nothing to do with me. Even if he is a pretty boy, I am willing to support him. This is my business. What right do you have to express your opinion here? Do you understand? After finishing speaking, Ma Yingjia's proud expression froze on his face, his complexion instantly turned livid, and he clenched his hands. At this time, he seemed to have been slapped hard, his face was burning, and he didn't have the arrogant attitude just now, but he was filled with endless embarrassment. Zhou Ming was shocked for a moment, shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it, we don't have the same experience as him. Madam is so fierce." With just one move, Ma Yingjia was submissive, which was really impressive. I was just wondering why the figures from behind looked so familiar. It turns out to be the two of you. Just when Zhou Ming was about to pay and leave, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over and said with a smile, "This is because you are not kind. You come here to eat without even saying a word to me." The visitor was none other than Wu Vitao, the resident who lost his dog in the community yesterday, and he is also the catering manager here. "It's just a simple meal, why bother bothering you?" Zhou Ming looked at the visitor and said with a smile. So many people. Wu Vitao glanced at Ma Yingying and others, thinking they were with Zhou Ming. He thought for a moment and said, "I will personally arrange a private room for you." "No, we are not together." Zhou Ming stretched out his hand to stop us. "We too have already finished eating. They are my former classmates and they came here for a party. We just happened to meet them, so that's how it is." Wu Vitao nodded and ignored Ma Yingying and others. He turned to the waiter beside him and said, "Show me their bills." "Okay, manager." The front desk clerk quickly printed out the bill. Wu Vitao took a look at it, and said, "In this way, you give them a 20% discount, and then erase the change." "Hey, brother, you really don't have to." Zhou Ming grabbed Wu Vitao's hand holding the bill and refused. "It's not much money, so there's no need to be so polite." Wu Vitao frowned and said in a deep voice, "Brother, don't you even give me this little face." Well, when it came to this job, Zhou Ming was too embarrassed to refuse, so he had no choice but to accept it. After the final discount in a total of 2,800, I said goodbye to Wu Vitao and wanted to leave. At this time, the campus belle Chen Xian, who had been silent, called out to Zhou Ming and said with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry for disturbing your date." "It's okay. I won't ruin my good mood for a clown." Zhou Ming shook his head and said with a smile, "We'll leave first if we have something else to do. I wish you all a good time." After saying that, Zhou Ming ignored them, took his wife Mou and turned around to leave. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Chen Xian showed a complicated expression, her eyes twinkling and she didn't know what she was thinking. Ma Yingjia, on the other hand, clenched his hands and gritted his teeth, his face full of hatred. In a place like Nanyuan, does a manager have so much power? Just give him a 20% discount and wipe out the zero. I haven't heard of it, but it's possible that he is a shareholder or a related party. Otherwise, how can a part-time worker have such great rights? TCH, maybe the manager made up for the rest with his own money. Can you please pull it off? Didn't you see how respectful the waiter was just now? This manager's identity must not be simple. Okay, let's go eat. Half an hour later, Pearl River Palace, underground parking garage. Squeak, fourth floor downstairs. Zhou Ming drove his Mercedes-Benz GLC and parked steadily in the aisle outside the elevator entrance. Looking at Mrs. Mou, who was tied up by the co-pilot, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Mrs. Mou should get out of the car, but she hesitated. I have a better impression of Zhou Ming today, and I kind of want to invite Zhou Ming to my home to sit down and develop our relationship. But she was afraid that taking such initiative would be a bit too wanton. Zhou Ming stopped the car, turned to look at Mou, who was smiling in the passenger seat, curled his lips and said, "You agreed to treat me today, why do you still need me to pay for it? You kid, don't take advantage of me and act like a good boy. I did you a big favor just now." Mou said seriously, "If it weren't for me, you would have made a fool of yourself. And under those circumstances, you had the nerve to ask me to pay the bill." Zhou Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how to refute, and his face was full of helplessness. Puffed. Seeing Zhou Ming's helpless look, Mou couldn't help but smile and covered his mouth with his hand. "Okay, don't be so sad. I'll invite you again next time." "Okay, this is what you said," Zhou Ming said with a smile. Mou rolled his eyes at Zhou Ming. "Can I still lie to you? Why don't you come to my place for tea and make up for your losses today?" "Forget it, next time." Zhou Ming refused without thinking too much. "All right." The wife didn't say anything more. She picked up her bag and got out of the car. She watched Zhou Ming park the car next door and waved to him while standing there. After Zhou Ming responded with a smile, he turned around and walked into the elevator without any nostalgia. After a night of getting along, Mou clearly felt Zhou Ming's gentlemanly demeanor, and he had hinted it several times, but he pretended not to know. Mou is still very confident in her charm. If it were any other man, she would have been eager to pounce on her, so she doesn't think that Zhou Ming has no feelings for her and is just restraining himself. This also proved from the side that Zhou Ming was not the kind of casual person, which gave her a sense of security. Favorability +1 +1 +1 this way, Zhou Ming had already returned home. After sitting on the sofa and resting for a while, he went to take a bath, then thought about it and decided to enrich himself. Soon, Zhou Ming came to the study room. The study room was filled with the unique smell of wooden bookshelves and paper. He picked a book on philosophy on the bookcase, sat on the desk, turned on the lamp and read carefully. The original landlord was a person who loved reading. There were various kinds of books in the study. Because it was inconvenient to take them away when going abroad, he left them with Zhou Ming and told him to take good care of them and not damage them. This is also cheaper for Zhou Ming. He doesn't have to go to the bookstore to buy it so much. Zhou Ming has always believed that reading is the fastest way to enrich himself and improve his quality and education. Others have prepared it for you, so you can't just waste it. And besides making money at this stage, he has a lot of free time anyway, so he must take this opportunity to study hard and lay a solid foundation for the future. Not for others, only for yourself. Ding! After a while, Zhou Ming, who was immersed in the book, was interrupted by the ringtone of WeChat. He frowned and turned around, then smiled. What was displayed on the screen was a message from MOU. I had a great time with you tonight, naughty and cute emoticon. Click the next second. Zhou Ming put down the book in his hand, opened his phone and took a photo of the book. Me too, I just started reading it and I feel like I am a cultural person. Ha 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 ha, should I also learn from you? Smirking, MOU quickly replied. Zhou Ming shook his head, smiled, and replied, no need, how can you, the boss of a big company, compared to a little columni like me? MOU replied, pouting, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? Zhou Ming replied, no, I'm complimenting you. Okay, it's getting late, you go to bed early. Good night. Good night. After exiting the chat box, Zhou Ming was about to turn off his phone when he saw messages coming from the blocked classmates group, and there were also people at him, so he clicked on it to take a look. There is nothing special, just some photos taken during their dinner party tonight. Now they have moved to KTV, and there are also singing videos on them. Zhou Ming was not very interested in this. After a brief glance, he exited and did not reply to his message. Then I opened the circle of friends to see if there were any interesting things. The first one was a photo of Chen Feng taking his wife to wash feet. Attachment, my dear wife, thank you for your hard work. Classmate, you dare to go? Doesn't your wife scold you? Chen Feng, do you understand the family throne? Haha, this guy Chen Feng installed it on him and turned him into an activist. Just do what you say. Zhou Ming looked at this circle of friends, shook his head and smiled speechlessly. After giving him a like, he scrolled down to check other people's updates. Zhou Ming looked at it for a while and didn't find anything particularly worthy of attention. Then he turned off his phone, picked up the book and continued reading. The other side, Uxiu, a hotel. Damn it, Xiong Mani, just wait for me. In one of the rooms, Li Lu was half lying on the bed, holding a mirror in her hand, looking at the wound at the corner of her eye, and an uncontrollable anger suddenly surged into her heart. Ever since she had a fight with Xiong Mani at home yesterday afternoon, the two best friends had completely broken up, and Li Lu was kicked out mercilessly by Xiong Mani. In desperation, Li Lu, who had nowhere to go, could only temporarily live in the hotel. But when she thought about her best friend having sex with her husband behind her back, she became extremely angry and wanted to tear them into pieces. But what worries Li Lu most now is that she doesn't know where to go next. She can't stay in the hotel forever, right? It would cost a lot of money to rent a house by herself, but the problem is that she is not a saver. She basically spends whatever she has in her pocket, and she has no financial resources. Although she got a little bit of it on Zhou Ming during the divorce, it wouldn't take long for her temper to disappear. Is it possible that Fairy Ben is really going to work? Well, Li Lu sighed deeply and stopped thinking about it for the time being. She lay on the bed and started playing Duyan to relieve her irritable heart. Is this Zhou Ming? After a while, Li Lu saw the news about Zhou Ming helping an old man who fell. His eyes widened with disbelief on his face, thinking that he had seen it wrong. After repeated confirmations, she realized that she was not dazzled, but that it was real. Especially when I saw the unanimous praise for him in the comments section, I was immediately furious. Why is Zhou Ming famous? How could a scumbag be so kind? It must be pretending. Thinking of this, Li Lu immediately gritted her teeth and commented angrily, "Don't believe him, he is just a hypocritical bastard and a liar." Someone quickly replied, "Beauty, did you go to the wrong set?" Li Lu replied, "Haha, can I admit this scumbag's face? He cheated on his wife, cheated on her during marriage, colluded with his wife's best friend to get divorced, and then the two of them got together." Someone replied, "I'll go, is it so exciting?" "Beauty, you are not the protagonist, are you?" "No way." Li Lu immediately replied, "Don't you know the face of a human and the heart of an animal? He just wants to use this kind of thing to prove how kind he is. In fact, he is a scumbag. He is all acting to win everyone's attention. Don't be fooled." Someone replied, "Bah, can you believe what a woman like you says? That's right, a person who dares to help an old man who has fallen down, how could he be that kind of person? Acting? Who dares to play the role of Grandpa Fu? Is there too much money? You go home and ask your grandpa to come out and cooperate with the performance. You are really funny. Seeing that her hard work not only failed to obtain the results she wanted, but also caused a burst of insults from netizens, Li Lu was so angry that she vomited blood and collapsed. Why is it like this? Why? At this time, next door neighbor's house. Hu in the living room, Li Mizan, who had just taken a shower, was standing next to the sofa and drying her hair with a hairdryer, while the evening news was playing on the TV opposite. Although Li Mizan was wearing a loose bare pajamas at this time, it was still difficult to hide her proud and fierce look. Let's move on to the next news. According to comments from the public, an old man accidentally fell down while crossing the road at the intersection of Tianhe-Binjiang North Road this afternoon. No one around him dared to help him at first, but he quickly ran over. A young man helped the old man up without hesitation. When I saw this news, I was very pleased. There has never been a shortage of kind people in society, but who can be as fearless as this young man? When she saw this piece of news, Li Mizan looked at Zhou Ming, who appeared in the news video, with a surprised look on her face. She unconsciously turned off the hairdryer and sat on the sofa. She picked up the remote control and turned up the volume. Soon, Li Mizan's eyes became brighter, and she stared closely at Zhou Ming's handsome face on the screen, and her favorability immediately increased. This also allowed Li Mizan to better understand what kind of person Zhou Ming was. At the same time, she also became curious about him and wanted to understand him more deeply. Inadvertently, she didn't realize that Zhou Ming was already in her heart, and she had a good impression of him. Maybe it was when we met in the elevator for the first time, maybe it was when I rescued myself in the garden yesterday, maybe it was when I stood up for myself this morning. That look is so handsome, so masculine, it feels so safe. An hour later, Zhujiang Haoding, Building 3, Room 2301. In the study room, Zhou Ming put down the book in his hand and stretched, relaxing his tired eyes. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already 23 o'clock. He did not continue reading, but got up and walked out of the study, poured himself a glass of water, then went back to his room and lay down, took out his mobile phone and started reading Douyin. The first video I opened was a video of a long-legged and fierce beauty, but Zhou Ming's eyes were very clear, and he looked at them with appreciation. He was not the kind of person everyone imagined, typing with both hands to prove innocence. After a while, Zhou Ming also saw a news video of himself helping the old man who fell down at noon today. The title, Super Handsome Guy Bravely Helped the Old Man Who Fell. This made Zhou Ming confused. What's going on with him? He just helped an old man and he was on the news? Clicking on the comment area, the comments inside made Zhou Ming feel dumbfounded. Wow, my husband is so tall and handsome. Stand aside, this is obviously my man. He is so handsome and so brave. All netizens, please do me a favor. I want all his information. You're so elegant. He drives a Mercedes-Benz GLC. He looks like he's rich. The moment I turned around, I felt so free and unrestrained. I fell in love with it. Of course, in addition to these complimentary comments, Zhou Ming also saw some other bad comments, which he didn't care about. What caught his attention was the comment that said he was a scumbag and had cheated on him during marriage, because he recognized it at a glance as the Douyin account of his ex-wife Li Lu. Seeing her arguing with other netizens, Zhou Ming still felt a little angry in his heart. After thinking about it, Zhou Ming decided not to speculate on the internet. If his privacy was leaked, the gain would outweigh the loss. But he will definitely find time to take revenge. Ignoring it, Zhou Ming continued to watch videos happily. Recently, he fell in love with videos of donkey hoof trimming, which was very relaxing. The home of Chen Mumu, a famous internet celebrity in Guangzhou, was broken into and stolen, resulting in a total loss of more than 100,000 gold, silver, and jewelry. Soon, another trending news video caught Zhou Ming's attention. After clicking on it and checking it, it immediately reminded him of the intelligence from last night. Wasn't this stolen by the ex-husband of the beautiful neighbor's pastry chef, Li Mizan? The comments section has been destroyed. No, is there any fool who would do such a thing? Who dares to taint my goddess? The pressure is on the Guangzhou police. Zhou Ming glanced at the comments, frowned and began to think. He had to find a suitable excuse to report him. After all, this person had threatened him in the morning and he had to be sent in. However, with the current detection capabilities of the police, it is estimated that this man will not be able to escape for long. Whether he wants to take action or not, he has to observe the subsequent situation. If the police really can't do it, let's talk about it then. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming continued to upload the next video. At this time, Mou's home. In the living room, the wife, wearing a pair of sexy black silk pajamas, was half lying on the sofa, with her legs crossed, revealing the amazing curvature of her buttocks. Holding the mobile phone in both hands, his eyes were watching the news video of Douyin Zhou Ming helping the elderly. I just said that when I met him in the afternoon, he was only wearing a shirt and it was still so dirty. It turned out that he was doing something good. Obviously, the internet speed of his wife Mo is not slow. Looking at Zhou Ming's handsome figure in the video, he couldn't help but think of the scene last night. He immediately showed a shy look and couldn't help rubbing his beautiful legs a few times. Ding dong. However, at this moment, the ringing of the doorbell ruined Mo's beautiful imagination. He responded hurriedly, put on a coat, and walked towards the door. Could it be that Zhou Ming came to see me? Aunt Wang, it's you. But when Mo opened the door, she had a disappointed expression on her face because the person who came was not the person she thought, but her next-door neighbor Aunt Wang. Why are you looking for me so late? Aunt Wang glanced at the beautiful Mo with a smile, and said with a smile, Mo, I saw in your circle of friends today that you divorced that fat pig husband of yours. Congratulations, this is a good thing. I could see early on that guy Chen Wei is not worthy of you at all. She had always thought that her neighbor's wife was stunning, beautiful, and had a good personality in all aspects, so today when she saw Mo's friend circle saying she was divorced, she was excited for a while. It just so happens that my younger brother has been divorced for many years. I want to be a matchmaker and make a match. It's first come, first served. I can't give others an advantage. Aunt Wang, you came to tell me this in the middle of the night. Mo said helplessly, it's getting late. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. He was about to close the door, but Aunt Wang stopped him. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, don't worry. People like Chen Wei are not worthy of your sadness. With your conditions, Mo, you'll definitely be able to find a man 100 times better than him. Let me tell you, it's great that I have a younger brother. Although he is divorced and has a child, he is a returnee from overseas and has opened a company in Tianhe. Stop. Now Mo finally heard what his neighbor wanted to do, and he was speechless. He lost his usual polite attitude and became much more indifferent. Aunt Wang, I just got divorced today, are you a little anxious? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have this idea for the time being. It's getting late, go back to bed quickly. After saying that, Mo closed the door directly, not giving Aunt Wang any chance to speak, and the beautiful mood was instantly ruined. It's so late at night, what's going on? I have seen blind date introductions, but I have never seen such introductions. I just got divorced, how about taking a break? But this also indirectly proves that he is still very charming. In the master bedroom, the wife was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep at all. Zhou Ming's figure was always lingering in her mind, giving her an inexplicable urge. Tall, handsome, mature and steady, brave, kind and humorous, these perfect qualities put together, aren't they a model of a good man? And the longer she spent time with Zhou Ming, the wife found that he always exuded a unique charm, and at the same time had a sense of mystery, which made her feel itchy. Shouldn't you take the initiative? At this moment, she thought of the last time she asked him to come over to repair the water pipe. Early morning, 2400 hours, in the master bedroom, ding, the daily information system will be updated soon. In the dark room, as bright lights one after another began to flash in front of Zhou Ming's eyes, it meant that a new round of information was coming. This made Zhou Ming immediately put down the phone in his hand and started watching attentively. 1. Tomorrow afternoon, Li Meisen's ex-husband's son Li Guo missed clues about stealing from an internet celebrity and was tracked by the police. Knowing that he could not escape, he wanted to take revenge on Li Meisen. 2. The lottery shop at number 38 Binjiang North Road has scratch tickets in the third row on the shelf. One of them contains a 100,000 grand prize. 3. The technology software company of college classmate Su Mingja suffered a huge change, which caused the software project under development to stagnate and caused huge losses. Therefore, he wanted to sell the company's shares to tide over the difficulties. Attachment: if the company does not close down, it will bring huge losses in the future. The benefits, the market value can reach at least 1 billion. 4. Recently, a well-known domestic e-commerce platform announced that it will set up a new logistics center in this city to further improve the efficiency of local logistics and distribution. 5. International situation: recently, my country will impose certain restrictions on semiconductor manufacturing and stop some exports. 6. Recently, the World Cup qualifiers have begun a new round of bloodshed. The national football team still performed stably, disappointing the people. When he saw the first piece of information, retaliation against Li Meisen, Zhou Ming's expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed. Now the matter became serious. I originally thought that son Li Guo, a gambler, could at most just say harsh words and harass him, but he never thought that he would dare to do it for real. It is estimated that this guy was really cornered by the police and put all the blame on Li Meisen. He wanted to take revenge on Li Meisen because he wanted to kill him. Maid, you scum. Zhou Ming stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples, thinking about the next solution. As a neighbor, no matter what, I couldn't let Li Meisen go and suffer the poison of son Li Guo. What's more, she is such a gentle and kind woman. But it wouldn't work to call Li Meisen directly to explain the matter. After all, I couldn't explain the source of this information. It would be a good idea to call the police, but it would be hard to explain yourself unless you knew where son Li Guo was hiding and asked the police to arrest him directly. In this way, the matter would be perfectly solved. The problem is that he doesn't know where Sun Liguo is. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel a headache. He couldn't think of any particularly good way for a while. He couldn't let a person who knew nothing go up and fight with him, right? No matter how tall and powerful a person is, it doesn't matter. If someone stabs him with a knife, will he die? This makes Zhou Ming feel helpless. For the time being, he can only take one step at a time. If it doesn't work, he can only sacrifice himself and spend a difficult day at home with his beautiful neighbor. Zhou Ming no longer thinks about this matter, but focuses on the next piece of information. 2. The lottery shop at number 38 Binjian North Road has scratch tickets in the third row on the shelf. One of them contains a 100,000 grand prize. Haha, it's finally my turn now, right? After looking at the information, Zhou Ming's eyes instantly brightened up, a smile appeared on his lips, and the distressed mood just now was gone. Although this 100,000 yuan is not too much for Zhou Ming now, why wouldn't he want it for free? The 100,000 yuan that he missed out on before made him feel quite regretful. This time, he had to win everything. And the information is so accurate, if you still can't get it, just kill him with a piece of tofu. 3. The technology software company of college classmate Su Mingja suffered a huge change, which caused the software project under development to stagnate and caused huge losses. Therefore, he wanted to sell the company's shares to tide over the difficulties. Attachment: if the company does not close down, it will bring huge losses in the future. The benefits, the market value can reach at least 1 billion. 1 billion? Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment when he saw this piece of information, and then an excited expression appeared on his face. This was much more exciting than the 100,000 yuan scratch-off. So cool! It can be said that the two are not on the same level at all. Even if he made more than 1 million from buying stocks, he was not so excited. This system finally gave me a big surprise, and I was looking forward to it. As long as he can buy most of the shares of the company, wouldn't Su Mingja work for him in disguise? He had heard of the company Su Mingja opened before. Although it was a small company that had just been opened in the past 2 or 3 years, it had a bright future. The two had not had much contact before, but that did not prevent Zhou Ming from investing money. But now the question before him comes again. Even if Tianlong shares hits the daily limit in 3 days, his total capital will only be more than 1.5 million RMB. Is this really enough? You must know that the most expensive thing to do scientific and technological software research is money. The money you have will only allow Su Mingja's company to support it for a while at most. It is probably not enough to completely solve the problem. Headache. This made Zhou Ming even more distressed. Who understands the pain of having a treasure mountain but being unable to discover it? No, we can never let go of such a good thing. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth and already made a decision in his heart. Seeing the fat meat in hand, there was absolutely no way he could just let it fly away. That's a billion level. For recently, a well-known domestic e-commerce platform announced that it will set up a new logistics center in this city to further improve the efficiency of local logistics and distribution. Zhou Ming didn't have much opinion on this. Originally, I had some ideas about e-commerce before, but now I am more interested in Su Mingja's technology company. At least you don't need to do anything, you just need to pay upfront. But those who want to enter e-commerce are different. Not only do they need to do it themselves, but they also need to learn a lot of relevant knowledge. Only with a deeper understanding can they become bigger and stronger. It's not Zhou Minglin, but he has better choices now. Why should he choose to invest in an industry where he doesn't know the future? When your assets exceed 100 million, are you still afraid that you will have no chance to make money? Zhou Ming shook his head and ignored it, focusing on the fifth piece of information. 5. International situation. Recently, Japan will impose certain restrictions on my country's semiconductor manufacturing and stop some exports. Haha, I'm really good at jumping around these days. 6. Recently, the World Cup qualifiers have begun a new round of bloodshed. The national football team still performed stably, disappointing the people. In this regard, Zhou Ming did not feel any surprise. When has the performance of the national football team in the World Cup surprised us? Even though we have great expectations for them, they will only let the people down again and again. But this reminded him that with the start of the World Cup, buying sports betting will be a great opportunity for him to make a fortune. But in the end, it still depends on whether the system intelligence is powerful enough. I hope it can give him a big surprise. After reading the information, Zhou Ming became more and more excited as he thought about it. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Putting aside everything else, the thought of the investment of at least 1 billion made every cell in his body tremble. The next day, early morning, the sun was shining brightly today, and the small trees in the community swayed with the wind, making a rustling sound. When a ray of sunlight shone on the bed through the slits in the curtains, the graceful figure lying on it covered with gauze slowly squirmed, and then let out a lazy murmur broken. Suddenly remembering something, my wife Mou screamed and jumped up from the bed. She quickly turned to look at the clock on the bedside table and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that it was only 7:30. She didn't know what time Zhou Ming went out to start his morning run, but she knew that Zhou Ming wouldn't finish until around 8 o'clock, so there was still enough time. Her idea yesterday was very simple, which was to meet Zhou Ming by chance and further enhance the relationship between the two.